Yep. Yo, yo, yo. Hey, Steve McCullough, are you there with me?
What's good?
Oh, good. Nice. I
What's
can hear
good?
your voice. I can hear your voice now. See, yeah, guys down there, yeah. Big ups to everyone. It's another episode of episode three, Gunners and Mags. And of course, I got in the house Steve McCullough. Steve McCullough, yo, yo, yo. I
Oh
can
yeah.
see you on your Newcastle shirt. Talk to these people, my brother. Talk to them.
Hey, it feels fucking amazing to have club football back. I thoroughly
Mm.
enjoyed the World Cup, and we'll get into that obviously. But we got Bournemouth tomorrow, man, in the Carabao Cup round of 16. And honestly,
Mm.
bro, if you want to kick off with that and preview it to get my thoughts on it, look, I'm gonna just say this, man. If you look at who's left in that competition, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
let me pull up the games. You've got guys like Arsenal out. You guys lost.
Mm-hmm.
Spurs are out. They lost to
Mm-hmm.
Forest.
Mm-hmm.
Liverpool and Man City play each other, so there's another top six team straight out.
Oh my God.
Man United
Oh
have
Jesus.
Burnley, so
Mm.
there's a decent-ish possibility of them knocking out. Bro, it honestly for Newcastle, this is a
Yeah.
huge opportunity. And then we have Gillingham, Wolves left, Southampton, Lincoln City. So
Oh my
I'm
God.
excited. I'm excited. People may talk about the Carabao Cup, but at the end of the day, I know my place in football with Newcastle. Yeah, we
Mm.
haven't had a trophy, a major trophy, um, for quite a while. So if we win the Carabao Cup, bro, we'll celebrate it like the Argentinians did
Like
with
the
the World Cup,
Argentinians did,
man.
right?
Seriously,
Man.
seriously. So no, I'm
See,
looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Steve,
Absolutely.
you know what? Yeah, we'll get
Yo,
into those hostilities of the World Cup, the Premiership, but we have to talk about the World Cup, and of course we have our friends who have already joined us on the show already. Of course, Miss Melina, Miss Melina, Miss
Melina,
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 Miss Melina. Miss
BX
Melina, you're
Gunner.
welcome to the show. Miss Melina. You know what? See, yeah, guys, Miss Melina, she's already part of this show. She not of this show in particular, of my whole operations, because she's a very nice lady. You know what
Of
she brings to
course.
the table,
Yeah.
Steve McCalla. And throughout the World Cup, this lady was with us. She left the channel. Of course,
Yeah.
she wants to get back her voice and and
Yeah.
make sure that everything goes fine with our channel.
Of course.
But of course, she came to spend time with both you, with both me, with the crew and other guys that popped into the show. We have nothing but gratitude. See, yeah, Steve McCullough, I'll allow you to talk a little bit of Miss Melina because she was with you also on this show. She spent time with you. You guys talked together. What did you think about her joining us for the World Cup?
Right. Right. Yeah. No, I had a lot of fun with y'all during the World Cup with Andy,
Mm,
with Lee, with Baz, with Chelsea Dan, with all those guys, all
yeah,
of those guys. So yeah, man, it was a
yeah.
good, it was a
It's just
phenomenal
good. It was a
tournament.
good feeling, right? Yeah, it's just a good feeling,
Yeah,
like just being with other people and with different opinions, different
watching some
mindsets,
great
different
football.
expectation. Exactly, and that's
Yeah,
what the World Cup is all about, right?
that's what
It's all
football
about
is
the
about, man.
differences
That's what
in
football
all
is
of us. Yeah, coming together, by join together and coming together for one thing, which is football, that brings all of us
about.
together, right? So
That's the goal.
e-
That's the goal, man.
exactly. Miss Melina, she's Canadian. You're American. I'm Nigerian. I'm Finnish. I'm everything.
Andy the Geordie.
Everything. Andy the Geordie. Andy too.
Absolutely.
Even Sebastian also came in. The
Uh,
Swedish too. See,
yeah.
yeah, all these people from different backgrounds, different countries, coming together, joining up. Through the show with us, and even the fans that came in, popped in with us, joined us on the show. It was
Yeah.
just all love. Just all love. And Miss Melina was, she was here throughout with us. Even if, of course, she wasn't really that okay, in terms of her health. but she still strained and came around and showed us love. So
Yeah,
God bless you, Miss Melina, and thank you and good luck on your job starting up next year. But before then, we'll see. Have to say Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to everyone. Anyway,
absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Steve
yeah.
McCullough, I don't know in your country, do they still say Merry
Bro,
Christmas?
I say it. I say it. You know
You
what I
say
gotta
it, right?
say? You know what I gotta say to political correctness? That's all I
Mm,
gotta say.
that's all you gotta say. Yo,
If
yo, yo.
someone
See,
says they don't celebrate it, then I'll be like, you know what? Whatever you celebrate, happy holidays, whatever. But I'm always tell people, yo, Merry Christmas,
Merry
Happy New
Christmas.
Year. Even
Yeah,
if it is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah,
it,
no, it's a nice time of year. We got some good football.
celebrating a very, very good, World Cup watch along. It was a very successful one,
Yeah.
So I'm drinking to that, man. Man, cheers, man. In Iceland, we will say score, score,
School.
score. Mm. Oh, it tastes good. It tastes good. You know what? Yeah. Sometimes we're all wrapped up in this whole football thing, or about business and all these things, that we forget the joys that the World Cup and all these things football brings to us. It's happiness, it's joy, and
Yeah.
that's what we should be celebrating at the end of the day. Just look at Lionel Messi. Look at what the World Cup meant to him. Steve McCullough. This is the first one I'll throw at you. Just take us through that win, that World Cup. Like, what did this World Cup? What did it mean to you? What did it teach you? And that blistering final we had
Well,
yesterday, of which you were here too. What do you think, Steve? Hit us
it
with it.
ended in heartbreak from my side, but you know what? I've had time to digest what I've seen, and
I'm sorry about that heartbreak, man. I know. You were living. You
hey,
were angry.
you know what? It happens, and you know what? Yeah, during my late night shift, my overnight shift, I just kept thinking about like, God damn, you know what? Mbappe's career is still young. Kolomuani's career is still young. Gendouzi, Rabiot's coming towards the end. Chouameni is going to be,
Sure,
most
many.
likely one of the best CDMs in the world playing for a top club. Kamavinga, guy can play left back, center mid, a holding midfielder, attacking
Holding
midfielder.
midfielder.
This guy is
I'm sorry, Steve.
no.
We have a friend of the show here. Cheesy
What's up,
Tube.
Chizzy?
Cheesy Tube.
Easy,
Poo,
Chizzy,
poo,
what's good?
poo. Three Gonzalo for Cheesy Tube. Cheesy Tube. You see, yeah, Cheesy Tube. I don't know how to start describing, but you know what, yeah? Cheesy Tube, we love you. You know that, right? You've always supported me. Always, always. Big ups to you. Big ups to you. I love you. You know that, right? Cheesy Tube, and she says, yeah, and we are live. She
Absolutely.
loves to say that all the time. And she says, hi, Tony. Okay, bye.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right, man. Steve, I'll just allow you to,
Yeah,
go
no,
on your
but
train of thought.
but seriously, bro, the more I thought about it, yeah, it's like Mbappe's only gonna, it seems like he's either gonna get better, which is
Mm,
frightening in and of itself, or his
mm,
level is just gonna continue to be at this simply world class. The talent this guy has. So honestly, with France, we've got a chance to keep winning things. So it happens, man. It happens losing World Cup finals and stuff. You know what? In that first 70 minutes of the game, we were anonymous, but guess what? Mbappe with his
Mbappe.
with
Oh
with
my
his
God.
with his absolutely elite, I'm talking elite
Jesus Christ.
mentality for a sportsman. Never
Jesus
mind just
Christ.
never mind just just a footballer, a sportsman on this earth, regardless of the sport.
Jeez.
His mentality.
His mentality
I
as a
heard, I
human
heard,
being,
I
as a
heard Rance
player.
talk about it, and he described it best. He said a Mamba mentality, like Kobe, bro. In a
Tell me about
final, this guy showed up and put up numbers, put up goals, 3 penalties out of 3. I know one was a shootout, but if he missed it, he would have gotten sticks. But you know what?
Of
Three
course. Of
penalties,
course.
3 goals, and then a goal, and then that goal, that volley. What an absolute! It was a
Oh,
thunderbolt,
that was
absolute
a thunderbolt,
thunderbolt
man.
off the half volley.
Absolutely.
With how much time the ball was in the air, he just hit. He absolutely demolished that thing. It was like a
Oh
Joe
my
Biden
God.
accidental nuclear missile. Boom, boom. My word. And you know what? Emi Martinez has been,
Boo.
bro, seriously, and
Yeah.
you know you did your damn job, and you know that shot had some power on it. When Emi Martinez got a
Mm.
hand on it, but with how powerful that shot was, that just speaks to Mbappe's quality. Seriously, that game was something else. I haven't seen
It is
nothing
something
like
else.
that.
I totally agree. I totally agree. But
A
you know what? Yeah.
final,
See,
a,
but
yeah,
before we even get into that final in
yeah.
itself, yeah. Like, I think it's true. Like, see, coming into that matchup, yeah. I really did feel like people didn't really give like Argentina much support per se. I really felt like the support was more on France to win that championship. Uh, What do you think?
I mean, what are you talking about? What most people wanted to
Yeah,
see?
yeah. Before going into that game,
Nah,
most
most
people
people
wanted
wanted to
France
see
to win.
Messi. Nah, most people wanted to see Messi win that thing, bro. Most people. I
I
was.
was supporting France. I know
I
other
was
people
too.
that
Well,
actually wanted France to win.
yeah,
You
yeah,
wanted
yeah, yeah.
France to win. Many of the guys in the space actually wanted
Yeah.
One Touch TV. A friend of ours of One Touch TV, he wanted France to win. So I know lots of people that actually wanted France to win.
Bro, you
Although
got
in the
English
bookies,
people cheering
Argentina
for
were
Argentina.
leading in the bookies anyway.
Bro, you got English people cheering for Argentina to win because of Messi.
Mm,
Bro,
mm.
I don't want to hear no England fans saying, "Oh, I hate Argentina." You know what? You were probably willing Messi to win the World Cup, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't I can't take that. If that's a rivalry there, I can't take it seriously, bro. There is never. I don't care how good of a Mexican footballer there is. I'm
Yeah.
American. America, Mexico, that's a football derby. I ain't ever, ever cheering for them to win anything, even if they have a Messi type player, which they never will.
Of course,
I would
Latimer's prime
never.
is in the charts. You know,
I mean,
is sticking the knife in and twisting it in
bro,
to those
and
England
you know what?
fans.
After he's done
Latimer's
twisting it,
prime.
after he's done twisting it, I'll come in and kick it. I'll kick the knife,
Oh
boy.
my God, it's twisting it, man,
Oh
in the
man.
charts, man.
Oh.
Latimer's prime, twisting the knife in. See, yeah, see, those of you that are English around here, yeah, I'm sorry, man. Latimer's, I don't know what Latimer's just, I don't know. He likes, he likes hitting you guys tough. You know, I don't know, but see, yeah, Steve, I asked you this question yesterday, but somehow I knew that probably because you lost that match because you have French heritage. So I can understand why you kind of like evaded that question. Steve, right now you're in a more you're in a more
I
better
had time to
realm and
reflect.
yeah and mental
Let it.
process to
Yeah.
actually process that question. Is Messi the GOAT?
In terms of footballing ability, from what I've seen in my life since 2014, yeah, I have not seen any footballer. I'm talking in 2014. Watching them live, yeah. In
Hmm.
terms of watching, bro, I remember when I first started watching EPL and all that stuff in 2015, and watching La Liga on BN Sports and watching Messi every other weekend just destroy destroy guys in La Liga. That could be El Clasico, it could be against Alaves, Sevilla, any of these guys. Phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal player. Um,
Yeah.
it's cool for him that he got a World Cup, man. It sucks that it was at
Yeah,
my
yeah,
time.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know what? But I don't. The thing is, and I don't know if this will ever change, because in this era of football, it's kind of hard to innovate. It's kind of hard
Hmm.
to innovate. For me, Johan Cruyff is my pick for the GOAT, and that's not of a place of bias. I'm not Dutch, bro. I'm part German,
Yeah,
and
sure.
we don't like the Dutch. We don't like the Dutch, but I've
Definitely.
done my research on all these guys, and I can't find a footballer that combined the ability, the footballing ability. This guy was a wizard, Johan Cruyff. Again, I didn't live. I wasn't around in the 60s and 70s to watch Ajax play
Yeah.
these games on TV. Now,
It's
from what
totally
I've seen on,
understandable.
YouTube bits and documentaries and whatever, the guy was an absolute wizard with the football, achieved so much for Ajax and Barcelona, and then off the pitch in terms of he was one of the first ever footballers to sign with an agent to get him a move away from Ajax to Barcelona in the
Hmm.
60s. So he was innovative in that regard.
In that
And
regard,
then he
yeah,
was
exactly.
innovative in the total football 4-3-3 type of way,
Exactly. And
which we
see,
see
Steve,
everywhere nowadays.
Steve, I'm very happy you talked about innovation because, see, most of us that talk about football, in at this time, we totally neglect innovators in the game. Uh, just
Yeah.
when you talked about innovation, it it rang a bell. Arsene Wenger. Arsene
Yep.
Wenger was one of the
He is
first.
one of the most important footballing minds in
Exactly,
history.
in history. See,
Straight up. And in sports in
that guy
general.
brought about changes to eating
Crucial.
habits of players in the Premiership. And of course, being at least the first, as long as I know, he was the first foreign coach in the Premiership. Is this correct?
He's definitely one of them. Definitely
He's
one of
definitely one of them. Yeah, so I don't
because
know. Maybe there might be someone who came in the 1900s. Only God
well
knows. But
well well the thing is,
but I
Tony,
don't know. But it's Arsene Wenger, and he brought all these innovations, opened
yeah,
the gateway and the floodgates for foreign managers to come in, and apply the trade in the Premiership. He opened, those gates. So of course, when you take us back in hindsight, when you take us back to Johan Cruyff, it matters a lot. This innovative
on and off the
sequence,
pitch.
innovative areas, within the game, and innovative parameters within the game that signifies changes should be highly considered. Although I still think that Messi edges Johan Cruyff in a way, though.
Yeah. And I can't argue with that. I can't argue with that. My argument for me would be, yes, I know Cruyff doesn't have a World Cup. Yes, I know he doesn't have certain accolades, not as many goals as Messi, not as many. But
Mm,
considering what the players had to work with in terms of the boots not being
mm,
these, hugely the technology, the eating habits that Wenger brought in, the state of the pitches and all that stuff. The fact that this guy Cruyff made guys look silly, absolutely silly, and and you know what? Here's something that Cruyff does have over Messi. It may be small, but it is something that, if you think about it, it does make. You ever heard of a Cruyff turn? You might have
yeah,
heard of that.
yeah,
You
sure,
know what I
definitely.
mean? You know
Of
what I mean?
course, man. Of
So,
course, man. Come
so
on.
to me, if you take Johan Cruyff out of the picture, if we had a time machine and just had him be a plumber or something, not a footballer, the sport of football today looks different. Looks massively different.
Yeah.
Maybe someone else would have done what he'd done, but for me, he combined the innovation and he contributed to the history of football, past, present, and future.
Yeah.
And he was a marvelous footballer. Now with Messi, has he
But
changed?
but see, yeah,
Yeah,
Steve, I'm sorry to cut you down there, yeah.
yeah.
I still do think that modern players have a lot of advantages over players that played in the 60s and the 50s.
Well, they definitely do. They
Yeah, they
definitely do.
definitely have
Because,
lots of advantages. Come on, there's
definitely.
technology right now. See, yeah, when these guys were playing in the 60s, 50s, even 70s, even early 70s, yeah,
Even the 80s, the pitches
yeah,
were
they
pristine.
get
And
injured. They get injured. They don't have no technology to actually,
oh, Pele,
really,
Pele got. If
really
you look
help
at
them
those video
check their
highlights,
bones and scan their bones and all this stuff.
if you look at
But
video highlights of these
yeah,
old black and white football, the players, the to take out Cruyff, you had to slide tackle the guy with your
You had to
stud.
slide tackle him,
You
yeah,
had to
and that's why
shove
he had
him, and you had
lots
to
of
grab
injuries
him. You had to
at the time.
grab him, and and the ref would just be like, "Play on."
Play on, yeah, exactly. So refs were more like laissez-faire, like they
The
had a
game
more
was
free
the game,
spirit
bro.
to let the game go on,
The
and
game was
all these little
completely different.
tackles,
Yeah,
all these little niggling tackles that can affect the game in the modern game today
you whistle it
is
as a foul.
it wasn't really found. And of course, that will bring us to the topic of the penalties. See, Steve McCullough,
Yeah,
were those penalties soft penalties in light of what we were talking about? Because of course, in hindsight, we were looking, at past players. Of course, Johan Cruyff, in which you've just talked about, but when you look at the gameplay during those times, yeah, even the World Cups during those times, Pele and the rest, Maradona and the rest, these guys were playing with tackles that look like multi kicks
yeah,
fly in front of them.
yeah.
I've seen Eric Cantona multi kick lots of people in this league, man.
Fucking
in
crowd.
this English league, and the referee sometimes don't even give a yellow card.
Yeah,
And see, and then when you look at those penalties in the World Cup just yesterday,
those wouldn't be
so
called in the 50s and 60s. I agree. Yeah,
trust me, man.
yeah, yeah.
So, so what did you think about those penalties that were given? Do you think they were just too soft, or is it that football have matured and have grown to a certain point that we can't really police those kind of
The
weak tackles?
game's changed, man. And you know what? Like and again, one of those penalties was not in our favor. And you know what? You saw my live reaction, Tony. I wasn't pissing and steaming up a
Yeah, yeah.
storm about the fact that it was a penalty, because you know what? In this era of football, if you get beat by a player and
Mm.
there's contact when you're behind someone's back, it's not a good look. It's not a
It's
good
not. It's
look.
not a good
Di
look.
Maria did what
Even
Di
our
Maria
friend
did what
BX
he
Gunner,
did. Yeah.
even our friend BX Gunner was like, "Oh my God, what type of weak penalties are these penalties?" I saw him shout in the chat yesterday,
But at the
about the
same
penalties.
time,
But you can continue.
Dembele does himself no favors. He does himself no favors in terms of,
Mm,
like, that's not how you defend. If you get beat on the back, and as soon as you put your foot, the problem is, bro, the football is
yeah,
behind you. The football is in front of you. The guy's legs is blocking the football.
yeah.
The football is here, the attacker's here dribbling with the ball, and you're right here.
Mm,
So if you don't reach across your leg and perfectly, like only a defender really could, or a CDM, or a ball winning number 8, you're not going to be able to execute that perfectly. And you know what? In my opinion, he tripped him up. Does Di Maria take the piss out of it a bit? Yeah, but you know
mhm.
what? I can't blame the guy.
I can't blame
You're
you.
in a
It's
World Cup.
football. You have to.
You are in a World Cup final. You do anything and everything. And another guy we could talk about, Emi Martinez, did everything and anything he could to get his side, his country, the World Cup title, because you
Hmm.
know what? That's on the line. That's what's on the line. Like you would say, Tony, it's a goddamn trophy
It's a
up for
trophy, bro.
grabs. It's
It's
a
a trophy.
goddamn trophy.
It's a
You
goddamn trophy,
do
man.
anything and everything you possibly can
To win
to
the
get
trophy.
that title. And if the ref says it's fair play, no cheating, no foul, no card, then you gotta just you gotta do what you gotta do. You
You
know,
gotta do what you gotta do. Okay,
it is what it is. So I did think the
we have to
first
talk about in the World Cup before we go into the Premiership and other aligning topics around that. See, Steve McCullough, it's a long day. We have to talk a lot today. Um, Andrew Bell, who's our friend down here, of course, guys. Andrew Bell. We love him. It's part of my operation down here. It's part of my show down here too. He's a journey, but he's also a great guy and my friend too. So Andrew Bell, of course, we love you. I know you'll be popping into the show anytime soon, but of course, he's in the chats to support us. And he says, "Yeah, hey guys, hope to join you later on. You guys smash it though, smash it though." Yeah, and the bell. Yeah, we'll be expecting you. Yeah, and of course the lovely Miss Melina. Miss
Back.
Melina, Miss Melina,
Hello.
and she says, "Hi, BX Guna, BX Guna." The amazing Miss Melina is saying hi to you. Can you imagine? And Miss Melina also says, "Hi, Sebastian and Andrew Bell."
Yeah.
Sebastian, of course, later on, you can join in on the show. But me and Steve McCullough, we have serious business to do here. We have lots of stuff to talk about. Of course, you can join in during half. When it's half an hour within the program or in the program, Steve McCullough will send you the link to the show. And of course, Miss Melina says here. Sorry, oh, Andrew Bell says here. Hi, Melina. Hope you're well. She's well. In Jesus' name, she's well. And
Oh,
BX Gunner 81 says,
check out
Hey,
Andy.
Miss Melina.
Check out Andy's most recent comments.
Yeah, I'll go down
Yeah.
there. And of course, Sebastian says, Steve, we were not supposed to talk. We have to
I
do
know,
it
Sam. I'm busy,
today.
bro. I'm busy. At overnight shift, I gotta sleep a bit. I'll let you know, Sep, though, for sure.
Yeah, and of course
Oh
BX
yeah, watch
Guna.
along.
He says there were a lot of great watch alongs. Yeah, man.
We were elite.
BX Guna. You see, BX Guna. See, Steve, in all our shows, in all our shows, BX Guna was one of the most consistent. Like
There
he was
every
one of the
time.
most consistent guys to pop in on
Yeah,
on this show. BX
absolutely.
Gunner, I'll never forget you, man. You're my
Yeah,
G for
man.
life.
Yeah,
You're an
man.
OG.
Absolutely.
You know I love you, my brother. Thanks for
Absolutely.
always standing out for the show. Coming to the show, supporting me everywhere I go. Even if this guy's in on some other show, it comes down here to show me love
Yeah.
and show us love, Steve. Big ups to you, BX Gunner. I hope when I come to the States, I'm thinking of visiting the States. I'm still scared about it, but I'm thinking of coming to the States to come to see Steve McCullough. And of course, I'm going to New Orleans for the Guna Grass probably by next year, by the grace of God. God willing, I should be in New Orleans. So
Yeah.
I should definitely be seeing Steve McCullough. Of course, if he's okay, we could pop in for the Guna Grass. Okay, you're not a Guna, you're a Jersey, so no problem. But I hope to go to New Orleans if BX Guna, if you freed up. We can, just go down there
We'll
to
make it
the
happen.
Guna Grass,
We'll make it.
in New Orleans down there, man. So to
Yeah.
be nice to catch you up there. And of course, Miss Melina says, yeah, thanks for the World Cup watch alongs. No, we should be telling you thanks, Miss Melina. You did a lot for
Yeah.
us. We love you. And BX Gun 81 says, is that a racing pigeon, Steve, in the background? Steve made it. Steve made the background. So yeah, Steve,
No, no, no,
yeah,
no,
ask
no.
you a question.
No, it's not a racing pigeon, BX gun. I'm assuming he's talking about the magpie. No, 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 no. So hold up. Let me pull up. Newcastle had a logo in the 80s where it
Hmm.
was a circle design and it said NUF. And then it was a little bird under it. So let me pull up the logo and I can just show you. But that's what that's from. It's from an 80s logo. Just like how with the Arsenal logo
Yeah,
just popped out obviously from the main logo.
from the
Uh,
main logo.
but
Exactly.
no, it's not a racing pigeon. It's a magpie.
It's
It's
a
a magpie.
magpie. Exactly. And
And
of
Mags
course,
and Gunner.
Latimus Prime. Uh, this guy's Latimus Prime is a very, very is a tough one, yeah. But Latimus Prime is in the charts and he says, yeah, drinking the England tears.
Absolutely.
You know what? Yeah, England fans. This guy has been a thorn on the flesh, and you know what? Yeah, if Chelsea, what I'm hearing, if they get their transfer dealings correct, Latimus Prime can be a thorn in our flesh. See, I'm talking of both me and you, Steve McCullough. He could come back strong and come to haunt
Good,
us.
maybe, yeah.
But you know what? We'll be ready. We'll be, we'll buckle our belts actually and be ready for Latimus Prime with whatever walks and pumps.
Yeah.
He gets in because I do know that Chelsea will kind of like go into the transfer market, bring in lots of players. Nkunku is already over the line. I'm hearing of Mokoko, a guy called Mokoko or something like
Yusufa
that.
Mukoko, Borussia
Yusufa
Dortmund,
Mokoko from Borussia
18-year-old
Dortmund.
striker.
You
Yeah.
know, I'm hearing of all these players, yeah, that Chelsea are trying to bring in. I wonder how they're going to fit them in. That's a topic for another day. But we'll be ready for Latimer's prime
Yeah.
when when that happens. And of course, Miss Marina says high prime. You know what? Yeah, let's go back down down to our guy here, Steve McCullough. Let's actually
Yeah.
talk football. See, yeah, um, Moani, the French player, Kolomoani,
Rando Colomuani. Yeah. Frankfurt
yes,
striker.
yesterday said that he had to, which could be in the early hours of this morning in some other
Right.
countries anyway. He said that he had to shut down his Instagram and Twitter page because of racist abuse being hauled at him after the match. Uh, bro, what do you have to say, man?
Bro, typical piece.
Is he the one to blame? I know he
Oh,
lost
no,
a
no,
very
no,
very
no,
big
no, no, no.
chance
Absolutely
yesterday
no
to
blame.
level to level things and put France ahead. But do you blame him for anything?
No. No, 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 no. That you can't. No, 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 no. I know you're not saying. I know you're not saying we should blame him for the rate. Nah, bro. That's just typical piece of shit. Dumbass. People hiding behind screens and saying N-word this and fucking.
Yeah,
Bro,
exactly.
go fuck yourself. Randall Colomuani is not the reason that France didn't get the World Cup win. There's no chance you can level that against him. Guy scored his penalty, you
He
forget.
scored his
So that
penalty. Yeah,
person
that's
you're
true.
abusing did do their job in the penalty shootout. And to be honest, the save from Emi Martinez was a very good save. Yeah,
Mm,
Colomani could have done better. We all could do better. It
yeah.
happens, man. It's his first ever World Cup final. It's some of his first ever games for France in a very promising career for this guy. Absolutely massive fan of him.
Bro,
He shouldn't. He shouldn't.
Hurricane's penalty. We've not still found the ball. He shot it out to space. This guy gets no racial abuse.
Well, I'm
He's
sure. I'm
loved.
sure. I'm
People
sure.
still love
Yeah,
him. They
I'm
give him all
sure.
the care
I'm
and love.
sure. But you know
Bro,
what, Tony? You know what, Tony? Unfortunately, part of the world with social media and stuff, there's you take the good with the bad. Yeah, there were people. While people may not have been racially threatening him, there was probably bear men saying, "Oh, I'm gonna go to your house and kill you," or some fucking nonsense. Your family is this, and your daughter or whoever. Like, bro, fuck you if you're doing that.
but of
You
course we have
should
to
not
stand
be.
that out of football.
But
It's
no, no, no. But
crazy, man.
Tony, I agree with. In an ideal world, I would love if people didn't do that stuff. Unfortunately, we live in a very imperfect world, right? Just like with
Hmm.
social media, you take the good with the bad. Sometimes with the world, you see the ugly side of things. But you know
Obviously,
what? I think my approach to this has worked for me. Might not work
yeah,
for other people, other situations. I got picked on as a kid in elementary school for being socially awkward because I had autism. I did. I got picked on for using a computer. Oh, you can't write. What are you, stupid? What are you, retarded? Any of these?
yeah,
I got picked on for having certain friends. Why are you friends with him? You know,
yeah,
you're retarded. You don't have any friends. That's why you're friends with weird, stuff like that. You know what I
yeah.
did,
Stuff
bro?
like
You
that.
know what?
Yeah.
At one point, man, I just learned, to stop taking these people seriously. Because,
Seriously, right? I
because
just move
you
on.
know what? And you know something else I learned, Tony, and this is something that my, a few teachers of mine in my early days taught me. Bullies, they say nasty things to get a reaction out of you. The less you
Yeah.
react, they won't do it. They
The
won't do
one,
it as
yeah,
much.
yeah,
If
exactly.
you just
But
if you ignore
but you
them,
know what? Yeah, our condolences goes out to
of course.
Kolo
Oh
Moani,
no, 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 no.
and
I'm not
all other
saying.
French
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
players who received racial abuse
Yeah.
yesterday.
No, that's
See,
fucked
man,
up. That's horrible.
it's high time that this is stamped out of football. To be
I
very
don't know
sincere with
how
you,
to though,
it's
Tony,
high
because
time.
you know
It's
what?
high time it's stamped out of football. Like I don't just know how they're
I
gonna
don't
go
know how
about it,
either, Tony. I
but
don't know
but
how.
if
I don't think anybody does. I don't think anybody does. And you know why? Nobody knows how to stamp it out because it still happens. If you still have a problem with something, then it's clearly unsolved.
then it's
And
clearly
clearly
unsolved, right?
a lot of people know about this problem, and a lot of people are either unfortunately the targets of these fucking these no life people that be saying these disgusting things. Like I said, man, the way I deal with it, the way I deal with people trying to talk shit about me, just me personally, I either ignore it or I just fight fire with fire. I'll just be like, well, yeah, you're a fucking loser too. You're a loser taking time out of your day to just tell me all these nasty things.
All these
But it
nasty
says a lot
things.
about that person as well. Again, that's worked for me. It might not work for everyone. Some people
Mm,
take that stuff very seriously. Or not seriously, sorry, personally.
yeah,
People
exactly.
could say something nasty about you. I would, but that's the thing. That's the thing. Yeah, how I deal with people, either just making fun of me or trying to be
Yeah, or
nasty.
trying to
It's
be,
how
yeah,
I
exactly.
deal with it. But if somebody's talking nonsense about you or any of my other friends, I do stand up for them. But
Yeah, yeah,
sometimes the best thing you can do when you receive abuse, just ignore them. That's what's worked for me. That's just because if you think about it, Tony, those people are bullies. They're bullying you about your race
yeah, yeah,
or
yeah.
about your family, your kids, death
The
threats,
kids,
whatever,
everything.
whatever
Yeah,
stupid stuff goes on. If you just ignore them and you don't give them a reaction, then maybe it happens less. Or you know what you can
yeah.
also
Well,
do?
Kolomwani
Yeah,
had to close up his account, his Twitter account, his Instagram account, and
and
all
that's
that
awful.
stuff,
It really is. And I'm not
because
saying
of the
that's not
amount
awful.
of
It is.
abuse he was
It is.
getting down there. So our condolences to him,
Yeah.
and we just want it to be stamped out of football because it's making
Yeah.
this beautiful game look very, very ugly, and
Oh yeah, I want it stamped
it
out
shouldn't be,
too.
man. It shouldn't
Absolutely.
be.
I want it stamped out too. But I don't know how. And
You
I'm
don't
not
know
going to
how.
act like I don't
Well,
know
well,
how.
the people who should know how, it's FIFA. They should know how. They should be able to talk with government, right? Because if you can be able to liaise with government, get bribe with government, and get all these things with government, you can be able to talk to government on how to stamp out these things because it's people, it's not aliens doing this thing, it's human beings doing this thing.
Right.
You can be able to still talk to the same
Right.
government, right? And
Right.
and coordinate with them, have coordinated operations with them, know where these messages are churning out from, because if there was a crime to be committed in this space using the internet, you would find them if you're a normal government. So why can't you find these people, get them, and let them face the wrath of the law?
See, and that's and I'm gonna slightly disagree with you there in terms of, for me, the way I see things, right? I
Mm.
see things as those people aren't educated enough. They're not educated enough. Yeah, these people with a racial bias, a nationality bias, of
No,
gender.
but should your ignorance be something? You cannot claim ignorance after the fact before the law. If you
But
break a crime and say you're
but
ignorant of
but
that fact, well, we're sorry you're
to
ignorant
me,
about it, but
to
you
me,
committed the crime.
here's my perspective on this. Yeah, and I understand if you disagree. I
Mm.
wholeheartedly understand. I'm just looking at this from the way I see things. Like I
Yeah.
said, first things first. In the United States, when we're talking about freedom of speech and stuff, there isn't a freedom from consequences, because even with freedom of speech, and I'm talking strictly United States here. In Europe, you have different things, right?
Yeah.
The way you violate freedom of speech in the United States is if you are threatening someone's health and safety. So, for example, if you're threatening to go to somebody's house and blow up their family or whatever stupid thing, you would get arrested, because that's a threat to someone. That could be
Yeah,
to,
that's a
if
threat
you
to
put
life.
that on
Yeah.
Twitter to someone, Don't be surprised if the cops knock on your door. Don't be
But
surprised.
but abuses like that have also been directed at players also.
Right.
Yeah,
But
most players
that,
have gotten such threats too. That they
of
will
course,
come, they will
and
rob their
that
houses,
is
they
the
will do lots
stuff
of stuff.
in the country,
Ryan Sterling's house was robbed. Hope you know that
Yeah,
also.
and that's obviously yeah. I'm not saying. What I'm saying is the racial abuse is nasty. It is. But you know what? In the freedom of speech things, if they say, yeah, I'm gonna go to your house and kill you and blah blah blah, yeah, you will face consequences for that. But that's the thing with freedom of speech that is tricky because yeah, if you're calling someone nasty stuff, if you're saying a woman this and blah blah blah, it's
Yeah.
nasty stuff. But do I think someone should be thrown in jail necessarily for that? No. Do I think someone should, have a word with them and be like, why are you doing this? Maybe education is the way forward with these things. That's just my opinion. I understand. Me and you
Yeah.
have different perspectives, different life experiences
Yeah,
with this stuff.
experiences. Yeah.
And
I
like
get
I
that,
said,
man. I get that, man.
the way I deal with people, being nasty with me, I either ignore it or I just don't take them seriously. That's just
Seriously.
me. That's just
Yeah,
me. Because words
I
are
totally
words at the
understand.
end of the day. If you're threatening someone's life, then there you go.
Then it becomes a crime. But
Or
okay, good and
the
okay.
other, huh?
Yeah, you want to complete. You want to say something. You
Yeah,
want to
and the
finish.
other thing that obviously in the U.S. is something you'd be prosecuted for, even though we have freedom of speech outside of a joke. If a comedian says certain things, you have to put things in context, right? But if you go to an airport and say bomb, yeah, you'll get in a lot of trouble for that
You'll
because
get into a lot of trouble.
you are falsifying people's you're putting people thinking that they're in a horrible situation.
Exactly, and you would also
So
be inciting violence also. But
not it, or
anyway,
not
but
even yeah.
yeah,
Not
but
even in,
that's even a different topic altogether,
sure,
man.
sure, sure,
But
sure. But that's just my perspective on it. Yeah,
in whatever case, we want to stamp racism out of
of
football. And
course, of
with
course.
whatever Kolomwani faced yesterday, on behalf of this channel, we say we're
Yeah,
sorry,
fuck
man.
whoever did that.
Condolences to you and your family. Yeah. So Amy Baba says here, hi Steve and Tony. It was a good World Cup mixed with highs and lows, surprises. No one saw Argentina lifting the World Cup after losing the first game. Exactly, man. After losing that first game. What did you think about Argentina after they lost that first game?
I mean, they.
You didn't think highly of them.
No,
Come
I
on,
didn't.
Steve.
I
You didn't
didn't.
think
But you
highly
know
of
what?
them after that game
Looking back on it, they improved with every single game
with
gone
every
by.
single game,
It
right?
started off horribly, losing to Saudi Arabia, but clearly that was a good thing. It was a good thing in terms of they needed a wake up call somehow, some way, and they got it, and it
And they got it.
benefit. So you
Good,
know,
good and okay.
yeah,
See, yeah, enough of this World Cup. The World Cup is gone, But of course, it's very, very good. We talked about this World Cup, but just before we move out of the World Cup into the Premiership, Steve, which team apart from Argentina really surprised you in this World Cup?
gotta
Which
be.
team
It's
gave you the
got.
chills?
It's gotta be these guys. It's gotta be
Yeah,
Morocco.
yeah, it
It's
has to be
gotta.
Morocco.
It
It
has to
has
be
to be
Morocco.
Morocco. Mm,
My
mm,
word. What they've accomplished is historical for an African nation, which is
yeah.
amazing for
Mm,
the Arab world and whatnot. That's they're history makers, man. No one will ever forget that team. No one in Morocco will ever, regardless of what happens from here on out in their careers, they'll never be forgotten for their for the way they played, the way they
mm,
lost too. Tony, we just want our teams at the end of the day. If you
yeah.
give everything on the football pitch, if you give everything in life and it just doesn't work out, it happens. It
Happens,
happens,
yeah.
man. It happens. Life is not a perfect science. And not
Mm,
every time, not every time things work out, even though, it happens, man. But at least you gave everything. At least there wasn't anything left to be desired. And with Morocco, they couldn't they couldn't help the fact that you know they couldn't help the fact that the only thing Morocco lacked, they couldn't help that they just didn't have a clinical finisher. For example,
But,
like an Olivier Giroud or a
hey,
Matt.
but they had a Nasri. They had a
Yeah,
Nasri there.
yeah,
He
yeah,
plays
yeah.
for
But he just
Sevilla.
wasn't
He
on it
plays
that
for
day.
Sevilla FC.
But he just
He's a big player.
but he
He's
just
been
wasn't
muted
on
to
it.
come into the Premiership at
He just
any time
yeah,
within the time frame. He should be coming to the Premiership. These are big players. They have Hakimi, who's a very very big player. He's
world
playing
class,
the
a
Italian
world
Serie
class
A, won the
fullback,
Scudetto. He's a
world
big
class.
player.
Yeah.
They also have Hakim Ziyech. Of course, he doesn't have much fun for Chelsea Football Club, but of course,
Clearly,
raised
there's a good
antecedents
player
in
there.
Ajax of Amsterdam, and of
Clearly,
course,
a good player. Yeah.
you know what he brings to the fray when he plays for Morocco. Morocco isn't for me. It's not really this big surprise because they have they have lots of players who could actually pull pull one or two stunts out there for them. Come on, man. Hakimi plays
Yeah.
at a very very high level, for a club side.
Amrabat,
Hakim
a
Ziyech
decent
is still
level at
respected in St.
Fiorentina.
Potters.
Decent player, Amrabat.
Decent player, Amrabat. Come on,
Onahi
bro.
at Angers.
On
Sofian
he,
Buffon.
bro. This
Buffal's
guy
always
is
been talented.
bro.
You know,
Let's don't no. Let's don't look at that Moroccan team as a team uh that's kind of like
they're not a
less of a
terrible.
big team. It's not like a terrible giant
No,
killer
not at
team
all.
that's like
Andy,
Burnley, right?
here's what I'll say about Morocco. Andy Bell said it best. I'm gonna give him credit. He said they're a star team, not necessarily a team full of stars. As a
Mm,
team, when those guys got together and played football for Morocco under
mm,
Wali Regragui, their manager, who just got appointed, they were brilliant. They were absolutely brilliant. Played to their strengths, left every single thing they possibly had, played through injuries, played through fatigue, and just rode the adrenaline until the goddamn end. Again, it was just it was France were just they took their chances, but Morocco were very good in that game. They performed admirably. That's how
yeah,
you
they
lose
perform
the
very
football
admirably.
match.
Yeah, exactly,
If
exactly.
if Newcastle or Arsenal lose a football match to a superior opponent in terms of starting 11 wise,
Mm.
if we lose to Man City, but we played like that, Tony, both of our clubs, we'll be disappointed, of course. But at least,
Yeah.
and in the
Yeah,
moment, you'll be like, God damn, that was
yeah,
disappointing.
but
But
again,
when you look back
what I
on
was
it,
just alluding to, Steve,
that's how you
is
lose a
that
game.
that Moroccan team is it it's not a team without stars. It's a
Oh, of
team
course,
with people who could play. It's not
of
like
course,
it's a typical team that's just like Burnley. The way we look at Burnley, we look at them like giant killers in England.
yeah.
We look at them as a team that don't have necessarily have star players, but they could just come up to your home and beat you up. So it's not like Morocco.
I'm not saying they're devoid of stars.
Is
I'm just
like
saying,
is in
I'm
that
saying,
bracket.
I'm
These guys
saying they
have
don't.
killers, man.
I'm saying they don't have a World 11, right? They don't have a World 11. Not every single one of those players in that team.
But not necessarily all teams in the World Cup have that. What are you
Exactly.
saying?
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's all
yeah.
I'm saying about
So
Morocco. But for me, that's that to me that is that's that to answer your question. Yeah, the team that surprised me the most
yeah, it's
has to
Morocco.
be Morocco. I didn't see it
Yeah,
coming. I didn't see it coming.
yeah. I
But you
didn't
know
see it
what?
coming. Yeah, that's a bigger picture.
From now on, I know what to expect out of Morocco when I watch whoever they play in the next game. I know what
Exactly,
to
and the
expect.
thing there is that Hakimi is still young. Ziyech still has time to play the game, and of
Mizraoui,
course Nasri still has time to play the game. Onahi, very very good on the ball.
21
You
years
can see
old at
how he plays.
Angers. Yeah.
21, he's young, he's strong, he can play, he can run. He can do everything, everything. He's that good. Amrabat,
Amala,
explosive
the
player,
other center midfielder, just unbelievable. Bro,
unbelievable man.
they,
They
they,
got
they,
killers in that team.
they, they were incredible. They really
They were
were. They
incredible.
they
Yeah, yeah,
capitalized on their essentially their home advantage in pretty much every single game, and
yeah.
they performed admirably for their fans. So yeah, I don't know what
Great.
else to say about this Moroccan team, man.
Great, great.
Nothing but love.
You know what? Yeah, you know
Yeah.
what? Yeah. Of course, this show it's Gunners and Mags, of course, Arsenal, and Newcastle. So we're moving into our next topic. Goodbye World Cup. We enjoyed the good times. Enjoyed the watch-alongs with our fans down here who came to join us. Miss Melina, BX Gunner, Amy Baba. You know all these guys, Andrew Bell, all these people you know that came to join us, everyone in the charts right now. Tomisi Osabia, we're not forgetting Tomisi Osabia, who joined
Sure.
us in most of the shows. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
at most times he was quite busy, but he would still come join us whenever he liked. You know, things
yeah,
like that. I really respect people like that. You know, so
yeah.
big ups to everyone who joined us during the watch alongs to come help me, Steve, and Miss Melina and Andrew Bell. You know, big ups to you guys and God bless you. And Ron Maguire too, who joined us sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, big ups to all you guys. See, yeah, Steve, Arsenal, Newcastle. Yo, 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 we're back.
It's
We're
back.
back with the
I'm
hostilities,
back
yeah?
earlier than you. You still gotta wait a week.
Exactly,
We're back
man.
tomorrow, man. We're back tomorrow.
Exactly. See, yeah, take us through that game for tomorrow, man.
Yeah,
What's
we
gonna
got
happen, man?
it's
Take us through that, man.
Carabao Cup round of 16 against a Bournemouth side who I've watched a lot of for
Mm.
whatever reason. I just
Would you say would you say it's a resurgent Bournemouth side?
I would say in some aspects, look at how they bounced back from
Hmm.
the complete
From that
annihilation at Anfield,
drubbing from
9-0.
Liverpool.
The fact that that team is not dead and buried at the bottom of the Premier League, nobody would
Jesus
be
Christ.
surprised if that was the case. But again, we talk about mentality, a team full of a star team in some aspects in terms of
Mm-hmm.
performing really well, not a team full
Mm.
of stars. That
Mm.
Bournemouth team's got some good players, man. I really like Kiefer Moore. Again, he's
Mm.
not like an amazing player, but you know what? That guy is very effective aerially. You've got Philip Billing, really,
Mm.
really underrated goal scoring midfielder, defensively great, positioning, everything. He's a complete player at his level. I really like him. I really like um I really like guys like Marcus Tavernier off the right. You know,
Yeah.
very talented player. Jaden Anthony, 22-year-old English. He's subbed on for Bournemouth and made an impact quick. You know, nice dribbler. You've got
Yeah.
guys. You got a decent team. The goalkeeper. They've got a fucking former Barcelona keeper, by the way, playing for them. So, and they actually just got taken over by Michael B. Jordan
Yeah.
and all. You know, I forget who else took them over, but they just recently had a takeover. So things are on the up for Bournemouth, and obviously Eddie Howe used to manage Bournemouth, so he's he is still very emotional about when talking about Bournemouth and the journey
Yeah.
he went on with them, and you know that in itself an incredible story. So for me, man, that game tomorrow is it's at home, luckily, so I feel pretty good about it. But Bournemouth did play us extremely. They were so gritty, so gritty in the
But
nil-nil game.
mind you, Bournemouth beat Everton, a dogged Everton side by 4 goals to 1.
Oh no, it was in the same week. It was a 3-0 win in the Carabao Cup, and then
Exactly.
it was on a Tuesday away to Everton away to Bournemouth. It was a 4-1 or 3-0. And then the weekend they played in the Premier League. It was another
Yeah. Bournemouth beat them 4-1 in the last EFL Cup because
yeah.
they beat Everton 4 goals to 1 unreplied. You know,
They're
three
they're
goals
well,
actually.
they're
So that's big. So in this tournament, they're kind of like they have that kind of like
nice
a
momentum
giant
going.
killer. Yeah, momentum, a giant killer, you know, mentality going on for them. So
I watched some of their recent games, by the way, have been extraordinary. The 3-2 Spurs win. They had
mm,
Spurs, you know, 2-0. They're 2-0 up on Spurs. It was just a
mm,
great game. And honestly, the goals that Spurs scored in that game, the scruffiest of scruffy goals.
It was scrappy
They,
goals,
they,
some very
they,
scrappy
they,
goals, some very
it was
horrendous
that was
defending going on
unfortunate.
down there.
The 4-3
Mm.
loss away to Leeds as well, just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So Bournemouth for me, I don't know what to expect out of these guys. All I can expect is a tough game. They can go end to end and trade goals off. They can go and put up a 0-0 like they did earlier in the
Mm.
year at St. James's Park when
At St James's Park, right?
so this
Hmm.
team it's a decent team. You know, they sit 14th in the Premier League,
Yeah,
16 points above Leeds, West Ham, Everton, Nottingham Forest, Southampton, Wolves at the very bottom. So, you know, they're off to a pretty good team, a decent start. You would have thought everyone
yeah.
picked them to get relegated at the beginning of the season,
At the
but
beginning of the
I
season.
knew that these guys would have I still think they'll
But
stay up.
Steve, regardless, Bournemouth is a very, very poor team. You know,
It's
it's a
not a
very, very
poor
poor
team.
team.
It's not
Yeah,
a poor team.
it's
Not a
if
poor
you
team in my opinion.
consider, see, man,
Yes, equality.
if you consider their position in the Premiership, consider the type of beatings they've been through this season. You know, they've gone to lots of places. They've been beating black and blue in lots of places. They've
But
had,
they've also
I think they've had lots of games lost. In their last five matches. See, man, they've lost their last 5 to 6 matches. That's not
no, they're
inspiring
off
for.
2 straight wins. It was the two
No,
Everton
no,
games.
no, no, no. That's EFL and
No,
Everton. That's EFL and the Premiership. But I'm talking of the last games
right,
from before the EFL Cup with Everton in the first match with
right.
Everton. They've lost their last 5 to 6 matches. I
Oh
can
yeah,
tell you.
they've had some losses, but at the same time,
That's
bro,
what I'm saying. And they're
at the
sitting
same time,
deep
they
at
drew.
the bottom of the Premiership.
They drew. Huh? They what? Sorry.
What
What
are
were you
they in the
saying?
Premiership? Where
They're
are they in the
16th.
Premiership?
16th. I said they're
That's what I'm
above.
saying. Yeah,
They're
but they're
above
still
Leeds.
but again, it's still in the bottom of the table, man.
I mean, yeah. I mean, but Tony, again, it's Bournemouth, right? Like,
Again,
let.
but that's what I'm saying. It doesn't inspire fear. So tomorrow they're
I'm
gonna
not
meet
so
their
sure.
Waterloo again. In the hands of Newcastle. That's what I'm saying. I, I don't think they can. I don't think they can conjure up any type of resistance against Newcastle.
How did
It's a
they
very
do it
easy
against
game.
us earlier in the year? Then how
Uh,
did they
I,
draw with us at St.
well, I,
James's
well,
Park, mind you?
well, again, but anyway, see, Newcastle didn't just start all of a sudden. They had to play lots of games, to get to coordinate, know the
Yeah,
players more,
yeah,
get to
yeah, yeah.
play together, and that's why they're giving us these performances they've
Sure.
been giving us at least
We can't
in
win
the last
every
ten
game. We
matches.
can't win
Yeah,
every game.
exactly. And
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can't win every game in the Premiership. That's why it's called the Premiership. It's the toughest and the hardest league
yeah.
in the world. So come on, you're not coming to play bombs. You're coming to play players that have given enough, for their teams. And there's a reason why they're in the first 11 and pulling up the shirts
Right.
of their respective teams.
Right.
So you don't expect them to be total bombs, But trust me, man.
I mean, we are favorites. I'm not
But,
saying.
but
I'm not saying.
Bournemouth might be, Bournemouth might be bombs come tomorrow.
They might be. They might be. Hopefully, that is the case, and we win.
Hopefully, okay, good.
Yeah, hopefully. But again, I'm just giving my respect out to Bournemouth. That you know what, they're coming
Hmm.
off a 4-1 win, or a 3-0 win against Everton. They cooked them. I watched that game too. They cooked them. Absolutely cooked them. Defensively, very solid in that 4-4-2 formation under Gary O'Neill. Solanke has also improved as well. I think a lot of people are kind of sleeping on that. He's actually a decent dribbler. Can start the attack on the counter and whatnot. He is slowly improving. So, and Jefferson Lerma, decent CDM. I think he's better than a player. Honestly, you're speaking about Arsenal. Jefferson Lerma would be an upgrade on a Sambi Lokonga. You'd want to have a Jefferson Lerma in your squad potentially. I think he's a decent player. Same thing with Philip Billing. Tavernier.
I need see, man. I'm gunning for Savic, Milinkovic Savic. That's what I want to see
He
in
ain't
my team.
leaving
I don't
Lazio.
need
I'm
all this
telling you. I'm telling you.
Jeffers,
I'm telling you.
all these guys. I don't
I'm
need all these
telling you.
names.
I'm telling you.
Just get me Modric. Get me a Milinkovic Savic.
Modric,
You know, Modric,
Luca,
Mikalo
Luca.
Modric, Mikalo
Oh,
Modric.
Mudryk.
Not
Yeah,
the one from Real Madrid. He's already old. He can't give us anything.
right.
Although he's still a good player, can still
Oh,
conjure up
phenomenal.
stuff,
No, Mikhailo
but
Mudryk would
not
be a
that
great
intensity
option for
again.
you.
Doesn't have that intensity.
No, but about yeah. To quickly wrap up about Bournemouth. Yeah, with
Mm.
Newcastle, I just hope we continue the momentum that we've had. Right. So, but it is going. I think it is going to be a tough game. Having said that,
A tough game
I think
against
so.
Bournemouth.
Yes, Tony. What did I just say to you a few minutes ago, bro?
Come
They
on, man.
drew with us.
It's Steven
They
and
drew with
Beckham
us. They drew with
in the
us.
central defensive mechanism of Bournemouth. Come on,
They
man.
drew with us 1-1. They drew with us 1-1.
Yeah,
So
but it well, okay.
we beat Chelsea. Yes. We smashed up Southampton. Yeah. Newcastle, against
Bro, these
Villa
guys got
4-0.
pummeled by Liverpool 9 goals to nil. I don't
That
think
was
they pose any
that was
significant
far
threat.
back though. That was far
I
back.
know, but it doesn't mean that they've not been losing. They've
Yeah.
been losing.
I'm not saying
They've
they
been on
haven't.
a losing streak
But
also.
here's what I'm saying about Bournemouth. Yeah. They're a team with a tiny budget. It's not a big club. They are overachieving in terms of being in the Premier League.
Mm.
What they're doing all right. The goal of Bournemouth this year is to stay up and to become one of the consistent names in the Premier League, grow the revenue and whatnot, and just see what happens. And they're doing a decent job of that. That's all I'm saying about Bournemouth. I'm not saying they're a top 10 side. I'm not saying that they're favorites to finish top
Yeah,
10.
no, yeah, no. Of course, if you
I'm
look at the
saying
people
they're a
that,
decent.
if you look at the striker that's
I
going to be
respect. I
handling
have
their
more.
number 9 position, Steve McCullough, it's Lowe. Lowe, Stanilas, Christie, Anthony, Ratwell in the midfield, Pearson in the midfield. They play
Pepsi
a
Lama.
4-2. I think they play a
4-4-2.
4-2. They play a
4-4-2.
4-2-3-1 formation. Technically, that's
Yeah,
how they
four.
that's
Yeah,
how they
or a
roll.
4-4-2 defensive. Yeah. No,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
technically,
But
that's how they roll. And
and
Lowe is the one
also
leading the lines for them.
and also keep in mind, yeah, a lot
Mm.
of our players haven't played a competitive match. We've had Newcastle have had two friendlies. I'm not sure about Bournemouth side of things. I'm sure they've had a
Mm.
friendly or two, but these guys will have possibly a bit of rust. Something can happen. I'm just saying we gotta be careful against Bournemouth. We're
But you know that
excellent
should
at
be an
home.
easy game for you guys, right? If you go with your full hammy, right?
Yes, if we
If
play
you
to
go
our
with your
full
full
potential,
Centurions,
if we play to
bro,
our full potential, it should be a 4-0. I agree with that. But
of course,
how often,
with your
how
full
often,
Centurions and soldiers,
how
they will
often does
crush you.
football play out like that, though? How often does it happen? That's what, bro. That's what makes the game so intriguing.
So
That's what makes it
intriguing,
so
right? Yeah,
intriguing.
that's true.
Who would
And
have
again,
thought France?
we're Eddie
Who would have
Howe.
thought France scored 2 goals in 2 minutes?
But
Argentina
again,
had that game.
do you think Eddie Howe would want to risk his army for this EFL Cup? Do you think he'll
Yeah,
want to rest the players for his for the Premiership game coming? Because see, yeah, this is where it gets dicey. This is where it gets dicey
yeah.
because Newcastle are not in any big competition apart from this FA Cups and this,
Carabao Cup.
yeah,
Yeah,
Carabao, of course, that they're in right
right.
now. See, if Eddie Howe starts resting players because he knows he has to achieve that top 4 because he thinks he's in and about the space, is in and about the area to get top 4 this
Right.
season. He won't want to joke about with that position that he is in right now. So he would want to, like just create a little bit of balance. Mostly with the use of his players, his star players. He would like to keep someone, on the bench, start some, in the second half from the bench. So he has to manage and he has to have a very very good game management plan at this
Of
time.
course.
If he
Of course.
goes all out and all in with all his soldiers, with all his centurions, he might suffer it in the Premiership.
Yeah, but at the same time, Tony, there are like for example, ASM is not fit for us. He won't be playing tomorrow. He's got a bit of an injury going. So you're right. We can't go full strength in this game. But
You can go full.
at the same time, Tony, here's a significant like I said at the start of the video.
Mm,
Look at who's left in this competition. As a Newcastle fan, all Newcastle fans, we are absolutely desperate for a trophy that could kickstart something incredible. For me,
mm,
the cup games are just as important, if not maybe even more important for me personally.
yeah.
Because I want to see a trophy. I absolutely want to see a trophy.
True. So you'll give everything for that EFL Cup, right?
Absolutely, I think we should. Absolutely, because also we have to come back from this World Cup break, and
Mm.
we need to keep that momentum going.
That momentum going. Yeah,
If we have
exactly.
a weakened team and we slip up, you don't want to get into a habit of not picking up results. So you always want to start fresh and new and start off with the
Mm.
win. So and
Exactly.
again, Tony,
Exactly.
here are the teams left in the Carabao Cup: MK Dons, Leicester
Yeah,
City,
MK Dons. Yeah.
Southampton, Lincoln
Wolves.
City, Wolves, Gillingham, Blackburn Rovers, Charlton Athletic,
Mm.
Brighton, Manchester United,
Mm.
Burnley,
Hmm.
Man City, and Liverpool.
Yeah.
I didn't say Tottenham, Arsenal, Liverpool, Man City, Man United, all these strong. You could make it. We're third favorites to win this competition. We're a
Mm.
better team than Wolves, Leicester City, Bournemouth,
Technically. Mm.
Nottingham Forest.
Hmm.
Brighton are looking pretty good under De Zerbi, but I still
But
think we are a
but
bit stronger.
Man City still occupy that space as the as a favorite to win this trophy.
Yeah,
Like
Man
I've
City are
told you many
favorites. I'm
times,
saying.
Pep,
I'm just saying.
Pep Guardiola has a fetish for this particular trophy. I don't know. I think he
But if
uses
we
it
get
as
Man
a
City at home, I have no fear. I have no fear.
yeah.
We drew with
I
them.
really believe you can run at them. You can have a good
We
run
drew.
at them.
We drew 3-3 with them. If that was a
Mhm.
cup game, it would go to added time. Actually, sorry, I think it would go straight to penalties.
Straight to
Anything can
penalties,
happen.
actually.
Anything can
Yeah,
happen
anything
in
can
a
happen.
penalty shootout.
Boxside
So
Shaku, thanks for joining us. He says, big up Tony, Steve, and the chat room. Big ups to you, Boxside Shaku, my guy. He came here during the, watch alongs. Big ups to you, Boxside Shaku. Merry Christmas coming, man. Compliments of the season, my brother. He's
yeah,
also Nigerian too, so big up to you, Boxside Shaku.
yeah.
He says, greetings, my sister Mel. Oh,
So
they all love Melina. He says, hi, hi, brother. Hope you're well, Boxside Shaku.
yeah.
And he says Mbappe is the next big thing in world
He's
football.
already is. He already
He
is. But
already
yeah,
is.
yeah,
He's
exactly.
already is. He already is. He says, I'm very well, my sister Melina. You know what? Yeah, let's go into Arsenal. Yeah.
Yeah, of
So,
course. Runners and Mags.
okay, you know what? Yeah.
Yeah.
Which players have you been hearing that are being linked to Arsenal that causes worry for you? That you think, oh, if Arsenal get these guys, they actually have a legitimate chance of winning the title.
Well, I already do think you guys have a legitimate chance at the title, but not with Eddie and Ketia. I'm sure you guys, if you guys have any brains about you, you'll get a striker in January that can do the job for that. You guys have been linked with Mateus Cunha from Atletico Madrid. You've
On loan today. Actually, today the
yeah,
news. See, yeah, guys in the chat or wherever you guys are going to be listening to us. Me and Miss Melina, from the first week of January, we'll be looking into the transfer window, Arsenal transfer window. It will be starting in our channel. She'll be coming down to my channel 1 week in my channel. 1 week in hers, we'll be doing it that way alternately. We'll be talking about transfers, but you know what? Today in the news today, Steve McCalla, Arsenal have been negotiating deep with Shakhtar Donetsk for Mikhailo Modric. And
Madrid. Yeah.
yeah, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Arsenal needs to close that deal. Have you seen that player play? Have you seen him play?
Yes. Yeah. I'm a Shakhtar fan. I watch.
Oh,
I watch.
okay, good.
Yeah. I have a kit and everything.
Okay. Oh, you have a Shakhtar kit? Where is it?
Yeah. Let me show. Hold on.
Let me
Um,
see. I need to see that Shakhtar kit, man.
yeah. Bro, they've got beautiful shirts. The black and orange. Oh man. Oh man. All right, here we go.
Guys, Steve McCullough is a collector of all these shirts, man. He collects all of them.
There you are. No,
Mm,
so I've watched all 6 of Shakhtar's Champions League games, which he was
okay.
tremendous in. I'd say 5 out of 6 of those
In
against
almost all of them, man. He's
against
that
Real
good.
Madrid. He was a consistent threat.
He's
Against
that good.
Celtic, he
He's just
scored
21 and
against Celtic
he's a
against
killer.
Celtic at Celtic Park. Scored an
Mm.
absolutely beautiful goal. It was outside of the box. I think it was top left corner. He's a sensational player, bro.
Very sensational.
He's
It's
got
very
some
important
potential.
Arsenal
Yeah.
closes this deal and bring in this guy. See, yeah, from legitimate sources, I heard that you guys, Newcastle,
Could be in for
actually
him. Yeah.
actually inquired for for Modric behind our backs. Not behind our backs, of course. Of
It's
course, it's an
fair
open
play.
market,
It's fair
right? It's
play.
fair
Anyone
play,
who
right?
wants him can inquire. Yeah.
Anyone who wants it can inquire, right? So, but
Yeah.
you know what? Arsenal have been haggling over the price of this guy. They've not opened discussions with this guy a long time ago, since when they were linked to
And he
him.
wants to join you guys. It looks like
And
he's been
he
kind of flirting
literally
with
has
you.
come out in interviews.
Yeah.
Seriously,
Zinchenko. Yeah.
Mikalo has come out in interviews and professed his love for Arsenal.
Yeah.
Like, what else? Like, what other green
I know.
lights do you need as a board,
It's like
as a
it's
team,
like when
an organization?
it's like when you were back when you were a teenager or whatever, and you had a crush on a girl and she had a crush on you too. It's like,
Mhm.
make it happen, bro. You're both giving each other
Make it
hints. You're
happen.
flirting.
Make it
Get
happen.
get the business done. Get it over the line, man. That's what
Make it
Arsenal got to
happen.
do. And you know what? That if you guys sign a player at
Mm,
January 1st,
mm.
then that will show some statement of intent. If you guys don't make a signing till January 20th, well,
Yeah.
maybe your ambition ain't correct. If you make it, if you like I just talked about Newcastle, I want to win the first game. You start strong. Show your intentions from the start.
From the start, right?
And the fans need to demand that, and I'm sure you guys have been doing well, but like you said, Tony, some of your fans just want top 4. But it's like, no.
No, we won the league. I want the
Yeah.
goddamn league.
It's been 20 years since
DWTT will join
Arsenal
us
won
in
a
the chat.
title.
Big ups to you, DWTT. I met your friend Matt. We had a show yesterday. Me, him, Matt, Steve McCullough. We were at Jez's channel on Jez's channel yesterday. Great show Jez Collins had yesterday. We were
Yeah,
with him
absolutely.
yesterday on the show, and
Yeah.
our friend Matt, DWTT, your friend Matt will be coming to the show on Wednesday. I have a special guest coming to the show,
Southern
guys.
Gooner.
On Wednesday, it's Southern Gooner, guys. The American, he's coming to the show on Wednesday.
Yeah.
He'll be chopping it up with me. I don't know who's gonna come with me on that day, but I might still make it just me and
Send me
him.
the link and I'll join.
He's a very interesting guy, man. And he
Absolutely.
talks. He talks quite well. So
Another American who knows football in and out.
exactly, he knows football. He knows Arsenal. He loves Arsenal. This
Yeah.
guy really wants Arsenal to win.
Yeah.
See,
He's got some of your fans could learn a thing or two from him, from an American.
It's true. And there's no
Very
shame
true.
in saying that, yeah. See, when I see Arsenal fans, yeah, and when I interact with one or two of them, and I ask you, what's your expectations of Arsenal? And you tell me top 4, automatically, that's how I look at you. Automatically, that's how I look at you.
Huh?
Because I want Arsenal to win the goddamn trophy title this season.
And it's
Not
realistic.
next season.
It
Not
is
next
realistic.
season. This
It is
season,
realistic.
Arsenal should win the title. So if you're telling me top 4, I'll just look at you and I'll be like,
Why are you an Arsenal fan?
Why are you a
Why,
fan in the
why
first
are you
place?
why are you a fan of this your club in particular?
Bro, why are you
Second
a
or
fan?
easily top 3 biggest clubs in Britain.
But you know what? Yeah. See, this is we're talking football, but this is one of the problems that Arsene Wenger left before
It's
left at
true.
Arsenal before he
A
went
top
off from the
4
club.
infatuation.
It was the big plague it brought to the Premiership. Not even just for Arsenal,
Yes,
but
yes,
it
it's
brought
true.
it's
It's
like a
true.
plague, and it spread abroad everywhere in the Premiership. Everywhere is jostling for top four. Everyone, and the excitement of fighting for the trophy has been watered down, and it was
Yes.
Arsene Wenger that somehow just started this top four stuff,
Bro,
that narrative. He
it's an
echoed it
unhealthy, unambitious infatuation with
in a way.
mediocrity.
I'm not knocking at
Mediocrity.
Arsene Wenger, legendary coach, amazing. We picked him up at the start of
He won a hell of
of
a
the
lot
show,
of FA
right?
Cups too, so he did prioritize winning trophies. But yeah, you're right, bro.
Yeah, man.
You're absolutely
Because
right.
yeah, he kept on
Wenger,
driving this top four narrative,
yeah,
and throwing it in the ears of this of the Premiership. Of course, boards were listening to all this stuff, and most boards changed their direction to say, hey, you know what? You don't have to win the trophy for us. Just get us top four. We're okay. Because a club like Arsenal are not looking on winning titles. They just want top four. So we need to change that mentality. We need to
because you're
come back and
Arsenal.
bounce back.
Because you're Arsenal, you need to
It's simple.
change
We're a
that.
big club. We're a big club. We're the third biggest,
You're a big club, and
in
not
England.
only that, because no big club has the right to win the title. You've
Mhm.
also backed it up in terms of what we've seen so far from you this season in the Premier League. 1 loss and a hell of a lot of wins. So, I mean, it's not like you guys have shown that you're nowhere near the title. It's not like you're 8th place, 20 points adrift, and people are demanding for the title. You are in the driving seat, and
We are in the driving seat, my
a
brother.
decent a decent cushion.
Of
Yeah,
course,
but and you want to extend that
you know,
cushion. You want to
and
make
of
it
course the club
when you
side
sit on
that
the couch.
Latimus,
When
of
you sit
course the
on the
club
couch,
side. I
yeah,
know that Latimus is in the chat, and of course the clubs that Latimus have given the title at the start of the season to Man City were leading them by 5 points.
yeah.
That's a
That
healthy
shows.
gap for
That
me.
shows.
It's a healthy one.
That shows that clearly you can go 14. I think we played 14 or 15 games, 1 loss, and a hell of a lot of wins. So why
It's a
can't you
big
do
one.
that again? But at the same time, Jesus is injured, so address it. Address it.
We
Get
need to.
rid
We
of.
need
You know
to.
what, Tony? I'm telling you right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
If you throw
Mhm.
Eintracht Frankfurt 55 million euros or something, pounds, whatever
Mm.
you want. If you throw that at Rondo Colomuani, that's a step in the right direction. Because not
I
only
think
has the
so too.
guy had a decent World Cup, this guy has been on the rise at starting at FC Nantes about 2 years ago.
See, but
Won a Coupe de France with Nantes.
Steve, I'm very careful when it comes to these World Cup players.
No, but it's not. But Tony, I'm explaining to you why it's not just the World Cup. It's not just the World
I
Cup.
know. He's
That
been
I rate
building a
this guy.
profile in Germany,
That
but
I rate this. I've been rating and raving about this guy for about 2 years now because I've seen
hmm,
him improve and step up. Given his chance in the first team with Nantes, and then winning.
see, Steve, see,
Hold on, hold
Steve,
on, hold on.
Steve,
Whoa.
Steve,
1 sec.
Steve,
Let me
Steve,
just
wait.
finish. Can I just finish
Steve,
real quick?
I need a proven guy to come and replace Gabriel Jesus.
I
I
know,
need
but you
someone.
also
I need a proven guy. I need a
yeah,
guy who
but
knows
you
his
also
onions. I don't want someone who will come and start acclimatizing. He's good. Don't get me wrong.
you
Color
would
is
like
good.
that
I like
signing.
it.
You would
But
like
I
that
want a signing
signing,
who will
right?
come in and start hitting the ground running. I don't want someone who
Right,
would
right.
start integrating into the English game. I don't want that. I want
I
someone who will
think
come and
Rondo
just start banging in
Colomuani
goals.
would. I think Rondo. Here's what I'll say about Rondo Colomuani. Look at the
Mm,
way he plays, the stature of him, the traits he
mm,
brings to you, with how fast he plays the game. Because remember, for France yesterday and for
mhm.
Frankfurt, he's done well in the Champions League and in a very, very fast pacey Bundesliga in the league in
Bro,
terms of
we've seen
he's not
speed
a
stars come to
sure,
England
sure.
and they're brain dead.
But
We've seen Ziyech, who's a speed star, who
Colomwani's not a
comes in
one.
from Ajax of Amsterdam, had a good Champions League, came into Chelsea, and is brain
Right.
dead. In fact,
Here's
he's a
what
flop.
here's what I like about Colomwani that would fit you guys. You're looking for a striker. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. This is just
No, I'm
my.
looking. I'm not just
No,
looking for a
hold on, hold
striker.
on.
I'm looking for a prolific striker, someone who can
Yes,
score,
yes.
someone who's
So
deadly, a killer.
right, but also, Tony. Let me know if I'm
Hmm.
wrong on this. Right, you're also looking for a striker that would fit Arteta's system in terms of what he wants his center forward to do: work off the ball, link up
Yeah,
play. Because
link up
Jesus
play,
has
run the
5 or 6.
channels.
Right, run the channels. Colomwani will do that for you. I've seen that plenty with Nantes. Seen that plenty with Frankfurt. I've seen that plenty with France. The guy for me, and he's talented too. He's very talented. He would do work. He would
Not with
do
teams
work.
like Southampton, though. Not with teams like Liverpool, though. See, there's a
He would
difference
do.
when
He
see.
would do the off the ball work that Jesus does, in my opinion. Not as
But
brilliantly as he does,
but
but
again,
he
but
does
again,
offer
but
that.
again,
Does he
that's in the
not?
Premiership.
Does he not?
That's in the
Does
Premiership.
Colomwani? Is Colomwani a passenger when he plays?
No, he's
No,
not. But I'm just saying
exactly.
that he might need time to integrate into
Of
the
course,
Premiership.
but Tony, any signing will need some time. We're talking Mudryk,
But
yeah.
come
We're
on,
both.
man. But Haaland didn't need time. Haaland didn't need time. He just came in and started banking in
There
goals.
you go.
So
Well, that
that's the
see,
difference. And when you're going for a title, when you're chasing the title, you need killers in front of you.
yeah.
And mind you, Man City have these killers in front. They have them.
So when
So
we're talking,
if you're
okay,
a big
okay,
club, you need to have killers. You need
yes,
to have
of
them, right?
course, of course, of course.
Yeah, good. And
So
Man City have two killers in front of goal. Alvarez is coming fresh from fresh winner from the World Cup, a Centurion with the Argentine
right.
team right now, winning that goddamn World Cup. Coming and playing with Erling Haaland, the confidence that will be, oh my God, in that team, Steve, we're in trouble. So that's why I'm saying that I need a striker who would come in there and
Yeah.
just hit the ground running.
But the thing is, Tony, that is of course, that's like we talked earlier about the ideal world, right? In an ideal
Mm,
world, you know, everyone hits the ground running. And that is what you want, but at the same time, there is a bit of an adjustment. You're gonna have any player that comes into Arsenal, unless it's a youth team player who knows about, who's passed on the ideology of how Arteta wants to play. Your
mm.
women, like for example, your women's team plays a lot like Arsenal does. I'm
In
I'm,
a
I'm
way.
sure I'm sure your youth team plays pretty similar in a way, possibly, to how the first team manager wants to play. Yeah.
Mm.
So the thing is, if you're not already in the club learning that style of play, then you're gonna have. If you come from the outside, Mudryk, for
Mm,
example,
mm.
he would have to take some time to integrate, in my opinion. I've seen a lot of the guy, both domestically in Ukraine and in the Champions League. He is an unbelievably talented player. But for me, Tony, it's like if people want. All right, here's what I want you to answer. Why is my suggestion of Kolo Muani not a great suggestion? Maybe, but
No, it's
Mudryk,
good. No, it's a good shout. No, there's a
yeah.
difference. It's a good shout, but that's if you have the time and luxury. But
Does Mudryk have the time and luxury to adapt to the Premier League coming from Ukraine?
no, he's that kind of a player that will come in and
But
do
you don't
something.
know. But you don't know. Nicola
No, no,
Pepe.
be,
Nicola
no,
Pepe
because
was,
he's played in the
what I mean?
Champions. No, see, he's played in the Champions
Kolo
League. Even
Muani
you
has
come
as
from.
well.
I know, but wait, let's take it step by step, Steve.
Yeah.
You here on this show today, not yesterday, today. You talked about Modric. You said you've watched Shakhtar Donetsk play.
Yeah.
You've watched the 6 matches in Champions League.
And a
You
few in
hyped him up. You
Ukraine.
said you love this guy. You said he plays very
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
I heard what you said
But
about
he
him.
would need time to adapt. He would. I think. He's
No,
got the skills to do that quicker than most. And I think
most.
Kolo Muani does as well. Same with Tammy Abraham, which Latimus Prime just talked about.
But
Tammy
you know
Abraham
what? You know
knows.
what? Yeah, he's played in the Champions League. He's played with
Yeah,
big time players. He knows what it means to play
right.
in hard grit football. He knows that.
Colomwani
He
does too.
understands that.
Tammy Abraham does too. He's a European. He's won 2 European titles.
No, remove Tammy Abraham. I know Latimus wants us to get that guy. I don't know why Latimus
Is
liked him
that
too
is
much
that
like
better
that.
than Nketiah? Is that better than Nketiah? Regardless of what you think of him,
No,
I know
but
I'm
what
never
is the
going to
need?
convince you.
But again, what is the need of bringing a player that you don't necessarily see him fit into how Arsenal plays?
Because
I
what
don't
did you
I
say,
don't
Tony?
necessarily see Tammy Abraham fit into that Arsenal setup. I don't
See,
just
and I
see it
think he
working.
would. That's just a difference of opinion, bro. I would take Tammy Abraham at Newcastle, but I'd also take Colomwani as well. I'm excited. Here's the thing about this whole thing, Tony. Yeah, when you when you get a player,
Yeah.
when you get a player at a certain club level, you're gonna get them for cheaper, and that's just called good scouting, right? If you
Hmm.
got Mudryk about 2 years ago, you could have got him for 2.5 million if you had the right
Yeah.
scouts to recognize the talent when he was
Hmm.
playing with youth teams or whatever the hell, right?
Yeah.
Colomwani, if you bought him from Nantes, you could have bought him for pretty cheap because he didn't take a step up to a Champions League club in Eintracht Frankfurt, right?
Yeah.
So this is the thing about it's called being ahead of the curve.
Yeah, sure. Of
Being
course.
ahead of the curve. If Colomwani goes to a Brentford, he might be more expensive when if he becomes a player like an Ivan Toney or whatever. He will cost possibly more money because it's an English club to another English club. He could be more expensive than if you bought him from Frankfurt. You want to get these guys in that have shown some talent from early on. And the thing with Colomwani for me, again, I think he would be a great signing for you guys, and I think he could integrate
Don't
pretty
get me
good.
wrong. Tammy Abraham is a good guy.
Yeah,
He's a
yeah,
good
yeah.
guy. I like him. He loves Arsenal too. But again, see, yeah, I don't see him fitting into that traditional number
What if?
nine.
Okay, well here's my other question for
I
you.
don't just see him.
If Mikel
I see him as
Arteta,
someone who might actually complain if they tell him to take some certain responsibility rather than.
when has Tammy Abraham ever had any off the field
I,
controversy?
I don't know. I don't know. I just think he's that kind of guy that's very, very careful about talking outside. He likes keeping things inside. So I think he's that
Every
kind of guy that,
professional.
you
Some
know
some
what, yeah? I
people,
think he's
some
that kind
players
of
are
guy
less.
that will grumble deep inside the
When is
team.
he shown? Yes, every player
That's
grumbles
what I
deep.
see.
That's what a
See,
pro, bro.
see,
There are players
see,
at
see,
MK Dons that want to play more, and on the inside they grumble. But you know what? That's
see.
every professional. You have that
I
desire to
see
play
him as
football.
that guy that would be seriously stubborn internally.
When is
He,
he shown to be stubborn at Roma,
That's
Chelsea?
see, you know what? Yeah, that's what I think. If he comes into the Arsenal team, that's what I
Well, what do
think.
you? No,
I
no, I
think he's
don't.
that
I'm
kind of
not
guy that
saying.
will ferment lots of trouble within inside, and it might
I'm
not
not.
necessarily get out there because he doesn't have the history to back that up.
So wait,
So
couldn't you have made this case about?
I don't know, and I don't just
I'm
see
not. I'm
him
not saying I know
traditionally
either. By the
fitting
way.
into that Arsenal team. I don't just see it.
But did anyone see Gabriel Jesus being this fantastic? You could have thrown the same thing to Jesus. Oh, this guy, he barely plays for Man City. Surely he would be annoyed if he wasn't
No,
getting
but Gabriel
game
Jesus
time
is
at
that kind
Arsenal.
of guy that has the trust of the manager. Is that kind of striker you would tell, go do this. He would do it. He won't grumble. He won't do anything. He knows he's the main man. He will come in. He will do
Yeah.
the job, and he won't complain. And we're getting
I
results. So I
I
need
did
that kind of a
I've never
striker that
seen
will come
Tammy
in.
Abraham. I've never seen Tammy Abraham kick
That's
up a
what you
fuss.
would say. That's what you would say. But
Have
it
you?
might not really
Have
be
you?
like that.
Have you seen
See, it might
any
not really be
reports?
like that. See, again, it's my opinion.
But what? No, no, I don't have a problem with your opinion. I don't. I
Yeah,
don't.
yeah,
You
it's my
know this.
opinion.
You know this. You know this. I don't have a problem with your opinion. Me and you disagree. That's the beauty of being a
Yeah,
human
yeah, it's
discussion.
the beauty,
But
man.
what are you? But my question for you is,
And again,
what
and
are you
again, and
basing
again,
that off
Latimus
of?
has been backing this guy up, but his form has been total down the toilet this season with
Yeah,
Roma.
it's
So
not been
you,
great.
you know
I
what?
agree.
I don't
I
really.
agree.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So let's even be
I
very
agree.
frank. His form is nothing to write
Well,
home
the
about.
same
So
thing
I don't
applies.
need him at Arsenal,
You were
judging
talking
by his
about
form right
Mateus
now.
Cunha. You're talking about Mateus Cunha. Where's his
Yeah,
form been since he joined? Atletico
But of
Madrid.
course, he's been coming off the bench, man. He's been coming off the bench.
And if he was
He's been
good
coming
enough,
off the
shouldn't he
bench.
be playing more and more and more? Shouldn't he be?
But anyway, the team is stacked. The team he's playing for is
No,
stacked in a
it's
way.
not.
So
It's not stacked at all. You have on paper Atletico Madrid. You'd say, damn, they got some crazy good attacking talent. Griezmann,
yeah, they have a
Angel
Yao Felix, they
Correa,
have a Griezmann. Come on,
Carrasco,
what do you mean by it's not
Joao
stacked?
Felix. You have
Yeah,
all these
Joao
guys.
Felix, they have
But guess
Griezmann.
what?
Come on, man.
They're not a good attacking side. So wouldn't you have
you
to?
can't say
Wouldn't
you can't say.
wouldn't
But of
you?
course,
Wouldn't
you saw Griezmann play today, right? Sorry, with the French World Cup
I
team.
thought you just said that you don't base it off the World Cup.
No, 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 no. I'm talking about how they play now. I'm talking about how they play. He's a finalist in the World Cup. He has to be doing
He didn't
something
play
right
well
to get there,
yesterday,
right?
by the way.
No, but he has to be
I'm
doing
not
something
saying
right
that's
to get
anything
there, right?
about him, but he didn't play well yesterday.
Well,
I,
good and okay, good and okay. But he had a good World Cup. Would you say he had a bad World Cup?
no, he's tremendous.
He
Besides
had a
the
good World
final,
Cup.
he was
Yeah,
tremendous.
exactly. That backs things up.
But you said earlier.
Why he's
You
getting
said,
his shirt in that Atletico Madrid team.
but you
He's
said.
good. He's a good guy. Plays well. And
But
mind
you.
you, Suarez is also still in that team. Steve McCullough. Suarez is
Luis
is in that.
Suarez is not playing for Atletico
He's not
Madrid.
playing for them again, but that's why Cunha was always in the bench too.
Yeah, but if you're not better than a 37-year-old Luis Suarez, who was horribly out of form.
I just feel he has the skills to come in.
I think he does. Yes.
Mind you, Diego Simeone is a very, very difficult coach.
Okay,
it's not like Mikel Arteta. It doesn't
obviously.
It doesn't fashion his gameplay the way Mikel Arteta plays. He plays in in a very, very hard rock style. Most players are not satisfied with him. Yao Felix has legitimate big problems with him right now. So that's why it makes total sense to rape that team right now and go there and raid it off their players. And that's why many of the players want to leave. They don't have trust in Diego Simeone's reign again, and that's why these guys want to go. And mind you, Kona is Brazilian. He comes with lots of skills.
Yeah, did he make the Brazil squad?
I just said he's Brazilian.
Did he make the Brazil squad?
It doesn't need to make the team.
Did he make the Brazil squad?
But it doesn't need to make the squad. Firmino didn't make the squad.
I know.
Make him less of a better player.
And it also doesn't mean that you would take him at Arsenal, because you would you take Firmino at Arsenal if they sold him?
Bro, anything that's better than Nketiah.
Oh, okay, all right.
Listen. No, I've not finished. Steve, I've not finished. You don't cut in just to make your point.
We both cut in on each other. Sorry.
I know.
Go on,
But again, someone that's better than Nketiah, one, prolific, two, and someone that fits into the game plan of Mikel Arteta. The person has to fit in. Do you think with all this noise about Tammy Abraham, so do you think Mikel Arteta is a big fool? No. Why wouldn't he have said,
I don't rate him as a manager, but you know what?
Exactly, man.
But you know what? He's done exceptional this season, and maybe I have to change my stance.
So do we know more than Mikel Arteta is a manager? Do we know more than him right now?
No.
Do you know what they know? Do you know the?
What if Arteta wants Abraham?
Access to the materials that they have.
What if Mikel Arteta wants Tammy Abraham?
I don't think so, because we're not linked to him. We're not linked to him.
When was Newcastle linked with Isak? We bought him instantly. By the way.
Man. Of course, and that's because
you're not linked with the player.
That's because you have unlimited resources. You don't have to go for a
Cronkies are not broke. The Cronkies don't have unlimited resources.
Steve, your team right now, you don't need to panic before you go into the market. You can afford to buy players right now and even waste the money. Let the money go down the drain. No one cares. But right now, Arsenal can't afford to do that. We need to make sure that if we're buying a 60 million player, we need to make sure that it's up to scratch. We need to make sure that that player is not a mistake we've done with Pepe that we've done before. But you guys right now, you don't care. You can actually literally go into the
We do
market,
care because we've
throw
been
away.
careful about who
See,
we've
bro,
bought.
you have unlimited resources. Newcastle board is the third richest club in the whole goddamn world. What are we talking about? You have endless
Yeah.
resources. You can afford to waste money on Isaac, who
No,
hasn't
we
even
can't
scored up to
afford to
five.
waste money.
Good and okay, but Isaac hasn't scored up to 5 goals for you this season in 14 games, 14, 15 games. He hasn't
He
even
is
scored up
not
to three
Tony.
goals. He's
Tony, he
injured. He's
played
injured.
3 games. Isak has played 3 games.
That's wait,
Three,
let
not
me finish.
14. Not 14.
But you're cutting me off, so you don't get the full point. I said you can afford to put that money down the drain. You can have if
No,
see if
no.
Isaac doesn't score more
Hell no.
goals, you you won't really care because you would just go into the market and buy a new striker. Either way. But Arsenal don't have that luxury. You have that luxury because you have endless resources right now. Arsenal doesn't have that.
Yes,
Kronk is a businessman, yeah, good and
they
okay,
have. They have.
but
They don't have unlimited.
he doesn't have unlimited funds.
Yes.
Your club have unlimited funds. You can
Is
afford to spend
Cronky
money.
is Cronky struggling to pay his electricity bill right now?
Is Newcastle struggling to do any of
No, no,
those?
no, 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 no. I agree with you about Newcastle. Our funds are yes. Our funds are crazy. We're above
Bro,
you.
it's
But the
unlimited.
Cronkies,
You can afford to
stop
throw the money
acting.
down
No,
the
no, no.
drain.
The Cronkies are not some poor people, bro. They're not some poor
I know they're
people.
not poor,
You
but
guys have
Arsenal can't
resources.
afford. See, Arsenal can't afford to make mistakes again with how we spend
No one
money.
can afford to make mistakes, Tony. Look what happened to Leeds.
See, bro.
Look
Right
what
now, you
look.
can afford to make that mistake because you guys will just write it off. It will be a write-off, and no one will care because you don't have a big history of
It would be
splashing
a
the
big
cash.
problem if Isak doesn't live up to the 60 million price tag. It would.
No, but
It
you
would be
have endless.
disappointing.
It will be disappointing, but you have endless resources
FFP.
to go into
Tony.
the market and buy striker.
I know.
You're
I,
not even
I,
close to FFP. You're not even close to FFP
I know because we spent fuck
dangers yet.
all essentially under Mike Ashley.
You've not
Spent fuck
spent
all.
anything actually. Just 60 something million pounds on Isaac. You brought
No,
in
but we've also
Guimares
spent
with a
50.
fair amount
We've
of
already
money.
spent. We spent 45 on Bruno as well. Guimaraes.
That's what
We
I'm
also
45.
spent.
That's what I'm
We
saying.
also spent
Bruno, who else?
50 on Sven Botman. So there's
Yes,
what
on Botman, yeah. Who else?
180 million with those 3 guys alone. I think Dan Byrne was a super
And
cheap signing.
trust me, it's not bad. And FFP rules, I think it spreads across 3 years or something, or I
Yeah.
don't know with the income of 3 years. So
I'm just saying, and
you guys are still in the green. You
Look
can
what
still afford
Latimus
to buy.
Prime just said. Stan Kroenke was richer than Roman Abramovich.
Bro, you can still afford to buy 100 million striker. And your
Yes, we
club won't
could.
flinch. You won't flinch an eye.
Yes,
You
it
won't
would, because
flinch.
if you get into a habit of wasting money, I point you to Man United and Everton. They've
No,
spent
see,
Man
I'm not talking
United.
about wasting money, but I'm talking about you can go into the market and buy another 70 million pound striker.
If Isak doesn't
If
work
if
out
if
after like
Isaac
2
doesn't work,
years,
that's what I'm
sure.
saying. But Arsenal don't have that luxury.
Yes, they do.
If
Because
no, we don't.
the
No, we
Cronkies
don't.
have a lot of money.
Financially, we don't because we don't have endless resources that your club has access to.
Cronky is richer than Abramovich, and look what Tony. This for me is a question of ambition and scouting. How effective and
Now,
money
now
and
you're
money.
talking. Now you're talking. The Arsenal
It's
board
all
might not
three of
have the
those
same type of
together.
ambition that your club have.
The ambition we have is extraordinary. We've seen it. With Arsenal, it's questionable. You as a fan base, and you're doing your
And
job.
that's why I'm
You
saying
need
that we might not be able to spend the way that you guys might start spending or have
maybe
the
not, but
acumen to
okay.
or
If we
have the
spend, if
ability to
let's
spend.
say we can spend 200 million, Tony. All right, here's a question for you: how much money should Arsenal spend this January window, in your opinion? I
Bro,
think you
bro, we
guys
should be
should
spending
make.
about 180 million pounds.
I think on what 3 or 4 signings. I agree
Yeah,
with.
3, 4 signings.
Okay,
Yeah.
so and I just threw a hypothetical. Newcastle, maybe we could probably do 200 million this January. That's 20 million difference between 180 and 200.
No, that doesn't signify the ability in which Arsenal has, the capacity for us to spend. That was my own opinion. and not the club's opinion. The club's opinion is that they have £50 million to
Well,
spend in
they need to
January.
change that. Otherwise, I am going to be changing
And
my,
that's what I'm
prediction.
saying. Newcastle have more than £50 million to spend in the January
That's an
transfer window.
ambition thing, though, Tony. Look
Do
at
you
how
do you know what
Arteta
you
has.
guys are linked? Okay, look, you guys are linked to Yao Felix. You guys were also linked to Modric. How much is that? Those
We're
two.
also linked
Those
with
two will cost 100,
Kvaratskhelia for
each.
50 million, and
That's
that just
200 million.
shows. But Tony, that just shows some of these links are complete BS. You cannot tell me Kvaratskhelia is only worth 50 million after the half season we've seen from him at Napoli in the Champions League and in Serie A. So that link to me is complete farcical in terms of the price
Well,
tag. That
it
price tag
depends.
is rubbish.
See, it depends.
Absolute rubbish.
See,
So
Steve.
just
It
because
depends on
you're
how you
linked,
want to look at it. Arsenal said that we have. Okay, the news coming out from Arsenal is that we have £50 million. The news coming out from
yeah,
Newcastle is that they want to go get a Yao Felix, and they're also in the market for Modric. They inquired
yeah,
for
we,
him,
we could
and
rival you for him.
mind you, and you guys here have Isaac, who was injured, £60 million brought in the summer. So this is what I'm saying. You can afford to go into the market and right now look for another £100 million striker. Arsenal don't have that luxury
You have
because
50 million.
we had a Gabriel Jesus who was injured, and right now we're just looking for someone who is at least within that cadre, that pedestal with Gabriel Jesus who will come in, but not
Mateus Cunha
necessarily.
is not a similar player to Jesus. I'm
But it's
sorry.
better than Nketiah, right?
Yes, but also Tammy Abraham is
Good,
better than
good, and
Nketiah.
and again, it doesn't necessarily mean it must be him that must come in. We could go
And
get
I'm not
a
saying it
Ferran
must be
Torres.
Tammy Abraham.
We
That's
can
why
go
you
get a
have to
Ferran
call him
Torres, but a
Milani.
Ferran Torres is not 100
Ferran
million.
Torres is formed, by the way. If you're going to talk about Tammy Abraham, Ferran Torres hasn't lit up trees at Barcelona.
True, and understandable,
Depay, same thing.
he had quite a good spell in Man City.
I thought he did too. I
Not
thought he played well. He should have
not
scored some
not
more, but
not
he's
a
a good player.
prolific spell, but at least a good spell in Man
Yeah,
City.
a
So
decent player.
he can come
Absolutely.
in and
Absolutely.
do a decent job for Arsenal. That's what I'm saying. But he's not a hundred million
You're not
pound
going to
player
get
though.
him for less than 50 million, though. If
For
you're
50
saying this
million.
50,
Now you see the
you
players
can't just
Arsenal
make
have
one
been linked with.
signing.
We've been linked with those 50, 60, 50, 60. But you see, you guys here, you're going for Yao Felix, who is actually a 100 million player. You're rivaling us for 80
Right?
for this so-called Modric for 80 million. That's because you have the financial muscle to do that. Arsenal don't.
Arsenal do have the financial muscle. You are misconstruing
We have it, but we
ambition with
cannot do it.
willing to spend money.
We cannot do it because it's the Kroenkes that are behind it. We can't.
Well, then why do
But
you think Arsenal are going to win the title? Because me and you both agree that squad needs help, work.
well, it depends on them. Let's see the ambition, right?
Exactly. That's
Good.
that's all crux of
Okay,
the
so what's your
conversation.
prediction for the game tomorrow? And what's your prediction for your
Yeah,
next
for
match?
Newcastle
Before
Bournemouth.
we close up the game, today.
Sure. Yeah, Newcastle Bournemouth. I'll go 2-0 Newcastle. I'll go 2-0.
2-0 Newcastle,
I'll go
right?
2-0.
And your Premiership game is when actually?
We
Is
have
it on
Leicester
Tuesday?
City next week today. Day after Christmas. Christmas is
Day
in
after
6 days.
Christmas? No, not a day after Christmas. Is it?
Yeah, Boxing Day. Yep.
No, 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 no. You guys don't have a match on Boxing Day. Check. I think it's on the 27th.
I could be wrong. I'll
Sorry.
look it up.
Yeah, check, please. I think it's on
Pretty sure it's
27th.
on Boxing Day at 10 o'clock.
Is it Boxing
It
Day?
is. It is. It's on the 26th. I just looked.
Okay, it's 26. Okay, good. Oh,
Yeah.
good. Good.
26 at 10 a.m. my time.
You think you can beat Leicester City?
Away from home, we haven't been, to be honest, man. Leicester City away has been tricky. We lost 4-0
They've
to
been
them.
tricky, right?
4-0 to them last year, but then we beat them 4-2. And then they beat us 5-0 2 years ago. Then we beat them 1-0. And then we beat them 2-1.
Mm.
and then they be so it literally is win loss win loss
Win
win
loss, right?
loss. We lost last time, so I'll go with the win. I'll go 2-1. I'll go 2-1. 2-1 Newcastle that game. I think. I wouldn't be surprised if we draw that game though. But
Latimer's just based something on another lie,
no, no,
I
no,
don't
no, 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 no.
see.
You said yourself
Wait. He said Tammy has never complained or caused trouble.
he
Now,
hasn't.
I never said he caused trouble. You have to
You
pay
said you
attention.
said there was you said
Listen, listen.
grumbling,
Wait, Steve.
grumbling
Wait,
inside.
wait,
You should
wait,
be
wait,
mad.
wait, wait, Steve. Wait,
Go
Steve.
on. Floor
I,
is
I,
yours.
I, 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 I never said he caused trouble. You have to watch the vocabulary people use before you, append certain lies,
It's
directed
not
to
a
them.
lie.
See,
It could be
listen,
just
I said, and now it's based on an opinion. This is based on an opinion. I said it looks like that kind of guy that might. It's a conditional statement. It's not a statement that says he's done something. Mind your
any player
vocabulary,
could do anything,
Latimus.
though.
And I said that he looks like that kind of player that can create chaos internally, but again, his external outlook might look totally different. That's what I said, and I did not say he caused trouble somewhere.
But
So
Tony, I said, but in
listen, it's based on a conditional statement. So which makes whatever statement you said now, it makes it baseless and a lie because it is
no,
a
but no, no,
conditional
no, no.
statement.
But Tony, but I just said to you,
So
there are players in League Two that would have chaos inside themselves or whatever that they don't
yeah,
play as
but
much or
it's different
whatever.
from what Latimer said. Latimer said Tommy has never complained or caused trouble, and I did not say he complained or caused trouble. I
But
said he
you
looks like that player that might, and when might is there,
any player.
it make see it see when might is there, when might or if is there, it's a conditional statement. Automatically, it's conditional. It doesn't mean it has happened. It mean it might happen. It mean it might be, but it did not. It's not it.
Well,
So
Mateus okay, so what if I said to you
mind the
Mateus
vocabulary.
Cunha? What if I said to you Mateus Cunha looks like a guy who would use your insert
Good
your word?
and okay. Then I will make the statement that that he has never complained or cursed trouble because he's never done that.
Professional footballers want to play every game that they possibly can at the end of the day,
Good and
Tony.
okay.
At
Good
the
and
end, so
okay.
yes,
So,
you are correct that Tammy Abraham, yes, that he would want to play every possible game that he could. But that's every bro. That is a player at Notts County. At Notts
uh,
County in the National League, there
Latimer
are
said your
players.
opinion is wrong. Latimus, you see, you can't tolerate other people's opinion, but you want people to tolerate your opinion, and that's wrong. So I'm sorry,
But
man.
I just don't know what you're basing it off of. What do you mean he looks like a player? Is
No,
it
no.
because of the
See,
way he walks? Is it because of the way
I don't
he
know. I don't know.
body
It just
language?
for me, it just comes off as that player that might have lots of
What if I
internal
said
gossip
Saka
with,
comes
with
across as
players.
that way? What if I
No,
said
no,
Saka
no,
comes
no.
across?
But Saka doesn't come off that way to me.
But what if
It's
he does?
that's what I'm saying. It's an opinion. It's my
But
opinion.
wouldn't I? But wouldn't you want
But to
to?
you, it might not. That's what I'm saying.
But
So to
wouldn't
you, it
you
might
want
not.
to know? Wouldn't you want to know why I think that? Like, Steve, what do you mean Saka looks like the kind of guy to whatever? It's like
No,
what
no,
wouldn't you want to
no,
know?
no.
Wouldn't you want to dig
That's
a
my
bit
feeling.
deep?
When I watch him play, I look at his temperament. That's what I'm saying. I look at his temperament as a player, and I see him as that kind of a guy. That's just it.
Based off of
Based off his temperament when he's playing.
like when he misses a shot, does he go?
Yeah, he does.
Does
Actually,
he
he does.
does he do
No, no,
what
no. Actually,
Ronaldo
yeah.
does and he screams at
No, no, no,
teammates?
not Ron. No, it doesn't. Now it's unprofessional calling Ronaldo into it. But he has all those tantrums sometimes. I've seen him
What?
have those. Yeah, I've seen him have one or two tantrums here and there. It's true. Players are. Oh, he's never had it.
When?
It's a, wait. Is he a perfect player? He's never had any
Whoa,
of all
whoa,
this
whoa, whoa, whoa,
stuff,
whoa,
right?
whoa.
No.
We're
Wait,
not
is he
talking
a
about the
perfect
player.
player?
We're
No,
not
no.
talking
Is he a
about the player. We're talking about
no.
the.
Wait. Listen. Is he a perfect player to you? He's never made any mistake.
I never said that he was or wasn't.
Oh, then why are you saying that?
What?
Why are you talking as if it's perfect?
I'm not
As
saying
if
that he's perfect.
yeah, because you just said where have you seen that?
Yes, where have you seen that? Because
Okay,
Tony, like I just said to you,
then go and watch all the games. Then go watch all the games he's played.
what tantrum has Tammy Abraham threw?
Good. I just feel so, man. But that's my opinion, and of course, you have your own opinion
That's
that
fine if you
you
have
might
that
feel is
opinion. I
right.
just
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
just have
I
your
don't
opinion.
know. You
I
know
don't
how
know.
people.
I
You
just
know
think
how
is that kind of guy that
you know how people will
I
disagree
don't
with an
know.
opinion. Hold on. Let
Hmm.
me just. You know how you'll have an opinion.
Please let's move up. Let's move out from this
No.
topic.
Let me just make this
No,
final
no, no,
point. You
no, no.
know how.
Please, let's move out from this topic, please, because it's just gonna bring more trouble, and
It's
I don't
not
want it.
trouble, Tony. It's just a
Um,
matter of I don't know where you're coming from.
you don't need
I
to know because it's just my personal opinion. I don't want him at my football club. Other
he's not.
guys in the
So,
club
but I
might
thought
want
this
him.
all
It's
was.
good. It's
I
okay.
thought this
I
was
have
based
nothing
off of
against him.
better than
I don't
Nketiah.
see. I don't see him as a player
Better
that
than
will come.
Nketiah.
See, listen. You're not listening. I don't see him
I'm
as a
not.
player that might fit my setup. Is that enough
What if
understanding
what
for
if
you?
Arteta thinks he would fit his system? Would you back him?
Good, good and okay. I would back
No.
him.
Would you
But
back him? Would you
if
back him?
he's an Arsenal player, I will back my player.
All right, that's all.
That's what
That's
a
all I
fan
wanted.
is
Okay.
supposed to do. Of course. But
All
I
right.
personally don't see him as the best striker out there for us to get in. That's what
Right.
I'm saying. I see Ivan Tony as a more better player, all round traditional number nine who could come in
We talked about
and
Ivan
score.
Tony.
Yeah, exactly. So that's my
60
main preference.
million and you get a lifetime ban.
Good and okay, but I'm
That's
just saying that that's
possible.
the type of profile of number nine I want. Someone that can redirect whatever is going on through him and score goals. See what he did against Man City. That's what I want. I don't think that Tammy Abraham is that kind of guy that will get me goals in important games.
But you know what Ivan Tony has? A questionable off the field things.
Good. Yeah, he does have. He
The
does have.
betting. The
Yeah, he
saying fuck
does have.
Brentford
Good.
and whatever. It's not.
Good. It does have, but mind you, it does have good scoring
Of course. Of
capabilities, right?
course. Of course. The ban
and
he
again,
needs to deal with the FA before anyone touches him. If you're a smart
good and
football
okay.
club,
Good and okay. I accept that. But again, he's that kind of striker that can get me goals in important games. See what he did against Man City.
it doesn't
When
matter what
Tammy
he did
Abraham
against
played
Man
against
City
Man
until
City,
that ban's done.
how many goals did he score against Man
Until the
City?
ban is done, there is the
We're
risk
not going
outweighs the
into
reward.
that because we all know we can get him because of the betting scandal. I totally understand that. That's not the issue. But I'm talking about the ability of the striker now.
I mean, you know what I think it's of Ivan Tony. I think he's quality. I think
He's
he's
quality,
phenomenal.
right? Yeah,
He's
exactly.
phenomenal. If you guys got
Okay,
him,
wait.
if
So do
you
you
guys
think
could get
Tammy
him on a
Abraham is
free,
better than Ivan Tony?
huh?
Do you think Tammy Abraham is better than Ivan Tony?
Based off the situation, I'd say Tammy. Tammy doesn't have a potential lifetime ban or a potential, even
No,
not a
but
lifetime ban.
no. Remove this ban betting. Nothing concerns me with this betting. Remove this betting. I'm talking of the ability of a striker. Do you think that Tammy Abraham as a striker is more better than Ivan Tony? Forget this betting. We're not talking betting here. Okay,
I
I've seen it. You don't want to displease Latimer's pride. Good and okay. I understand that. Okay, good.
I
No
like
problem.
Ivan Tony more than Abraham, but you know what? I can't look past that betting thing. I can't.
No,
Because
why?
again, Tony,
No. Why? Why? We're not talking betting.
until it's
Not,
done, and dealt with.
see, you know what? Yeah, we can only talk about the betting stuff if we're talking about the striker coming into anyone's club. We're not talking about him coming to anyone's club now. We're talking about striking ability. Forget club and club affiliations. as a striker, his ability.
Yeah.
Okay, and the bell is
I
here.
think he's a great player. I think yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Huge
so
fan. I'm a
I
huge
really
fan
do
of
think
Ivan Tony. You know this.
I really do think that Ivan Tony is a more better striker, a more seasoned striker, and a big game player to Tammy Abraham. That's what I feel. I would have loved him at my football club. Of course, with the bet scandal, it's all cuckoo land, right? So that's what I'm saying. But with Tammy Abraham, I don't think he fits into our plans. I, I don't think it's that kind of a player that they would tell him do this, do that, and he would. I feel he would grumble. I feel he would, but he does that
Yeah,
professionally
I
and
don't know
internally.
where.
That's how I feel he would do it. Now it's based off my own opinion, not necessarily reality or what he would necessarily do. So maybe I might be wrong in that, but not necessarily my own opinion about my striker.
Yeah.
My striker opinion. I like Ivan Tony more than Tammy Abraham. Andy Bell, you're welcome
Yeah.
to the show. Me and Steve McCullough were onto the same Tammy
Actually,
Abraham
Tony,
thing.
let's ask him first about Randall Colomwani to Arsenal. Let's see what he thinks, because I'm intrigued to see what Andy would think of that.
Yeah, Andy.
He's still a bit raw for me, I think. Could he come in and help Arsenal? Yes, but I think if you're going to ask him to come in and take over for Jesus, I think you're asking a bit much. That's my
Do you
opinion.
think he's a better option than?
I couldn't say I've seen enough of him, Steve. I've seen flits and spurts of him. Unfortunately, I haven't got the luxury of being able to sit and watch every league every day. But what I have seen him, there's definitely ability there. But I think if you're asking him to come into a team to save the title challenge, I think it's a bit much.
Do you think that off the ball work he does fine? Because in the World Cup, in the World Cup final yesterday, he did tons and tons of work, drifting off to the right, cutting passing lanes, did a lot of work. And do you think that's one thing that I think would be valuable?
The thing that impresses me most about him is he's always in a position to score a goal. And that is you don't teach it. It's something that's yes, okay. You can teach a bit of movement, but that knack of being in the right place. You could be on about him winning the World Cup if things been a little bit different yesterday. But I think a big move like Arsenal straight away. I think he needs to get a little bit more on his CV before he gets that move.
Sure. And I don't disagree with you. Frankfurt just bought him from Nantes. He's got about 8 goals this year in all competitions. I agree he needs work. But like I said about, scouting and stuff, you want to get these players before they come into the Premier League or a bigger club. For example, if Arsenal bought him from Nantes, they could have got him for 25. Now if they want to buy him from Frankfurt, it would be possibly even 60.
You're talking north of 40 odd, aren't you? You're talking north of 40. How old is he? 22, 21? 24, okay. You're probably looking north of 40, 45 million, aren't you?
Yeah. So, I just want to see what you think of him on that. But,
going on your argument of Tammy and Ivan Tony, it's one of them, is it? It's tomato. For me, I think Tammy's got more pedigree when it comes to, he's come from an academy. He's always played at the top level, no matter what level he's played at. He's had a bit of a sticky period at Roma the last 9-10 months.
Right.
But he's a London lad, isn't he? So, going to a London club, he would probably just adjust. Ivan Tony, there's no doubt there's ability there. He had it when he was at Newcastle. We've seen flashes at Newcastle when he was very young. But I'd personally take Abraham.
See, you know what? Yeah, let's go into this Tammy Abraham and him to Arsenal, whatever. Now, Arsenal in no way is not linked to Tammy Abraham for any reason.
Or Colomwani. I'll give you that.
Yeah, exactly. Now, see, I like both players.
Right.
I've not said, because Latimus is, spreading misinformation down
He's
there.
He's not spreading misinformation. He just disagrees.
Steve, please stop interrupting me. Let's just talk normally. Please don't interrupt me.
Huh?
I've seen you do shows in other places. You don't interrupt people. Don't interrupt me here,
Oh
please.
no, no,
Thank you.
Tommy. I
Thank you.
definitely.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
the
you.
floor is
Thank you.
yours. Floor is
Thank you.
yours.
And I will not interrupt you when you're talking to. I'll keep my mouth shut. See, yeah, I said that I really don't think that Tammy Abraham. It's not, I like the good. I like the guy. He plays well, good and okay for him. But I don't think that he has the ability to cope in that Arsenal number 9 shirt. I just don't think he's a complete striker. I don't think he'll be able to. I just don't think he'll cope. I think that shirt will be too big for him. You
Was the
know.
Chelsea shirt too big for him? Was the Chelsea shirt too big from the
Well,
season that
well,
he
why
was
did they
building?
why did they let him go? Why did they
They
let
let
him
him.
go? And if it's such a if it's such a prolific striker, why haven't any other Premier League team brought him back from Italy? If it's such a deadly striker, So I don't know.
Fair
And
enough.
again, I'm pursuing a title. I need a striker that have the capability and have the ability to actually, bring me lots of goals. Bring me lots of goals, and at least even if you even have to even manage to even get those goals, but just be that kind of a person that I feel that you can link up easily and seamlessly to that setup. I just don't think that Tammy Abraham uh, has got the whole qualities that I see in a traditional number 9
I
to
can
get me those
see your
goals.
side of that argument, Tony. My
Mm.
side of that would be he got a big transfer to go to Roma. When I say a big transfer, it's a big club. It's
I
Rome.
hate Roma, but I agree. It is a big,
Um,
it's historically important. Yeah.
And it's form in Italy is shit right now, Andy.
So is
it's not
Torres.
great. Exactly. It's not been fantastic. But one thing that we will say is he filled in for Chelsea. He was the top goal scorer at Chelsea that season. He got over 20 goals in all competitions, and he was still a young lad. He's then went to Italy. He hit the ground running. He's been interviewed in the last few months. I think it was BT Sport or Sky Sport, or it might have been BBC. He has had opportunities to come back to the Premier League. That's according to him. How true it is, we don't know. The big problem that you've got is the offers were coming in for him when he was well informed. So therefore, what kind of fee are you going to be looking at? The problem that they've got now is no doubt there will be Premier League teams that are interested in Tammy Abraham. The problem that you've got is he said himself, he believes that he will learn more working with Jose Mourinho than he might, for example, working in the Frank Lampard at Everton, or maybe even Patrick Vieira at Palace, because I think he would fit in at Palace like a house on fire with Zaha and Elise. And, that's a front three that's going to cause you problems. He will have opportunities, but I do agree with you in the sense, again, point Moani, would he be big enough in mental strength to take on the responsibility to lead the line for Arsenal, bearing in mind he's played for Chelsea? Hi, Melina. And you've got to look at it, especially when he's been out of form. But sometimes when players are out of form, a change of scenery could be all that you need. Shearer was out of form when Bobby Robson came into Newcastle. Yeah. He couldn't score. He couldn't score on a brothel at the time, and he got 5 goals in his first home game.
Yeah, Steve McCullough, please come in, and no one will interrupt you. Come in.
Yeah, no, I'd back up with Andy. Yeah, absolutely spot on. I guess my question for both of you guys is, who is the striker in your opinion that Arsenal should go for in January? I have to think about mine, but I don't know. And I'll start with Tony, Arsenal fan. Who is your number one target for Arsenal to bring in at that striker position above everyone else? If you had to just stick it on one name.
If he could stay fit, Calvert-Lewin.
Oof.
Oh my God.
Bearing in mind, I've never really sat there and thought about what Arsenal need to do.
Exactly.
I'm literally.
Are you serious?
Andy, I think those pills you're taking for your back are
possibly. bearing in mind, Steve, I don't sit on a daily basis and worry about Arsenal's striking problems. You asked a question, and I've thought on the spot. Could Calvert-Lewin? Would you take Calvert-Lewin over Tammy Abraham if he's fit?
Never in a bazillion years.
Okay.
That's just me. But
no. In that case, if you're giving me those two options, I'll take Tammy Abraham. I'll take him than Calvin Lewin because his form is shit right now.
For
He's not
2
scoring
years.
goals. He's tall. He brings a different dimension to the team, but he's not just scoring goals. He's not just scoring goals. So if you give me those two options, I'll take Tammy Abraham. I have nothing against him, but I just don't see him as the guy.
And what did you say, Andy?
I want to see a striker as the guy. I would even take a Yao Felix.
Yeah, I think but
I'll take a Yao Felix.
Yeah. I don't think he's a striker.
No, he's more of a creative presence, but same thing with Jesus, right?
Yes.
I think Jesus plays best off the
Jesus,
right.
yeah.
But he's done fantastic.
Again, Yao Felix is that kind of guy that you can tell to, hey, do this. He can bear, he can do it. I think he's that kind of player.
I think
if you say, hey, you have to give more to the team than just staying in the middle of the park. You have to run the channels. You have to, create chances, create constellations among defenders. I think he's that kind of guy that would say, hey, I'll do it. And that's what I want in my team right now. I don't want any player that would be coming to the Arsenal team and be thinking, hey, I'm better than I need to be starting. I need to be starting. I deserve I don't want a player that comes with a chip on his shoulder right now. I want a player that would just come into that team, see everyone as peers, and would like to work with everyone, and would like to work in that same setup with Mikel Arteta.
There was a young lad went to a team in the Premier League. I can't remember. Plaganic, big 6'6" kid. I think he plays for Serbia.
Kalinic?
Yeah. He would have been ideal for Arsenal, but obviously we've never really had a chance to see him in the Premier League because he got injured. I can't remember was it Forest he signed for?
Kalajdzic, Wolves.
Yes, him.
Wolves, the player they bought from Stuttgart from the Bundesliga. Who got injured in his first game. Sasa.
When he comes back, as long as he's not got no ill effects from his injury, I think he'll prove himself in the Premier League.
Oh yeah.
You can imagine, and he's a good player.
Yes, absolutely.
And I would even take a Memphis Depay. A Memphis Depay might not it might not come in as a traditional. It might not come off as your traditional number 9 striker, but it can also play as a supporting striker. It can run channels.
Yeah.
He's a hard worker. He does all these things and he won't complain about it. And of course, with everything he has been facing in other teams, if he comes to a team like Arsenal, he would definitely play. And if they give him that opportunity, he's that kind of guy that would want to take it because of what he's faced in other teams. He would want to, prove himself in that Arsenal shirt. So
free kicks as well.
Would Danny Ings I might probably get hammered for this, but if Danny Ings stays fit, he will score your goals. If he can do a short job.
Oh my God! Will you take Danny Ings in your team?
Ings is a better shout than Calvert-Lewin because Calvert-Lewin's last good season was 2 years ago under Ancelotti when he scored 16.
Every manager that's he's worked on has always said that his instinct for goal is up there with the best that they've ever coached, that I've heard of.
Calvert-Lewin?
No, Ings. He's striking up. I think he was unlucky at Liverpool with his injuries. But if you look at his goals to games ratio,
it's pretty good. Yeah.
Craig AFC 87. Would you like Tammy Abraham to be our target in this transfer window? Do you like him as a striker? Miss Melina, would you like Tammy Abraham to come in? Is he your first choice striker? Who would you like? And of course, we have Calvert-Lewin is injury prone. Yeah.
And he isn't no Callum Wilson. He ain't no Callum Wilson either.
He's ideal for Arsenal. He's just unfortunately he's at a bigger club at the moment.
Yeah, and of
I'm
course,
just winding everybody up.
Exactly. Miss Melina says hi, Craig, and of course, Craig AFC says here,
Mitrovic.
Ivan Tony will be my first choice. See, that was what. See, Steve,
Mitro would do a job.
I was telling you about this. Forget about this betting scandal or anything. Ivan Toney is an ideal striker.
Of
Yeah,
course.
he has a hot head. Yeah, he has attitude, no problem. I accept that. I take that. But again, man, is the guy for the job. He would have been the best guy for the. He hustles the way he plays. And see, see, Tammy Abraham. See, let me tell you the real truth now, Steve McCullough.
Okay.
The truth why I will not take a Tammy Abraham in my team is that I think he's not a big game player. That's just the truth.
Okay.
Let me just get that out.
There's evidence to suggest that. I will give you that.
Yeah, I don't think he's a big game player. And with games coming up against Man City, Newcastle, and all these teams, Liverpool back.
Damn, you consider Newcastle a big game? Times have changed. Holy
what are you saying, man?
No, I'm not. I
get you, man.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
It's all these teams for dead.
It's a moment, Tony.
Take you seriously,
Tony.
I get where you're coming from.
It's another moment that me and other Newcastle fans have had where it's like, fuck me. When have we been in this position before? For years and years and years.
When getting to after Christmas and we're talking about Arsenal and Newcastle being involved in a big game at the top of the league.
You two have gone to, everyone has respected you. Two of you went to Jets' show yesterday. The respect they give to Newcastle fans. Yeah, it's big. Anyone who doesn't respect Newcastle at this day, at this time, is living in cuckoo land. You have to be living in cuckoo land if you don't believe in the threat.
That we're on an upward trajectory.
Right. It's true. It's true. So we have these big games coming up. And I don't just see Tammy Abraham as that big game striker that we can call upon that would give us the goals in those big games. Is Ivan Toney that one? Well, you tell me.
What? Yeah, because he got the brace against Man City. That was
not only that. It scored against Arsenal when we played them last season. He single-handedly destroyed us.
Ivan Toney also is automatic from the penalty spot. Automatic.
When he got the brace against Man City, that was a big, massive fuck you to Gareth Southgate, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, but that's the thing.
That's where I'm coming from. So do you see where I'm coming from, Steve? I don't think he's a big game player. And there are times you just need.
Did Mitrovic score against you guys this year, by the way?
Yeah. I'll take Mitrovic. Quick.
I would too, because you guys put in quality service. And you know what his problem has always been? He's a prolific championship scorer. And now finally, this year with Fulham, he's on fire. He's finally taken that step up to be like, I could score goals in the big dog.
It broke the records in the championship.
You would have to adjust a little bit, yeah. You'd have to put.
Yeah. So when you have that kind of a striker, you can literally do damage to teams.
He'll work off the ball, Mitrovic.
But with Kieran Tierney left back, the crosses that he can put in first.
Off the ball. Andy, Mitrovic walk off the ball? Is it that?
Do you know what it is? I think you're never going to get him high pressing, but if he sits deep enough and the amount of balls he'll win in the middle of the pitch for you, for me, counteracts the lack of pressing. I mean, yes, he'll press. The problem is you've got time to read a children's novel by the time he's up next to you. He's not the quickest, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But one thing is a massive handful when the ball's in transition and Arsenal get the ball in their own and they're coming out with the ball, they can go long and they don't have to go massively long. I'm on about just in the middle of the pitch when you've got players with pace out wide. He can hold the ball up, get it to a midfielder, and then you're setting up attacks. That's what he's brilliant at. So Fulham are very good at.
Corners as well. Immediate. You're going to drag two players on him immediately in the box.
And he's working his own penalty area is sometimes very much overlooked. I bet you he's saved Fulham 3 or 4 goals this season and clearing at the front post. And he'll dig in it, and he's one of them players as well. If you've got a young'un in your squad and someone's giving them a bit of stick on you, that he will go in and sort out. For me, he's the type of person that'll look after someone else on his team.
Which is an Arsenal.
Okay,
and Arsenal are a young team
too. This question will go for two of you. Steve McCullough, you will start. You've had your reservations when we're discussing about Isaac, and I was talking about your team might likely look into the January transfer window to bring in someone, and of which I do think that your team right now don't care about how much they spend, provided they have their ambition at the forefront of what they're going to achieve this season, which is top 4. But you know what? Yes, Steve McCullough. If Isaac, a striker you brought in for about £65 million, high billing, a Swede from Real Sociedad, do you think if Isaac doesn't score up to 5 goals in the next 10 games for you guys, would you render him a flop?
Wait, Tony, he's played 3 or 4 games for us.
No, it's a question. Don't
no. So no. To answer it emphatically, no. Just like
Steve, did you see Eddie Howe's press conference earlier today?
I haven't yet. What?
One thing I will say is when he was asked about Isaac, he said there's been no change with him, and the way that he said it didn't fill me full of confidence in the sense of when he went, there's no change at all. That kind of rings as if there's something underlining going on, rather than just an injury. I might be reading into it, but it didn't fill me full of confidence in the sense that he's going to be returning anytime soon.
Maybe yeah.
Steve, that's why when you're answering questions, just calm down. It's not about. I'm not fighting you, man. I just need answers from you.
I know you're not.
I just need answers. Okay, come in, answer that question, man.
No, but God knows. If he doesn't get 5 and 10, God no. No. That's the thing. Like Andy just said, like he looks like he has an injury setback or something, or however he put it.
Well, there's something else going on.
Steve McCullough, would you consider him at what point would you consider him a flop? Because for crying out loud, well, people are already calling Sterling a flop. People are already calling Cucurella a flop. So at what point would you call Isaac a flop?
I'd call Isaac a flop. It's all contextual, man, because just because if he scores a Carabao Cup winning final goal, that's the price tag immediately paid off. It's all situational. It's all situational. If Colomwani scores that goal yesterday, he goes down in France history, regardless of what happens with his career. So in that regard, he wouldn't be a flop because he delivered something. So
for me, it would be if he ends up being a Michael Owen.
Injuries. And I hate labeling it a flop because of injuries, because sometimes you just can't control it.
No, but sometimes you have to have the balls to call a spade, right?
But for me, a flop is someone that just didn't perform and had chance after chance after chance.
Yeah. You can say it's a bad deal, but it's not a flop.
Is Raul Jimenez a flop because he got headed in the head, the horrible head thing that happened?
But people regard him as a flop, actually.
He's not Chelsea. A flop, though.
No, I did not say it. I did not say he is.
I'm talking Jimenez, the Wolves Mexican striker.
That's what I'm saying. I said people consider him as a flop for Chelsea.
Luis?
Right now, and I'm telling you right now, people are considering Cucurella a flop. They said
he's not up to a great start. Far too early.
People said it on Chelsea Dan show yesterday. I don't know. Kieran, Chelsea Dan, if you remember, Kieran was saying it on the show yesterday. He said that Cucurella is a flop. People consider these guys as flop already, and they've not even gotten into half season already for Chelsea.
I think the Cucurella deal just didn't make sense to me. Chelsea were stacked with left backs.
Not stacked. It's not Chelsea level.
I get that, but they had other options. They had other positions where they could have spent £63 million.
Yes. Creative midfielder.
Do you know what it is? There's no doubt there's talent in Cucurella, but if he's fully fit, is he any better than Chilwell?
Chilwell's injury prone, though. That's the problem.
He is, but where's the consistency? Because as soon as Chilwell's fit, he's going to play ahead of him again.
But again, that's
so you mean Cucurella will be on the bench, right?
I think he's better defensively in Cucurella, yes, and he's probably a better crosser of the ball. But I do like Cucurella. I think he's a better link up left back. He'll get up the pitch more in the sense of pass move. He's got a little bit better movement.
He's not a third center back in a back three.
No, he's not either. No.
So to call him a flop when your coach is not using you in the correct position, it's like, would you put Alan Shearer as a right wing back? Yeah, he's going to look terrible. But if you put Park Ji-sung, for example, you could put that guy anywhere on a pitch and he'll do a job for you. But he's not like an amazing player, So that's the thing. And to be honest, it's just far too early. It's far too early to judge Cucurella. We've talked to Latimus Prime on many occasions about his club, right? And he gives every single signing, whether he likes them or rates them or not, he gives them the first year as an adjustment thing. The first year. And that's how I do things as well.
I think a prime example is Odegaard on his loan. Odegaard was not the same player on his loan deal where he was now that he's came on a permanent deal at Arsenal. He was showing glimpses of what he could do for Arsenal, hence why they went and bought him. But if you were to say, let's say you'd bought him at that point and only had him 6 months, you would have considered that a flop, I think.
Yeah, like Danny Ceballos was not great for Arsenal at all.
It wasn't great for Arsenal. It was a
really
flop
mediocre.
For Arsenal, and that's a
really
fact. It's
mediocre.
supposed to say it, but it was a flop for Arsenal.
Who was the other Spanish guy you got on loan?
Right?
Who was the other Spanish guy you got on loan the past few years?
Suarez.
Yeah, again another guy where it's like,
no, that's a flop.
Yeah,
that's a flop.
So if you're judging just 6 months on a player, yeah, you could say a flop or not, but that's for the 6 months and he left.
I think we've got to
see, because if you guys have confidence in Isaac, you guys see, and the Bell, in the early hours of yesterday, you guys were linked with a transfer for Mikhailo Modric. You guys inquired for this guy of course, with Shakhtar Donetsk of Ukraine. You guys are actually in the running for this guy. I'm genuinely afraid of that deal because you guys have the unlimited resources to.
We'll pay the money. We'll cut the bullshit and just be like, Shakhtar, here's 70.
2 seconds,
exactly.
Yeah.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So, do you think there's enough confidence in this Isaac signing?
You've got to be looking at it.
You guys are going out for strikers. You guys were linked to João Felix too.
Is he an out-and-out striker? Though that would be my question. I don't think he's an out-and-out striker. Isaac does fit that mold more than him, but you have got it. They will be looking at it, and they've spent a club record fee, one of the highest fees that in 63 million's got to be in the top 20 transfers in the Premier League, surely. And let's be honest, we've gotten very, very little return for him so far. Okay, it's an unfortunate situation that he's had an injury. The problem is the injury doesn't seem to be going away. So yes, they could be looking. And they've also got to look at the backup striker for that is Wilson. And guess what? He's a sick note as well at times.
Yeah.
So this is probably why they'll be looking at him, because as much as he's not an out-and-out striker, that's the type of player that if you've only got Chris Wood and backup, that's going to work with Chris Wood, because they're the kind of players that you will get the best out of Chris Wood out of. The best of Chris Wood isn't great.
I don't necessarily think that Eddie Howe kind of respect Wood in any way. Maybe not necessarily disrespect him, but I don't think he has a confidence in him.
Rates him. He doesn't really rate him.
No, I don't think he's still got full faith in Chris Wood, and rightly so. But I do believe that he values Chris Wood's contribution to the team, in the sense that he doesn't treat with its squad's full strength, and he doesn't seem to be one of them players that kicks and stamps his feet when he's not playing, and they are priceless in football at times. You could go and player for 25 million. He'll not play each week. And then all of a sudden your dressing room's got a little bit of a problem because he's whinging on to other players going, I should be playing. You know, I've seen it in pool teams. It can go from, oh, you're going to win the league, and then a couple of players kick off. And you're fighting outside at 11 o'clock at night.
Do you share that same idea, Steve McCullough?
Well, the thing about Chris Wood for me is that he doesn't fit a 4-3-3. Look at his successes with Burnley, the goals, 4-4-2. So, and I've talked about this with Andy many a time, yeah? If we can still do that, we can still do a 4-4-2.
Big up JPT, our friend JPT is in the chat. He bigs up Steve. He says, I see you, Steve, with the blue lighting in top production.
Light blue.
Guy,
light blue.
JPT, our guy, you know, we love him down here, yeah?
Nice try, JPT.
Big ups to you, man. Yeah, you were saying something, Steve.
But Chris Wood, he still has value to me because if we want to play a 4-4-2 for certain games, maybe. Eddie Howe has done that before with Bournemouth. So there could still be some value in that because him and Wilson at the end of a game, if you're just trying to get that last goal, that could be valuable. Cross into the box. And that's where Chris Wood has success. We just don't play 4-4-2 predominantly, if ever, starting out in a game. It's always 4-3-3.
And Mudryk's the type of player that you could play just off Wood. And you could create a bit like Bellamy and Shearer. You know, he's just energy.
Mudryk operates more in the wings, actually.
Yeah, the wing. But you could. He has the skill set, dribbling wise, and the goal scoring and link up play that you could. Good coaching.
He could actually play through the middle in some cases, right?
I could see it.
Look, if you're just behind
he stretches the pitch,
striker, right?
Yeah. And that's
what behind the main striker, like that role or the guard plays.
It's all about good coaching because Mudryk has bags of ability. He does. He's proven on it in a Champions League level against Real Madrid, for God's sake.
The fee that's been taunted for him, though, to me, just blows my mind. I mean, the total about nearly 100 million euros.
And you know who's to blame for that? Man United buying Antony for that silly money from a league outside the top 5 because now all these clubs are like, well, we can demand big money. And I like that. Because I'm a fan of these leagues outside even the top 5. The more money they get, they've got
to take advantage of the money in the Premier League Cup, and they've got to go, okay, then you're the big boys, but you're going to have to pay for it.
Give me all of it. Give me more, because if you rate our players so much from the Eredivisie or from Ukraine or from Russia or from wherever.
I must create though in the comments. Madison would be.
Craig AFC here Craig AFC 87 says I can. Newcastle signing Madison in January. Andy, take us through that.
Yes.
I remember when we were linked with Trippier, and I was asked, we had a list of players that we linked with at the time, and someone asked us, and there was big names being linked, not just Trippier, and someone said, why? Who do you think would be the ideal signing? And I said Trippier. Why? Experience, his leadership on the pitch. He's played multiple Champions League games. He's won the league. He almost won the league with Tottenham on 2 occasions. And we needed stability, and we needed a player who had quality at the back to bring the ball back out. And I believe Madison's in the exact same mould as him. He's guaranteed goals and assists when he plays. Yes, he is going to miss games because he's that type of player. He's not the biggest player. His ankles get kicked all the time, I've noticed. He is going to miss games, but he adds qualities. You could be having a terrible day, 0-0 or 1-0 down against a team, 10 minutes to go, and he rescues a point for you with a free kick or a ball into the box or just a pass or just a shot from 20-odd yards. With either foot as well, people don't give him credit. The amount of goals he scored with his left foot. He scored a banger against Newcastle that season with his left foot.
Was that the 4-0 or the 5-0?
Actually.
5, I believe. He scored numerous good goals against Newcastle, but the one with his left foot, I think it was last season, was one that you've got to stand back and go, you show him on his right, his left foot, he's still going to punish you at times.
How much would you pay maximum for Madison? I would pay 65.
Oh, man, that's too much for him, man.
Here's a question for you.
Yeah.
Who's more effective, Jack Grealish or James Madison?
Madison.
There you are.
I think he's just as good a ball carrier, and he'll get you goals and assists. He can be a focal point in that attacking midfield role, just like Miggy is off the right. And also, then that brings in the flexibility. Maybe Madison could play on the wing.
He does. He plays on the right side for Leicester. He just goes inside. For me, if you can get him for less than £70 million, I think it's good business for both teams.
So you'd pay 70.
Man,
how much? All right, Tony. How much did you pay?
Is Madison worth 70?
Yeah.
Is Odegaard worth 70?
No. Remove this from any.
No, it's just to put some context to what I'm saying as well.
Like,
that's how the player market. That's how you assign value to a player. Well, are you in this echelon?
Wait. But again, it depends on how much time he has in his contract left in his contract, right?
I'll look it up. But
doesn't these factors actually affect the price of players?
Yes, it's massive.
It does, right? Yeah. So massive. We have to check how whether it's a year, 6 months, or whatever. That's left.
18 months left on his deal, I believe.
Because you cannot just say 70 million and you want to buy him with that, bro. Come on, man. I know you have endless resources.
That's what Leicester say the price tag is.
I know you have endless resources, but you have to check the factors, with this thing.
But I thought you said Newcastle could afford to waste money.
That's what I said. But again, the fact that you want to waste money doesn't mean that you have the capability.
Don't want to waste money.
No. But of course, the fact that you have the resources to waste money doesn't mean you should waste money in it.
Yeah.
Question: if we were to check the stats from the turn of the calendar year, I believe that there's only 2 players in the Premier League that have more goal contributions than James Maddison.
I'll check because you're probably
true. I'm not disputing what he brings to the table. But I'm
quality
just saying, is he worth that 70? Because
how much do you think he's worth?
I think 40, 45 is okay.
Well, I think they're doing him a discredit there. I'll be honest, Tony.
Really? 40, 45 plus.
Transfer market has it at £55 million. I said 65. You said 45. It's bang in the middle.
And I said if he can get him for less than 70.
No. You said 60 something, man.
I said 65.
Yeah, and I said if he can get him for less than 70.
And that's ballpark 65.
Okay, check transfer marks. Let's see what transfer marks is saying.
I wouldn't take any notice of anything.
He's 26, attacking midfielder, Leicester. Let me check out his stats here. 55 million. Oh, is that euros, actually?
But transfer marks would have his evaluation, actually.
Yeah, it says 55 million.
The only people that matter as to what the valuation is Leicester.
It's within that range, bro.
That's in the middle, but that's exactly in the middle between you said 45 and I said 65, and transfer mark said 55. So that just means I rate him a little bit more than transfer mark, and you rate him a little bit less. We're still in a decent threshold. I'm not saying he's 200 million, and you're saying 10. And transfer mark says
I get that.
47.
Yeah,
we're in the same relative ballpark.
Could you check his stats there, Steve, just quickly, just so
let's check.
Put it in context, and we'll compare it to someone that's went for that type of money. So let's say someone like Bernardo Silva.
Right. So James Maddison this year so far for Leicester City, who have not been great. They picked up a little bit.
This season or this year?
This season so far, 13 appearances, 7 goals, 4 assists.
Nearly a goal, a contribution a game.
Come again. How many goals?
7.
More than Jesus, mind you.
Yeah.
From an attacking midfield position.
How many assists? Sorry, 4 did you say?
4 assists.
That's 11 goal contributions in 13 games.
But seven goals?
Yes.
In the Premiership?
Yes. Yeah. Premier League. Bro, that's not bad, Tony, is it?
What was it last season, Steve?
Bad, man.
I'll check last season.
I think he got 14 or something last season, 13, 14 last season.
No, he scores goals. That's for sure. He
double
also
figures
brings
assists
too, but I just really think 70 is just too much for him, man.
He got 12. Okay.
It's too for that price too. It's English, so of course.
Yes, of course he's going to be a little, and you're buying from. Yeah, I understand. That's why I said 60.
Yeah, but I was just checking his contract situation. I think because he wanted to go to Tottenham Hotspurs last season. He tried to force a move last season to go to Tottenham Hotspurs, but he didn't get that move. He packed his bag. He wanted to go. He told the board he was leaving, that they should accept any amount of money that comes from Tottenham Hotspurs. He tried to force a move to Arsenal. He couldn't get it. So I don't know his contract situation. So like
Yeah, I'm looking
how
into
much time
that.
does he have with his contract situation with Leicester City?
Right.
Uh, it should actually determine how much Newcastle or any other team that is involved with
My
him
belief is that he's got 18 months left on
that
his
want to
deal.
expend for
By
him.
the way, last year he got 18 goals and 12 assists in however many games. Let me add that up.
He missed a few last season, so missed a few games.
Yeah,
So
18, so he got 30 goal contributions
Hmm.
last year across all competitions. That ain't bad. But
you
contract
tell
wise,
me what that's worth in the Premier League. 30 goal contributions in one season. I think it's worth 60 million all day.
Well, I think it's one of these players that has been very, very
contract
inconsistent across the years. He's
what?
been very yeah, not so
Inconsistent. We just said
because of
30 goal contributions. 30 goal
okay.
contributions doesn't scream inconsistency to me.
That's
As much as that-
inconsistent. I want to be inconsistent.
Over the years. I'm not talking of just 1-2 years. I'm talking of over 4 years, over 4 seasons. Like how many did he score 3 years ago?
I can look into that. But to answer your question,
4 years ago.
give me 2 seconds. So the
And
contract,
what's his injury record?
right? So
Because I clearly know he's always injured.
okay,
So
but let me answer your first question about the contract. Right? It expires June 30th, 2024. So that's question number one of yours. Yeah.
18 months left.
18 months, yeah.
18 months left. Okay.
Injury record, you wanted to know that too, right?
Yeah.
Look at that. Let me pull that up. 22-23, a knee injury from November 19th, so an 8-day injury. Missed no games because missed no games there. He's had a lot of injuries. I will give you that, obviously. It looks like there's been 1, 2, 3, 4. One of them was illness. Head injury, unknown injury, hip. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 over since 2018-19, which is what? 4.
Injuries.
But the worst one was 72 days, 50, and that was 2 years ago.
2 years ago, right?
And
Good.
it's
So that must affect his goal haul.
But
at
it
the
doesn't.
period.
It clearly doesn't because he's got 30 goals.
No. Wait. You're not checking this the right way. How many goals did he get 2 seasons ago?
Oh, 2 seasons ago under that. Okay. Let me check that out. And by the way,
approximately within the period he had that injury also.
While Steve's checking that, Tony, one thing I will say is that one way of judging a player about his injuries is how they react after they come back from an injury.
And he's always tremendous.
Yeah. Reaction when you come back from injury is very important. I regard that as a very, very important, character when it comes to judging players. But again, a player might come a little bit too late to be able to justify that character, and character at times doesn't justify your team winning trophies when they actually do need you. So your character.
He has won a trophy. He won the FA Cup.
Oh my God, Steve! Wait, please let someone finish his point. Even Andy allowed you to finish.
Move on.
Let me just finish. Then you can. Yeah, because you spoil the train of thought. See, it doesn't matter about his character when he comes back from injury. With what I'm saying here, what I'm saying here is that your team might need you in crucial moments, and you might not be there. Like during those periods at the start of the season, when Leicester were losing games left and right, they really needed all their players on board. There were injuries abroad at the start of the season with that Leicester team, and they really needed him at that point. And I think he missed a couple of games during the time at that time, if I remember correctly. He missed He missed
No,
a
you're
couple
right.
of
No,
games,
you're right.
and it affected them at the time. So imagine if this guy is an injury-prone player, as you've already proven that already. If it's an injury-prone player, good and okay. What if they need him at times, to go higher in the league table, to go top four, to get to Europa League places, and he's nowhere to be found, and he comes back probably maybe after the whole, of course, the old chances have gone down the drain, and then he comes back and he has a good attitude, rebounds, show the team, why they miss him, and he scores lots of goals, and yet it doesn't help them qualify for Europe.
Well,
You
but
could
he
be
had,
saying this. You could be saying this about Gabriel Jesus in 2 years' time.
Yeah, we'll wait till that time, of course.
Look at
And
Party.
and of course, Gabriel Jesus is open for criticism. Also, I'm not saying he's the best player abroad. I'm just saying that injuries at times, affect players
Yeah,
most times, and it affect their output. And it doesn't matter whether you're a good player or not a good player, but it does do affect your output as a player, and to the general output you give your team also.
that's why squads are
And
important.
that's why teams don't necessarily go for players that have injury problems.
by
Leicester
the
don't
way,
have the luxury of being able to invest into a squad like us. And potentially we might buy Madison, and then the following year bring in a player that's going to be pushing him. And if Madison's missing, the next player comes in.
Mm,
by
exactly.
the
And
way,
again, that's why you're a big club. Actually, it's
yeah,
cool you could do
yeah.
that, because that's why you're getting to be a big club right now. Historically, Newcastle is one of the biggest clubs in
No,
England,
no,
whether you
no,
like it or
underachievers.
not.
You're massively right.
You have history. Yeah,
We're like
I really do
Spurs.
think that Newcastle have
Yeah,
history. Yeah. So Newcastle is a club that has history. You're a big
right.
club, of course, not in the trophy front, but you're a big club in terms of your history as a football club. The players that has come out of Newcastle, Owen, Shearer, you guys have lots of big
Ginola,
players.
Spria,
Bro,
all
you
these,
guys have
all
lots and lots of these players that have
Woodgate,
come out from
yeah,
that,
Given,
from that team. So you do have history.
Bellamy,
But again, you're a big club right now because of the resources that's been given to you
right?
by your current ownership. So that's why you need lots of options down there. Probably,
Yeah,
maybe you might be looking at options that might be more better, an upgrade to Madison, who doesn't have that injury baggage with him, that can genuinely
Any player
help the
can get
team.
any injury. Any player
well,
can get injured at
and
any
by the
point.
way, on Madison, I looked it up. He has. Let me just get this right. Let me just get this. This is gonna blow your mind because I did not know. Since he joined Leicester City 4 seasons ago, he has 185 appearances for Leicester City. 52 goals, 32 assists. That's 88 goal contributions in 4 years across all competitions.
Man, but
That's why he's worth
That's
65. That's why he's worth 65 million right there. And it's not just Bruno Fernandes penalties, and that's all Bruno Fernandes does. He just scores
but
goals.
but with
Not
all those,
only
but again, with all those goals, did he help the team win
yes,
any
they won the
trophies
FA
apart from the
Cup.
FA Cup? Apart from the FA Cup, did
and
they
they've just
progress
missed
in?
out on the
Did
Champions
they
League
progress
3
in the
times.
Premiership? No, did they
They missed out
progress
on
in
the
the
Champions
Premiership?
League 3 times by like 2
On the
points.
last day of the season twice.
Yeah.
But
So you could be
they've
clipping that
not
and
been in the
saying,
Champions League in recent years with all those goals. I'm talking of when all those goals came up. It's 4 years ago, right?
No,
Leicester
no,
just
no,
get
no,
the
no, no,
Champions
no,
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 League.
since
no,
four
no, no.
years. No, since how many years? This goal haul you talked about.
He's been at Leicester for 4 seasons. This is his 4th season.
No. Wait. This goal haul now you're talking about now.
88 goal contributions,
In
52
four,
goals.
wait. In 4 seasons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Now, in those 4 seasons, now have they gotten into the Champions League with those goals?
No, but they've won an FA Cup, which I
I know
value
they've
more
won
for
an
a
FA
club
Cup,
like
but they've not
Leicester.
won. See, Steve, I asked a direct question. I know they've won the FA Cup. Have those goal contributions, have it helped them get into the Champions League?
That's not just down to James Madison. That's down to Vardy getting injured. That's down to other players getting injured.
That's
in
down
the
to
rest of the
Brendan
side.
Rodgers.
You
Just
can't just put
not,
that down to James Madison.
And
That's
now the
that can't
fickle.
excuses
be.
come up,
That
right?
can't.
That's very fickle.
I get that.
If you win an FA Cup with Leicester City, that's impressive to me.
With Leicester City, come on, man. These guys they've won the Premiership before,
Yeah, and who
That
expected
was
them to
an
do?
anomaly. That's not the standard of Leicester City. These guys
True,
15
true. I
years ago.
understand. True, I understand.
These guys 15
I
years
understand all
ago
those
were in.
stories,
And
man.
the squad got capitulated as well. They lost all of their top players. Kante left.
Mahrez.
Drinkwater left. Mahrez left.
Vardy
We
was.
had two centre halves retire.
Wasn't Vardy heavily
Yeah,
linked with
but
Arsenal?
come on, man. But more lesser teams have actually won the FA Cup in recent seasons.
It's
I mean,
been
what
consistent
do you
in
Let's not
top
even
one
talk about
too.
recent
what
seasons.
do
Let's
you
even
want
talk
the
about
guy?
Wigan. Wigan won the FA Cup. See, all these teams, anyone can win the FA Cup, man.
What do you
That's
want
why it's called
Leicester
the FA
to
Cup.
do?
So, see.
What do you want Leicester to do?
Wait. You
If an
justify
FA Cup
it.
ain't good enough for Leicester, I don't know what is.
I'm sorry, I'm with Steve on this one. I think since Brendan Rodgers went to Leicester, they've been consistently in the top half. They've missed out on the Champions League. They were in the top four for every single game of the season until the last day of the season.
38. Match week 38. I think, who did they lose to? I forget.
See,
Wasn't it Man United 1 year lockdown? They lost 2-1.
You know what? Yeah. Why is it that when you guys are, I don't know, when they're linked with players, they want to justify why that player
No.
comes to the
Just
team. And
the numbers are there. You can't argue with them,
I'm
Tony.
trying to hit you guys a little bit, on that. But it's all
No,
right,
I'm sorry, Andy.
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. If you are so excited about Mudryk and your fan base is clamoring for a player from goddamn Ukraine. I want Ukrainian football and him in the Champions League. I understand why. But you cannot possibly – we haven't had this discussion about Mudryk and his stats in Ukraine, but I've had to go in-depth. Injuries, goal contributions. What did he do last season? What trophy did he win? Did they make Champions League? I'd have to do 5. I've had to show you 6 different things to show why I think he's worth 65-ish, 60. Or Transfermarkt says 55. And he's got 88 goal contributions in 185. If I do the math correctly, that's
over 1 and 2.
A bit under
I'm not saying he's not a good player. I've not said that. I'm just saying that is he worth that price? That's just the thing.
Yes.
Is it what?
Find me a Premier League player that has 88 goal contributions.
Let's spin this. If they scored that many goals in the Bundesliga, we would be going, oh, we've got to get this player in. Look at the numbers that he's got. He's already doing it in the Premier League.
Yeah, true.
And that's important, right? Doing it in the Premier League. That's what I hear from everybody.
But again, why is he not in a big club?
Why is he not?
Because he's been on the verge of challenging at Leicester. That's why. They've got money. Their owners have got money. The only reason their owners have not been investing the last 18 months is because they're in the travel industry. And COVID, they were losing money hand over fist because literally they were losing millions every day because the aeroplanes couldn't get off the ground.
It's not even about aeroplanes, mind you. Their owner died, and since then, investments in the club have been shut.
Top, his son Top. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his last name. Top, his son, has ran the club a bit differently.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
With that same logic.
Wait, Steve. You'll come in. Slow down. This started even pre-COVID times because you brought in that travel stuff in here, and it didn't start from the time. It started from pre-COVID times, before COVID. When their father died, and he went to talk.
The helicopter thing.
Most transfers dealings that they've had within that club hasn't been reinvested into the club. It has been used to do other things outside football. You can see they sold. I think they sold Fofana, right? They sold Fofana to Chelsea.
That's very recently, though.
For £70 million, and that amount of money wasn't reinvested into the club at the end of the day.
Wasn't that transfer the last week of the window?
Yeah.
It was.
They also sold Schmeichel for peanuts to Nice. For less than £1 million.
Yeah. So they had all these players go away. Most of the money they've gotten hasn't been reinvested into the club. And of course, it's good you said that it was the last day. Good and okay. They didn't have time to buy players. But you could have definitely in a way that you could. And mind you, most transfer dealings these days are not just done with lots of money. They're done in installment
Yeah,
payments.
we
You
did
know, you
that for
can
Nick
pay
Pope.
down payments. Exactly.
He was 10 million.
So that cheeky one you brought in there, Andy, the deal was done at the last day. I know where you were going to, but right now, most clubs run a modern day way of transacting businesses. They don't just do businesses by outrightly giving 50, 60, 70 million pounds. No,
I think
they
Man
pay
City are one of
over,
the only
they
clubs
pay
that
over,
pay.
They've also
yeah,
got a
exactly.
promising
They
centre
pay.
half in the Belgian truce.
Exactly. You can
About
decide
5,
to
yeah,
just pay 2.5 million pounds for the first installment of the
for
payment
them.
and
Yeah.
wait for the next transfer window or wait for
Right.
next 4 installments. So you can do it in that way. So why hasn't that money been, reinvested into the club right now? And that's why players, in fact, there's a mutiny I think last summer. This past summer in that Leicester team. Everyone wanted to leave that team. Ian Acho wanted to go. James Madison was twerking for Tottenham Hotspurs. He wanted to leave
Oh,
first
that's
for
why.
Arsenal,
That's why.
first for
Yeah.
Arsenal, secondly for Tottenham Hotspurs. So
Now we get to the truth.
Now it makes sense why you've
And the
got
truth will
some.
set you free,
Now
Tony.
it makes sense why you've been so questionable about Madison. This guy affiliated with himself with Spurs. I didn't even remember that, but you have thought about that since the day you heard about that on whatever fucking news outlet or Twitter guy said that.
he was seriously
You
twerking
haven't forgot that. Okay.
for
He
Tottenham
calls him James
Hotspurs.
Judas Madison now.
Jesus Christ. The way this guy twerked for Tottenham Hotspurs was so shameful.
That makes
It
sense.
made me see him in a different light.
That's why I've needed to bring up James Madison.
So
When do we
yeah,
play Arsenal? When do we play Arsenal,
I'm
Steve?
not looking forward to that one, man.
I
It's
am.
around January, man.
Because I tell you what I hope happens. We sign Madison. It's 0-0, 10 minutes. He puts the ball down, scores a free kick, and Tony's sitting there going, do you know what it is? He was probably worth that 65 million that just paid for him.
No, you know what we should do? We should give Roma ASM. Give them Tammy Abraham, Madison, fucking Abraham, and Madison Brace. And Colomwani.
Oh my god.
And fucking Mudryk.
All right, guys. Here, see. Okay, let's go to the predictions of the games
Come on.
coming up next weekend. So, see, we'll start with you, Andy. Andy, me and Steve, we talked extensively about the game tomorrow for Newcastle Bournemouth.
I had to defend Bournemouth, for God's sake.
We talked about it.
I had to defend Bournemouth as Tony was saying that they're not that good.
He was defending Bournemouth, and I was saying, man, this is a team that doesn't have a good track record in the Premiership this season. They've been beating black and blue everywhere. They've had chances. They've scored goals in some good quarters. They've given a good account of themselves. They played against Tottenham Hotspurs. They put the pressure on them, but again, they leak goals, and they're leaking goals in droves.
They also score them.
Steven and
That's why they're leading them.
Yeah, these guys in back in the defense, they don't leave anything to be left inspired of them. So it's clearly a team that's been invited to be beaten black and blue. Liverpool left them down there for dead. Yeah, they've gotten good spells against Everton in recent times.
They beat them 7-1 on aggregate in the same week.
In the same week,
Everton ain't great,
of course, that's good. But mind you, you're talking of a poor Everton team that's run by a poor
they're
Chelsea reject in terms of a coach. That's
going to sting, in it.
Yeah. So, see, it doesn't leave anything out there left to be inspired. Newcastle is going to see Bournemouth tomorrow, and they're going to pump goals into Bournemouth tomorrow. That's what I think. It's going to be a disaster. It's going to be a disaster, just like the battle in Waterloo. They'll be destroyed tomorrow. That's what I think.
We've also got to remember Bournemouth will be looking at this game with one eye on the Premier League. I genuinely believe that they will be looking with one eye on the Premier League, but they're also going to be looking at, if they are potentially going to struggle with staying in the league, a cup run could do wonders for the fans. So any cup game, no Newcastle, especially this competition, we've been beaten by worse teams than Bournemouth at this stage.
Brentford's B team under Bruce was the most.
I remember years ago we had a fantastic squad and we got walloped off West Brom when I worked there when I was about 17. So it is no means a foregone conclusion tomorrow. But I do expect goals. I agree with you, Tony. They do leak goals, but it's because how expansive they are and how brave they are on the ball. So if we're not on it and we don't give them the respect that they deserve, if they get an early goal, they're more than capable of sitting in. They showed it against.
Do they deserve respect?
Yes.
These guys in the Premiership
League
have
deserve
lost
respect.
6 games at a trot.
Any team in the Prem deserves respect.
Yeah.
Okay. In general sense, yes. But in terms of recent form, bar Everton, bro,
I'll go for a 4-1 win.
To write home about.
I'll go 2.
Exactly,
I
Andrew Bell is talking.
I said 2-0 because Andy, keep in mind they did draw with us 1-1. Albeit,
I'm going with 5. I'm going with 5-2.
No, they could.
I'm going with 5-2. It's going to be a disaster.
We pumped Villa, Southampton, same thing, and we weren't like at our peak best in that game. We were just clinical. We destroyed Fulham. Destroyed Brentford as well. So there's 4 batteries.
The only thing that concerns me, Steve, is Eddie Howe today has given no indication of whether Wilson's going to be pot. He never said he was injured, but he also never said that he was fit to play. I think there's something happening there. Isaac obviously is not available, so it could genuinely be
ASM as well, not available.
Yeah, but he limps off every other week. I don't read into. He's always
again. I would literally, if I had the chance to, I'd swap with Roma for Tammy. I would do something like that. What?
He's starting to run out of chances with certain. I think a lot of Newcastle fans now are losing patience with the SM.
I love him, but goal contributions wise, I think he's underachieved. He's got all the talent in the world, but injuries also has been a problem.
Yeah. So 4-1 for me. But
you know what? Yeah. I do think that Eddie Howe will come out smoking tomorrow. I don't think he will bring out the big guns tomorrow because I think he would want to. This is just after a World Cup. I think he will literally want to bring out the team and say, you know what? Yeah. I don't want you guys to. I don't want there to be a break in transmission. I want this team to still be firing the way we were firing 6 weeks ago. I see him literally bringing. I see him bringing the big guns for this one. I think he's really taking this trophy search very, very seriously. I think he's going to go for it.
I think the spine. Pope will start. Botman will start. Bruno will start. If ASM's fit, he will start. Miggy will start.
Yeah.
It's just whether Chris Wood or Callum Wilson starts. If Callum Wilson starts, I'm confident that we have enough to comfortably stay off Bournemouth.
More than enough. It's going to
Chris Wood starting, I worry.
I think Chris Wood's starting tomorrow.
So I think he starts.
That's why I'm going 2-0. I think there'll be a tough nut to crack, but hopefully I'm wrong, man. Hopefully I'm wrong.
But when you're saying a tough nut to crack, then you're giving them excessive respect
because they drew with us 1-1.
It doesn't matter. That's
but it does matter because in previous years also, Tony, they've beaten us at St. James's Park.
Comfortably as well. One of the best teams I've ever seen against us a while ago was Eddie Howe's Bournemouth.
Just like Tony.
If you notice how Eddie Howe has been setting up this season, he's been setting up his team in a way that doesn't give the opposing factor or the opposing team any respect at all. He dwells on that.
Villa and Everton had no shots on target against us.
That's what I'm saying. It dwells on that. Yeah. And teams that should be getting respect, like Aston Villa that had a couple of games, before they played Newcastle, that had a couple of games, in their bag before they
destroyed Brentford
for Newcastle
4-0.
Yeah, exactly.
The game before we destroyed them.
It destroyed them. And part of the reason why he could actually, pull that off is because he didn't give these guys any respect. And look at them like a team to be to go against, to have a run in. He doesn't respect these guys, and that's why I like Eddie Howe.
He's
He's not the
ruthless.
biggest coach up there, but see, when a coach is very, very fearless, yeah,
Ruthless as well.
ruthless, exactly. When
Right.
you're not afraid with the type of players you have, you really feel and have the confidence in your players that these guys will actually have a run in against any team, even with the biggest team in the Premiership in the last 5, 6, 7 seasons in the past 10 years. Let's say, man, you're having a run at them. Yeah, in St James Park, your home, you're having a run at these guys. You're beating Aston Villa. You're pulling
11
off
game unbeaten
results in
streak
Tottenham
for us as
Hotspurs
well.
in the middle of the lane in the heart of London. You're destroying Aston Villa, bro.
He also
I
wants to
don't.
carry on that
I don't.
momentum, doesn't he, for the Leicester
Yes.
game?
No, you come on, man. You get the whole jack. I don't think he would want to digress with a team like Bournemouth.
We have
If we're
one.
talking of a team of Man City, good and okay, he might play it safe. But with Bournemouth, he will want to show it. He will want it to be a show of force.
Yeah.
He will want to
Give
show,
Leicester the
yeah,
heebie-jeebies.
Yeah.
exactly. So that your next game against Leicester, Brendan Rodgers will coordinate himself. I
You
And
know
think
what's
it
let
will
going
be
to happen
more of
now,
a
though,
show of
don't you,
fear.
Tony? Tony, you know what's going to happen now against Leicester, don't you? Madison's going to end up winning the game for Leicester, and then you're going
Exactly.
to go, do you know what it is? I think he's worth that 65
No,
million quid.
but again, Madison has an extra motivation to play you guys because you guys are linked to him. He would want to
show what he's all
justify
about.
whatever money and show what he's all about. So, man, that's it.
And in the same
That's
time,
why.
make a
That's
few
why
quid
you
for
guys
Leicester.
need a good game against Bournemouth tomorrow.
We do,
You
yeah.
definitely need it.
If the first half's a difficult 0-0, then I think, like as you say, I don't think all of the big guns will stop, but I really do think Bruno. So I think you'll want to take Bruno's mind off the World Cup. He should be
Yeah.
fit. He should be fresh. He didn't play a great deal. I think
Mm,
it's more going to be get him over the emotional disappointment of being knocked out of the World Cup.
of the World Cup. Okay, in your game against Leicester City, of course, Craig AFC here, our friend here, he says, wait, let's go through what he said here. Steve McCullough, what's your idea of, because we'll soon close the show, what's your idea of this Emi Martinez stuff? Arsenal should never have sold Emi Martinez.
He wanted to go.
He wanted to go,
He
right?
wanted to. Tony, me and you have talked about multiple times Arsenal not getting any money at all for some assets that are of some nominal value. It's better than goddamn zero.
Facts.
Gendouzi, prime example. You should be getting more money
From him.
for a player that talented and that has done well in the Premier League, albeit the attitude issues is why he left. But he's got the ability. That should be at least 30. 30
Frimfrong, years ago. Look at Frimfrong now, wasn't he at Arsenal when he was a youngster? He's probably one of the most promising right backs in Europe.
I'm not even talking about those guys. I'm talking about like bums that you could at least get 5 or 10 million for that just walked out for free.
Can imagine.
Deadwood, for example. Like we're gonna get money if Norwich get promoted for Isaac Hayden. It's better than nothing. Helps out the books. So that's the thing. Emi Martinez wanted to leave because Arteta didn't want to give him the starting berth over goddamn Bernd Leno.
It was that conversation that was overheard at the FA Cup final, wasn't it? When he was walking down the tunnel and he said, "I don't care about the money. I want to play football."
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
why he joined Villa. So I think Arsenal they got their hand forced because a player wanted to leave, and if a player wants to leave, then you got to let him go because
He's not playing.
Good and okay. See, yeah, Andy, what's your prediction for the match against Leicester City?
And then the West
We'll
Ham.
go to that Arsenal match.
I think it's hard to predict the Leicester game considering
Madison might just stick it in, right?
Great that we. I don't know. I understand the question or why you're asking it. It's a good idea to ask us because it's very prominent that I probably get miles off at the moment because no one knows where any of the teams are. This is unprecedented times where we've had a break like this during a season. Some teams will lap it up and love it. Some teams might struggle. I think a lot of it's all going to be dependent on how organised the management and the coaching team are. And we've seen if this was under Steve Bruce, we would have. I'm probably in better nick than some of the players would be in it because. Let's be honest, they were getting days off left, right and centre. So, and then you've got the problem that if you work them too hard too quickly, then you're going to get injuries. So I think the Bournemouth game, I'd say it's going to be a tough game against Leicester. We might nick it, but at the moment, it's very hard to predict the Leicester game because we don't know where Leicester is as well. We don't know if they've got injuries or anything. So, but I fancy us against Leicester, considering the previous couple of games against them, we've been the better side, and we do have the opportunity to put some confidence in the camp before that game.
I checked the record away to Leicester. We lost last year 4-0, but then we beat them under Bruce 4-2. It's been loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, and so we're on the right end of it.
It's been a dicey one. It's been a dicey one.
Wasn't Leicester's form pretty impressive before the break as well?
Before the break as well.
Yeah, they got out of that. I thought they were down and out.
They were the second informed team in the league, I believe, behind us and Man City.
Man, but Steve McCullough raises.
So I'll go Newcastle 2-1. And also, I just realized if we're doing Gunners and Mags,
I agree 2-1.
Monday at 2:30, then because West Ham, you know what I'm saying? If I kind of have to give a prediction now because by the time unless we do an early Gunners and Mags, but you've got your job. So for the sake of that, I'll go 2-1 Newcastle.
I agree.
But luckily for us, we can do a short Gunners and Mags before the Arsenal West Ham game because if we do it at 2:30 or 2 o'clock, the game for me starts at 3 o'clock. So it gives an hour. We just can't do a fucking 3-hour show.
Yeah, sure, man. Yeah, I wanted this to be a 1-hour show, but somehow me and Steve McCullough would just drag it up and. You know, I really need to stick to this 1-hour stuff, man.
Like a couple of old grannies having a coffee.
Man. When me and Steve McCullough, when we get into the spirit, man, we just start.
I know the feeling, man.
We just let loose and we just keep talking.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, Arsenal have a very crucial game against West Ham. Andy, what do you think about that game coming up on Boxing Day?
Tough game considering you've lost Jesus. It's how the squad bounced back. I still fancy us. West Ham are on the best run in the Premier League. I think Israel will win 3-1.
Sorry, what did you guys play with West Ham?
When did we play them?
Yeah, did you guys play?
We haven't played them yet. That was the game.
You haven't played West Ham. Oh, okay.
So Tony, that was the game when the When the Queen passed away, we were supposed to play them on a Saturday. I think.
God knows when that's going to get introduced.
I get that.
God knows when we're going to play that game because me and Steve were having this conversation well before the World Cup. When do they fit these games in?
Yeah.
And we're not even in Europe, by the way.
Yeah.
We're not even in
that's
Europe.
That's another thing, man. I just really feel like if you guys were in an European competition, it's really stretch you guys. But you guys don't have any of all those attachments. The only saving grace is that I really do think that Newcastle is going to look into this EFL Cup and this FA Cup as potential.
We have to.
Not have to, really. But as potential cup games to actually win.
It's another route into Europe, isn't it? Let's be honest. Even if we get to the final, it could potentially get us into Europe.
Yeah.
Andy, you guys are looking for Champions League. Eddie Howe is going for broke.
Yeah, but you can't look a gift horse in the mouth. I mean,
this guy's serious.
What was Chelsea's first trophy under Jose Mourinho? What was Arsene Wenger's first trophy at Arsenal?
Guardiola uses this cup as well, doesn't he?
What was Guardiola's first trophy under Man City? What was
I know. But what I'm saying, but again, you didn't understand where I'm going to. I'm saying
your point's valid.
I'm saying that this guy is not just going for these trophies. He's going for the Champions League. Like he's going for Champions League places. I think personally, I even really think that Eddie Howe thinks that he might actually be in the mix for the Premiership. I'm serious, man.
Why not? At this point, why not?
So, man.
If Leicester could do what they did, I mean, nothing's beyond the realms of possibility. I think it's unlikely, but
bro.
Look at we just
Stop doing that to us,
With
man. My
all
heart
these teams, with all
teasing
these
us like
teams
that.
faltering about, Chelsea haven't gotten any form yet. Liverpool, okay, they're there. Tottenham doesn't seem to have a very, very good
well
back
no.
four.
You could
Romero is still messing up. Harry Kane, I don't know. I don't see how he's bouncing back from that
he
penalty
could
being blown out of space all
when
over
he goes
Twitter.
to away grounds.
See, all these teams are all faltering everywhere. And if Newcastle actually just imagine if Newcastle go into the market in January and just decide to just okay, let's just go on a let's just go on a power trip. Let's show these guys who we are. And then they go and spend £200 million buying all these players, bringing a new striker in. Of course, you guys are being linked to big top players out there right now. And with what's going on with Isaac right now, I think you guys are going for a big striker. I can smell it.
Nah.
I agree. I think we will. I don't think we'll be spending £60 million on one, but
You guys don't believe. I can smell it. I know when something bad. Trust me, it's a bad thing because Newcastle is going to power up, so it's something bad. But I can smell it. I can
it's a
smell
bit like
it.
when you have that mushroom on Mario
It's a
Kart and you
pity.
get
It's a
bigger.
pity you guys are not smelling what I'm smelling.
It's just
I'm smelling
it's too
it,
early
man.
for me to judge about Isak. Has it gone perfectly? No. But
No, but you heard what Andy Bell said. Even he is a little bit.
yeah, Eddie, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just
Yeah.
I'm not trying to overreact, and I'm not saying you are,
No,
Andy.
no,
I'm
no,
just
no. I'm not saying any. Even I know
I'm
you're
not saying you
saying
are either, Tony.
Yeah, I get that. But again, you guys have endless resources. That's what I was telling Steve at
Yeah,
the time. That
yeah.
it wouldn't really matter if Isaac is injured or not injured. You guys would just go into the general
Good.
market
And he could also play
and
off the
buy a
left, by the
striker.
way. Isak
See,
can also play off the left wing, and if we sell ASM, guess where
your
Isak's
board will
playing?
give £100 million for a striker without thinking about it. It's
Yeah.
possible.
Who though?
Yeah.
Who?
Huh?
Who?
Without
Who would you bring in?
Bro, Yao Felix is being muted
Nah.
for your club. You guys have gone in for Modric. You've inquired about him. You guys are shopping for a striker. It's possible. You guys are shopping for Madison.
I'll
It's
sue him in, yes.
a big
I'll,
possibility.
if we're going to go
What you
mad,
guys are
go and get
saying,
our sewer man.
and mind you, what you guys are
Osimhen,
saying,
yeah.
a 70 million quid might be on the forefront.
Tell
You guys-
Napoli I'll give you 210 million for Kvaratskhelia and Osimhen.
You know
In the
what?
summer.
I
We
still
cannot.
think that
There's no
Newcastle
way
wants to
Napoli.
make-
There's no way Napoli are selling those to either of those guys unless they're offering 400 or something
Well, they're still in the Champions League, aren't they? It would be silly for a player to leave.
And they've got Frankfurt, and they could that would be. Oh my! I'm so excited.
We'll go and get Diop. I mean, let's be honest. If we don't get Modric, we'll probably go for Diaby and Madison and a striker of sorts.
But you know what? Yeah, you can never say never. Yeah,
No,
you
of
know
course
what is
not.
you know the release clause for Osimhen. It's about 100 million. What
No,
if
it's
your
not.
club says, "Hey, that's what I heard. That's what I heard."
Well,
How
I
much
know
is-
it's not. I
No,
keep up with Serie A.
Okay, so what is it?
He doesn't have a release clause because Serie A teams are not required to have a release clause. La Liga is. Every La Liga player has a
Okay.
release clause because that's how the league is run.
He's probably got a verbal agreement with Napoli in the sense that they've probably said to him, look, if a club comes in and offers this amount, then
Yeah,
yes, we will let you go.
of
I'll look it up.
the-
I'll look it up. But
Try and look it up, man, because
Sure.
I've heard the
if it was 100 million,
Napoli
you would have been.
president
You would have
saying
been.
that any club that needs to get Osimhen, we have to drop it by 100.
We've also got to look at the profit margin that they've got in that. They spent over 70 million on him, and then look at the wages that he's picked up off them in, 2.5 years? So I'm with Steve. If he was available for 100 million, I think he'd have been gone by now.
You would have heard about it from every single big club on this earth would be like Man United,
Probably one of the most paid strikers on the planet at the
Man
moment.
City linked with this guy, Juventus linked with him, Milan linked with him,
Guys,
fucking Spurs are linked with him.
Craig,
This guy.
Craig AFC says here, if
So
Arsenal
swap Harry
don't do
Kane.
the right signings in January, we will finish 5th or 6th. Oh my God!
It's true.
man.
It's true. If Jesus is injured till February, because I think that's worst case scenario.
Miss Melina,
You have
thanks for bringing this
Nketiah.
info. For West Ham, Skamaka and Antonio are injured. Yes. Yes.
Oh, Skamaka's a huge miss for them. I'm
Yes.
a fan of
Let me
Skamaka.
do like Steve McCullough. Oh, Andy, I laugh at this guy when he
You'll
does
be
that.
taking a shot
In
later
my
to
mind,
celebrate.
yeah. Oh my god! You need to see this guy when his team maybe Poland or Germany or whatever is winning, and I like it, man. It shows your passion. I like that passion, man.
By the way,
And
Tony, I have
yeah,
not found anything on an Osimhen release cost for 100 million. I
I
have.
think if it was generally known that he'd be available for that type of money, he would have been gone by now. I really do.
but the president is the Napoli president was saying that any team that wants to come for Osimhen should be ready in their 100 million.
Yeah, but
That's
that's
what
De
he was saying.
Laurentiis. You know, all right. So let me translate this to you because I know this De Laurentiis guy. Yeah, when he says like that, he's saying, and you have to keep in mind when you translate Italian to English, there's a bit of a language barrier. When he says he said that about players in the past before, he said that about Koulibaly as well. Oh, if you come to the table, you need to have at least 120 million years and years ago. And they kept a hold of him for a while, to be fair, even when they weren't in Champions League and Europa League and whatnot. So, what he's meaning when he says that is that for me to even pick up the phone and continue the conversation with you, you need to be at least 100 million. He's not looking for 100
And then
million.
we'll look at the other zeros that's going to go on the end of that.
Yeah, he's looking for 100. I'm saying at least 140. At least.
But is Osimhen? Is Osimhen?
I would pay.
Is he
I
a
don't care the
120
number.
million player?
I don't care the number.
I hate this market, man.
Yes, it's overpriced. I agree.
Players are just so over.
It would probably be cheaper to hand a checkbook to their chairman and say, you write the figure down.
Yeah.
Because you could start at a number that's, and then they're going to go, right, well, that's your starting bid. Well, we'll know. Do you know what I mean? It could be easier just going to Napoli, look, you write the figure down and then we can get close to it.
Antonio, you write the number and then it's done deal.
120. Man, this is ridiculous.
How much do you value Osimhen? How much would you pay for him? I don't care the price.
Bro, I value him at 88. 88. But not
100
million, man.
Not much more than what he went for.
Huh?
He went for almost 80 million in Napoli.
From Lille.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
they're gonna want to,
bro, he's not a 100 million player, man.
Yes, he is. Man. Absolutely. Injuries are the only thing that I will give you. But at the same time, Madison's injury. But whenever Osimhen comes back from an injury, he actually gets better.
I tell you now, any defender, I don't care which defender it is in the Premier League, a fully fit Osimhen on form will make some rabbit nose bottoms in the Premier League. Their arses will be going because he is. Do you know when you're at school and there's that big kid at school and you're playing rugby and there's three of them hanging off his ankles and he's still walking along the pitch? That's Osimhen.
This guy is a straight-up bulldozer inside the box.
All these overinflated prices, I'm not a big fan of it.
Tony, you're Nigerian.
Neither am I, mate. Neither am I. The fact that there's people starving in the world and people want to pay £200 million, like,
for football,
Mbappe deal is just ridiculous. And you're talking about a 37-year-old and Ronaldo getting half £500,000 a week. It is absolutely ridiculous. When people kind of put the heating on, I'm sitting here without my heating on because it's cost me £8 a day to put my heating on. It's ridiculous, but unfortunately,
again, £88 million is decent for him, right?
That's a steal. It's a steal,
bro. That's 90. Steal. That's about 90 million.
It's a steal. If you get 90 million for a player that De Laurentiis said, "Come talk to me when you're at least,"
money comes from, man.
When De Laurentiis says 100 and you get 90. From what I've seen, how De Laurentiis does his business, you've got the deal of a lifetime.
You've got to put it into context as well. When you've got players like Jack Grealish going for £100 million,
this Napoli president we're just talking about, I've heard that he's placed teams on ban. All these teams that come in with 40, 45, 50 million. I heard it banned those teams from coming for negotiations with him. He wants, clubs that are ready to pay up to 70, 80 million. Like, he doesn't want all this cheap ass, payment. It needs big
Which is
payment.
good. And you know what? As much as
Good for him.
I think the guy's mentally ill at sometimes, he shows that he's a fucking nut job. You know what he does though? He has Napoli's best interest at heart, and I can't.
Daniel Levy.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Levy's exactly the same.
I agree.
And
Come on, man. Osimhen shouldn't be going for
Leicester?
at least 90 million. Anything more than that is just ridiculous.
you wouldn't have Osimhen at Arsenal for 95 million.
No, with good negotiators, you can get him for.
No. I'm saying right now. I'm saying right in a hypothetical.
No. You can throw in a few. See, again.
No.
You can throw in
Just
some
answer
few players.
yes or no. If Napoli said 95 million, he's yours. Take him right now. Yes or no? Or we walk away and we sell him
Forget it.
or we sell him to Newcastle for 120. What would you rather take? Would you take him for 95?
I don't want it because,
yes or no?
See, I don't want it because I have other places, other areas that I should be strengthening. I should be strengthening my defense. I should be strengthening my midfield.
Like to Osimhen. That's what I gotta look up.
So Eddie Nketiah must be better than you think. Then if you're not wanting this, I thought the whole point of Arsenal's transfer was to get a striker in.
Andy and Nketiah. Oh my God!
You just don't want to answer the question to him.
I just gave you a hypothetical of a 95 million player. No, we need something different.
Andy,
You just don't answer the question.
Have you had coffee with Nketiah?
Where are the Spurs links to Osimhen? When is this? Has Osimhen ever worn a Spurs kit? Let me check his Facebook.
Has he ever been in North London?
Where is he? Where is it? Where's the Spurs link? Before Tony admits it. Where is he? Where is it?
No, he's not. But again.
He's goddamn Nigerian, Tony. Shouldn't.
No, but what have I said here? I've not said anything bad against
you. You said 95 million. You said no.
I said no because I have other problem areas to solve. It's nothing about the striker. If I can get it for cheap, I'll get it.
But you aren't going to get Osimhen for cheap.
For that 95,
he doesn't want him.
No. See, for that 95, I'm going for the goddamn title. I need a new defender. I need a new defender that will cost me nothing less than at least 30, 45, let's say. I need a midfielder that will cost me nothing less than at least 45, 50. And I need a cheap-ass striker that will come in.
Cheap-ass striker to win the league.
50. No, that can come in for like maybe 50, 60, plus a player going down to the place. It's possible.
I think you're missing it. I hope Arsenal's board don't think like that. That's what I'm saying.
Like for instance,
Arsenal's board think like that. You'll not win the league.
For instance, a Torreira for João Felix. We can give them £50 million and add Torreira to that.
Torreira don't need Atletico Madrid don't need another CDM.
It doesn't matter, bro. We can.
They don't need another CDM. They're not.
It doesn't matter. We can check players. We still have Pepe who's on loan to Nice, and guys, we still have lots of players within that Arsenal ranks on loan out there. We have Torreira, we have Nicolai Pepe. We still, we have all these guys on loans. We can just give them to Atletico Madrid. Bring in a João Felix who is not up to 90-something million pounds, at least with 75.
Wait, you would take João Felix for... Wait, okay, that's really interesting. I completely forgot you said that.
How many of them coding did I actually take before this stream? Because I'm starting to wonder now.
No. See, you still don't... See, it's because you... Okay, let's allow him.
Don't you talk banter, mate. We're not having a pop. It's just banter.
No, I know. Steve, have you finished laughing? You finished? Good. Now, see... We're talking of a team. A one man won't come into my team and just create the whole magic we want to have.
But João Felix won't, right?
No, you're still not getting it. I need a central defender. Have you thought about if Saliba just gets an injury?
Xhaka gets injured, you're screwed. Partey gets injured.
Wait. No, wait. Don't go further. if Saliba gets injured, what happens to my team?
You're screwed.
Well,
So
I
why
get his
would I?
point.
So
Tony, I
so
get your
again,
point
why
there.
would I go spend 120 million on Victor when I can be able to use that same amount of money, show up my defense, show up my midfield? Mind you, Thomas Partey is injury prone for some reason. I don't know if it's luck or if we're just goddamn, if it's just destined in the skies for us to win the title this season. That guy
The
is
more
still
I think about
standing
it,
right
the more I
now.
don't think Arsenal are winning this.
If
Based
that
on
guy,
Tony's argument, that Tony,
if that
on,
guy drops down right now, it's gonna be a big problem. We need someone who will step
Yeah.
in, and who do we have? Thank you, Lokonga.
it,
Thank you,
Tony,
El
based on the
Neni.
argument that
So
you've just made,
do you see where I'm coming from now?
But the problem is Jesus is injured right now, and your replacement is Nketiah.
It doesn't matter. I don't have to wait for another person that looks like Jesus to get injured in my team.
could you do it this way? So let's say the opportunity arises to be able to buy your Suleiman, right? Your
I will
argument
get him.
before.
Yeah, of course I will get him. But
So
it's not logical to get him.
your argument before was you've got plenty of players in your squad which are going to be able to generate funds for you. Okay, so let's say he's went out and bought Osuamin, solved the striking problem, moved on 3 or 4 players. You could then address the issues that you have in midfield. For me, the main problem that you're going to have leading into the end of the season is scoring goals. If you don't score goals, you don't win the league. Simple as that. If you can,
it's true. It's true. That's why they're going for a Modric. That's why they're going for a Yao Felix. These are decent
it's not
players.
it's not a striker.
But I know
Felix
that
is not a striker.
Good, but it's a decent
And
player.
you've also got the problem that he went to Atletico Madrid for over £100 million. They're going to want near enough to that back. You're not going to be getting him for 40-50 million. If you've got that in your head, you may as well forget that, because there's not in a million years that you're going to get him for that type.
But again, you cannot be putting up the same price. In reality, you cannot fix Victor and Yao Felix within the same price range. That's another thing.
Yes, you could.
No. Victor is worth more.
Oh,
in terms of price. That's what just let me land. That's the thing. You understand me more if you let me land. I'm saying that Victor Osimhen has a more bigger, higher price tag than a Yao Felix. We can actually beat a Yao Felix price tag down to 75 million.
Maybe
it's possible, maybe. But
with a player, maybe.
Napoli are very, very, very tough negotiators.
Very strong.
You can't see even for 95. You can't. This 95, you just speculated. You can't even get Victor Osimhen for 95. He's Nigerian. Okay. Yeah, I get that. It's a countryman. I get that, but you can't get him at that price. So it's completely useless spending 100 and something million on a striker, and then when he comes. And then an injury is just waiting to happen for Thomas Partey. And then an injury is waiting to happen for William Saliba. And we'll collapse. No matter how many goals you score, just what you said now is good. Of course, if you want to win Premiership titles, you have to score. But if you want to win Premiership titles and you're leaking goals, you won't win the title either.
You could address that from selling players to... We all know that the main part of the January transfer window, the business is done towards the end of the window. There's only exclusions to that rule where Man City normally go very early and get what they want, and then they'll wait to see if anyone comes available. If you were to strike there in early, and let's say it's not Osimhen, and let's say it's not Felix, let's say he was to spend £80 million on Modric, for example, that technically would be your war chest empty. You could then look at your squad and go, right, okay, we don't need this player, we don't need that player, we don't need this player. Let's offload them. Let's see how much we generate, and then see what type of let's see what level of player we're going to be able to bring in to reinforce Partey, Gabriel, Saliba, players of that nature. For me, I think it would make more sense doing it that way than it would bringing in them players and then a player becoming available and you're not having the funds, because
you're not having the funds, right?
When it comes to strikers, you're not going to be the only person interested.
It's a big problem.
Newcastle
is very expensive. He's a very expensive player, and negotiating with that club director, Steve, that guy's a demon. He's not ready to listen to offers less than
He's
90.
greedy and rightfully so.
And rightfully so, of course, it's his
Yeah.
player. And they've signed deals.
They are the best team I've seen in Europe so far this season.
You don't cause anybody problems, then. Don't
Yeah,
cause
but
anybody problems.
in the charts, let's see what's happening in the charts.
Yeah,
Lots of
yeah,
messages in the charts.
Who do you suggest? Let's see what the chat suggests. Who would you get?
Exactly, and trust
We'll
me,
go
there's
to
lots of
bathroom real
suggestions
quick.
down there. Yeah,
Be right
Anthony
back.
Herbert, our big friend, he was hit by COVID. You know what? Yeah, all my friends that have been sick, they're all coming back. You know, Miss Melina, thank you
I'm
for her.
still here.
Tony, I'm just going to put my mic off just while I boil the kettle, all right, mate?
Yeah, sure. And then Anthony Herbert, he's back again. You know, he beat COVID. Big Anthony. Yeah. And Anthony says, yeah, big up Tony. Hope you're well. Hope we'll do a couple of signings in this window coming up. Of course, we have to do it, man. Because see, it's very paramount we go into this transfer window. Me and Miss Melina will be doing a show to start from our own channel. You know, we're doing that show. It's a transfer roundup. We're talking about all these things. You know, we do need signings, Anthony Herbert. It's becoming scary now. You know, all these other teams are going for these players. They're trying to get, almost all the options Arsenal have out there. Other Premiership teams are going for these people. Newcastle are going for Modric also. Chelsea are also in the running also. So we have to be, we have to go pronto and get these players. We have to get these deals done. It's very, very important. We need a striker. Eddie Nketiah, I love the kid, but he's not enough. We need more firepower. In the Premiership to shoot us to Premiership glory. So we do need this thing, Anthony Herbert. And of course, Miss Melina is here also. She says, "Hi, Anthony, bro. Hope you're well. Merry Christmas to you and your family." Yes, Miss Melina, Merry Christmas to you. And remember, love you. I love you. I don't know how many times I've said that. I don't know how to just prove it to you, but it's all love from here. Anthony Herbert says here, my very good friend Anthony Herbert, he says here, Anthony Herbert, I can't wait to do a show with you, man. I can't wait. I miss our show together, man. I miss our show together. And he says here, I'm good. Miss Melina, thank you. And a Merry Christmas to you and your family too. Yeah, big ups, Anthony Herbert, a member of my channel. And Craig AFC 87 says here, Tony, keep up the good work. Respect. Have a very blessed Christmas to you and the panel. Craig AFC, you know I love you, man. You've been a very, very big supporter to me too, man. You're part of those crew that have really supported me, man. And big ups to you. It's all love from here too, you know. Craig AFC, big boy. Hey, DJ Gotti, my guy. He's one day you have to come to the show, yeah? You have to come and talk about the Gunners, man. Big ups to you, he's man. Miss you on the show, man. He's text me on Instagram, man. Let's link up, bro. Let's link up. And he's just saying here, DJ Gotti. He's saying here, hey guys, evening. What up? Great show. I love you guys. Big up, matey. Yeah. He's big ups to you, man. Cool guy. He's my G. You know, one day me and you will break bread together, my brother. And Miss Melina says here, Napoli won't let go of Victor in January window. He's a baller, and they are trying to win the league right now. Of course, this is what I told you, man. They will never, bro. That guy.
No,
will
but it was
cost us
enjoyable winding you up though at the same time, though, Tony. It was quite enjoyable.
I know. It's good to see you guys just wind me up, but I'll repay you guys. Although I did that to you
I'm
guys
sure
with
you will.
James Madison, so you guys were just repaying the favor back. But it's all good. It's okay. No hard feelings. You know, I'm a thick skin when it's something that doesn't require lying over what someone said or giving false testimony. If it's just normal pure banter, I'm okay with it. It's good and okay, provided we don't misquote each other. And yeah, okay. See, look at this statement from Miss Melina. Napoli won't let go of Victor in January window. He's a baller, and they're trying to win the league right now. So see, Andy, it's fact. They won't let him go.
I think unless they were to receive an astronomical, I put my teeth back in, an astronomical fee, any player is able to leave a club at any point if the price is met. But in all case scenarios, I totally agree with Miss Molina. They're not going to want to sell him because they're in a position where they're still in the Champions League. You've also got to look at it as well. Why would he want to leave at the moment? He could potentially be winning Serie A and challenging the Champions League. So I don't think it makes sense. But if a team was to come in with a silly fee like a Real Madrid or something like that, we've got to remember, they're probably going to be looking at a striker soon because Benzema's not far off my age. And Vinicius Junior's not a striker. Neither is Rodrigo, really. So, but going back, she's right. I don't see him leaving. But if he was to come available, I think there wouldn't be a seat in the queue. I think there'd be a lot of teams in for him. But we'll see. I do agree with you, though. The problem that you have is the difference between Arsenal. Gabriel Jesus, yes, has made a massive difference to Arsenal. I mean, obviously, I don't watch your games as in depth as what the Arsenal fans will do, but they're a team that I watch, and Partey has been fantastic for us this season. If he does get an injury, you will feel it. Salah gets an injury, or Gabriel, or both, you're going to feel it. You do need backup in them areas. It's one thing that you can challenge for a league with a good squad, but you can't win a league with a good squad. You need numbers. Man City, Stones gets injured, Ake comes in. If Diaz gets injured, Laporte comes in. They've got endless number of centre-halves. They've got more wing-backs than we care to mention. In the midfield, is stacks. Where they are probably late is goalkeeper. If they ever got an injury, where's Hughes? One of them, mate. I think you do need numbers, but every team would probably say the same thing in the Premier League.
Yeah, obviously. See, I totally agree. Is Steve McCullough back?
Yo. Yeah, I got I went to a bathroom and then I got 2 new shirts in the fucking mail. This is from
not just the mail, the effing mail.
This is from an amateur team in France called Sarre Union. From the Coupe de France, autographed by the whole fucking team, so that's sick. Then I got a Montpellier shirt from when Giroud was there.
Montpellier. Yeah, that's good. Yeah,
fucking sick. Oh, my God.
Wow, man, that's good, man. Man, you're just collecting all this stuff, man.
My goal is every French team in the top, 4 divisions, something like that. It's gonna change, obviously, because teams will go, but
yeah, that's a good one. That's a good haul. Anthony Herbert in the chat says here, we need a striker and a DM at Arsenal. That's all we get in January if we're lucky. See, it's just re-echoing and reiterating what I said. It doesn't matter if we bring in an Osimhen. If Saliba drops down right now, what happened? It's a problem.
Yeah.
Partey, same thing. So
at least the only thing that I can say is that I'm surprised.
We need reinforcements, man. There's no spin you want to spin this. We need.
No, I'm not talking. I'm not. This isn't Osimhen or anything. I'm talking about. Okay. I'm addressing your point about center backs. I'm surprised Tomiyasu hasn't been played yet. Arteta hasn't tried to play him as a center back yet because that's what he also did for Bologna. Right center back. He'd also play right back.
And defensively, there's no problems with him. I think he's fantastic defensively. It's just going forward.
I rate him.
Man, this is the Premier League, man. This is the Premier League, man.
But as a fullback, defensively, he's been fine, and he's shown that he can play center back for. I
know, but when he put him, when he put him in left back.
Yes.
He did well. He did well against.
That was the Liverpool game, right?
In the Liverpool game, he did well against Salah, and after that game, he had rough games. After that game, they ripped him apart. In that side, on that left hand side, and it caused a question: is it really worth it to play with these players, and just play along with them and play them in areas that they're not really
He's played center
quite
back
good
before,
in the
though.
Premiership. That's the problem.
He's
They
played
can do
center
well in
back
one or
before.
two games.
I think Arteta, his hand will be forced. I think we'll see a game from Tomiyasu. He's better than Tony. Rob Holding against Man City. If Saliba got injured, or
Please don't
Tomiyasu.
call his name. Don't call his name here, please.
No, but I'm just saying.
I don't want to see that player ever.
There you
Like,
go. Well, then there's the process of elimination. You don't want Holding as a right center back.
You've also got to add that the Premier League's probably got the most stacked wingers in any league. If you can deal with the wingers, you should be able to hold your own at least at centre half. But it's all based on your attributes. These attributes for me are all defensive. So if you can do it at wing back, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to do it at centre back, considering he has done it in the past. Let's hope that you never get to the point where you have to find out.
Tomiyasu
against Newcastle.
But see, the answer has already been given to you here by Anthony Herbert. Tomiyasu is your old-fashioned defender, good at defending. He won't attack in a wing-back position.
He's the Japanese Paul Dummett, but he's hell of a lot better.
That's the truth. He's good at defending. You
Would you
can't
agree,
beat him
Andy?
one-on-one. It's not really that easy. He's tall, 6 foot plus. He gets
More
those
athletic.
air balls, but going forward, he gives you nothing, and that's the big
Yeah,
problem.
just like a
That's
Paul
the
Dummett
criticism
would.
is getting in
Yeah.
the league. Going forward, it gives you nothing. A player like Tierney, it doesn't give you that much defending, but it gives you that much.
Oh, defend? No. Defending wise, I think Tierney's fine.
Naturally, though, Tomiyasu sees danger as well, doesn't he?
Do you understand? Do you understand the comparison here? Do you understand the comparison? Tierney gives you much defensively, also, but he also gives you more offensively. Like it does
Tierney's
more
primary strengths are attacking.
Attacking, yeah, and
Tomiyasu's are defending.
Exactly. The antithesis of the old thing is that Tomiyasu going forward is bereft of ideas. He prefers staying at the back. He prefers staying at the back and doing his job at the back.
My criticism of Tierney,
nothing. But Tierney does something different. Going forward is quite good, and that's been the comparison between both of them. Yeah.
The worry that I'd have about Tierney when he plays in the back five as a centre back is when the ball goes over his head.
At least he's quick enough, though.
No, I mean in the box. So it's very easy for a striker to make a run, and he pulls inside and goes in with his centre halves, and he leaves a gap. What I mean by that is someone flicking the ball on in the box and someone being at the post behind him. That's where I think he's a little bit susceptible. But at the same time, he's a left back. He's not a centre half. But I think Tony's right. He offers you a lot more in build-up play, in getting out, in if you want to play a high line, he's able to get back. So there's more strings to his bow. But I think a little bit like Luke Shaw, he has that weakness where if the ball goes over his head, then he's not quite aware of what's behind him.
Luke Shaw's an average player, though, and Tierney, I think, is an excellent player.
If he was English, he would be in the squad, wouldn't he? Let's be honest.
Yes,
he would be at the World Cup without Chilwell.
There's a reason why Scotland, even though they have Andy Robertson, they find a way to get Tierney in that side, usually in a back five, Robertson left. And then
you guys are also forgetting something major.
Crossing ability is sensational.
You guys are also forgetting something major with
injuries.
Same thing I was saying with Madison.
Such a fucking bummer.
Such a good player, but when it comes to injuries, these guys are so inconsistent, and that's the bigger problem with them.
He's a leader too. He's a leader.
He's vocal. He's a very vocal guy.
Yeah,
he talks well. He shouts out directions here and there. The way he holds. The way
he's a former Celtic player too, so I should hate his guts.
I like him, but when it comes to that injury, that's a big problem. And the problem with injuries is that when you do need these guys that are very, very good, very technical, very good going forward, confident players like a player like him, it's injuries at the time you need them the most that they get these injuries, and that becomes a problem. So when we have all those problems at the end of the day,
right,
and then it's nowhere to be found, it becomes a genuine problem because he's not there when we need him. But the thing there is that whenever he comes back from this injury, he gives a lot, and
He's
that was
lights
why
out. Lights out.
exactly. So that's a big problem, and that was why Zichenko was brought into the team to show up things, but he's also injury prone at the same time too. So
Yeah.
it's
Speaking of CDMs, Tony, who would be a CDM that you were looking at? Someone like a Tielemans, or are you looking for someone that's got a little bit more oomph about them in midfield?
yeah. See, I don't know. I don't know why people are all buzzing for this Tillemans
Tielemans
guy.
is an 8, not a CDM for me.
I don't see
He can
anything.
play that, but it's not really his position, is it?
See, I don't see anything cool in that guy. Really, I don't see anything cool. Yeah, he has a shot in him. He has.
Oh,
You know,
from
he
outside
could
the
run up
box,
for
he's
the
world
ball.
class.
He's a good
From
hustler
outside
off
of the
the ball.
box, Tielemans is world class. Not many better players on earth can hit a ball like he does and score with such frequency like he does.
Oh my God! The way
No,
you
I'm
hype up
serious.
these players, man.
No,
Man,
I agree
where
with
was
you.
this
I think,
guy with Belgium in the World Cup?
where was this guy in the FA Cup for Leicester? Scored the fucking winner. That's what I'm
Bro, where
saying.
was he in the World Cup?
He was
Where
awful in
was
the
he in the
World
World
Cup.
Cup?
I agree.
Where
But that
was
There
this
wasn't
guy
one.
in the Premiership? Even in the
There wasn't
Premiership, not
one
even World Cup.
Belgian.
How many? Well,
name a good Belgian player that played well.
Courtois.
listen.
That's it.
I don't want to go into this tiki taka with you, man. He's a decent player, but I don't see why people just think he's a top tier player. There's a
He's better
difference.
than Sambi Lakonga.
I, I,
I know it's
Yeah.
not
it's
a high bar, but
of course, it's no. It's better than Lokonga. I clearly understand that.
right.
Good and okay, but I don't rate him.
Okay,
I
so
don't
if you
know.
don't rate him, who would you take over Tielemans? I'm trying to think of names. I've got one.
Good,
You
good.
Samari, Lazio.
Milinkovic Savic from Lazio.
Ooh. Get in the queue, I think.
I laugh at that because as a Lazio fan, I've for 6 straight
You're a fan of
years.
every club, bro.
Huge,
No,
huge.
I'm serious. Bro,
I
He's
know.
a top player, Tony.
That was a
Top player.
banter.
You're gonna
he
have
is
a
top, but he's. I'm convinced this guy is staying at the club until he retires. I could see it.
Speaking of the Premier League would remember his name.
Yes, because technical ability, he's outstanding. He's athletic for such a huge guy, and he's huge, dominant in the air. He's absolutely sensational with both feet. He can play make, defend, track, dribble with the ball. You tell Milinkovic-Savic what you want him to do in any of the 3 midfield positions, he'll do it.
He's the type of player for me that, you know, how the reason Joe Linton's been influenced so many games for Newcastle is his physicality. If Joe Linton couldn't bully him, he would be bullying Joe Linton. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind to get in the middle of them. Like Steve says, he can embarrass you by sticking the ball through your legs, or he's a top player. How we've not seen him in a Premier League team already, I'm really surprised.
And I'm surprised too. But at the same time, we have Claudio Lotito at our club, who's just like Di Laurentiis. He's a hard negotiator. We've kept a lot of our great players at Lazio for a while, and we've done really, really well. Really
What
well.
kind of people would you be looking at?
Every player have a price. Every player have a price.
Yeah, well, with Lotito, you're dealing with the same kind of nut job as Di Laurentiis. If you give Lazio 130 million, I wouldn't be surprised. No. But clubs have offered 60 million to us, Tony, and we've said fuck off. We have. Manchester United have been begging for Milinkovic-Savic for years, and we've rejected bids up to 90.
Man United bid for him, didn't they, when Mourinho was in charge?
See, that's what I'm saying. We have
Mourinho,
players.
7 years ago.
Miss Melina dropped something here. Lucas Torreira, Pepe, Balogun, Mari. We have all these players. We have Pablo Mari playing for Monza right now in Italy. It's a side that came up from the Italia Serie B and came up to and were promoted to Italia Serie A, and they're playing quite well. Yeah. They're not in relegation battle at all, so it's really doing well.
First ever.
Pablo Mari Pablo
Yeah.
Mari just came back to full training with them. It was at the back end of a stabbing in the city center
Yeah, that was
in an
fucked up.
Italian supermarket. So he's back. He's training down there with Monza.
Yeah.
And of course, he's a big member of that team. So we have him playing down there. We could give Lazio Amari. We could give them a Nicolai Pepe who's scoring goals right now for
Ooh.
Leeds. For
Oh,
fun. We
okay.
can also give them Lucas Torreira, who also wants the sunshine in Italy.
He
Also,
has worked under Maurizio Sarri before, I believe.
exactly, and he
Wow.
loves the sunshine down there in Italy. We can give them all these players. Anyone, pick one.
He's been
Of
such a
course,
disappointment for you, so hasn't he, Pepe? Such a disappointment.
yeah, but I think it came with that price tag. When you're a player
True.
coming
True.
from all these leagues, and there's so much pressure on you, and not just ordinary raw pressure in the Premiership. It's a very, very big deal, and not just Premiership of playing in the Premiership per se, but the pressure in that amount of money that brought you to the Premiership has a role in how much you could play, in how much people can take from you. The patience of the fans, it's a big problem generally
Also,
when you
was
come
he
in
not also the most
with that
expensive
price
African
tag.
player in history?
Of course, in
You've
Arsenal
got that.
history,
You've got that pressure as well, haven't you?
so that pressure is on him. It's big. It's on him.
Yeah.
So
Look at it.
of course,
I think maybe Pep. I think Pepe would be fucking sensational.
He had flashes for you though, didn't he? Came in for a couple of games, got a couple of goals. Then he played the next week and be dog awful. And then
dog awful. Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
terrible.
It did not really settle in England, did it?
It's a shame.
By the way, for Lazio.
So, but let me finish this up,
Yeah.
please, Steve, and then we can give them Pepe. You see, has a contract with Arsenal. We can give them Pepe. We can give them Lucas Torreira, who wants to stay in Italy. We can give them Pablo Mari, who is having a good, decent form down there in Monza.
I think Pablo Mari, to be honest, you'd have to give us 130 million plus Mari. Mari to us. I'm sorry.
How old Savage? He's getting on though, isn't he? He's 29 or something, isn't he?
He's 29. Yeah, he's getting older.
27.
But of course, you cannot say that of Lucas Torreira. You can't say that of Pepe. These are guys that can still do one tricks or two for Lazio.
I hope you do get him because I'm going to see him in the Premier League.
And of course, we can chip them in.
No,
with
Andy.
40 million pounds.
Andy,
wait, Steve. We can chip in 40 million pounds, 45 or 50. And say, hey, take Lucas Torreira, who is worth about 20 million, or Nicolai Pepe, who is worth about 20 million market price right now. We bought him for 72. We can take a hit on that, on what we spend for him, and just give them to Lazio and give us Milinkovic Savic.
I'm not saying that the deal that Tony said is the right deal, and what I'm saying is I'd like to see him in the Premier League. So if Arsenal were to sign him, it would be a deal that, as a neutral fan, I would be like, okay. I'm not saying the deal that he's mentioned there with them
I
players.
want him at Newcastle if he's going anywhere. If he is leaving,
I get that, but I don't think.
So we know. So that's where you're coming from,
Tony, or both of you. Just imagine a midfield three.
You're shameless, man.
Bro, imagine a midfield three. Imagine a midfield three of Joe Linton, Bruno, and Sergei Milinkovic-Savic.
Can I take Joe Linton out and have Madison?
What?
Can I take one of them out and have Madison instead?
Sure. And then Joe Linton off the bench? Fuck yeah. Or on the wing. And then a midfield four. How are you going to get past that midfield four?
Oh my God, that would be brilliant.
No, but here's
guys. You also forgetting we have a Tavares also who's on loan too.
And Marseille. It's been fucking good.
Is that the right wing back, left wing back?
Left
wing back.
He's a left wing back.
Defensively inept, doesn't know.
But they're using him
but
in
attacking
wise. They're using him in the midfield in Marseille.
When you watch the game, yes. Sometimes in the midfield, he'll step up. He's been phenomenal. I think he scored for Marseille against Brest. He also scored in a Champions
He scored lots of goals for them this season.
He had a very good game against Newcastle his first season. I remember that.
3 or 4.
Yeah, very good one. Yeah. Anthony Herbert says here Arsenal will spend only £60 million. Oh my God.
By the way,
I think before the window, I think he's bang on there. I think before Jesus' injury, he's probably bang on. But because of Jesus' injury, I think that unless the box
Yeah.
clever and find a loan deal somewhere or whatever they do.
Here's the question I have for you guys. So here's Sergei Milinkovic-Savic's stats for Lazio. 314 appearances in all competitions, 63 goals, 58 assists. So that's 121 goal contributions in 314 games.
1 in 3 for a CDM.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
At CDM 8 sort of.
Yeah, 8/6. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
badass, man. That's
And it's
badass.
not just that.
That's
It's
top form.
the amount of balls he's going to win in the air in the midfield for you. The amount of balls he's going to knock out of the box.
The physical
That's top
stature of the
form.
guy alone. I've seen him score headers in the box. I've seen him truck guys defensively. That guy would be a monster. He genuinely, if a Premier League club gets their hands on him, a top 6 or us, he'd be one of the best midfielders in the Prem. Top 2.
In the Prem, right? Yeah.
I think the problem that you've got is, like Tony's saying there, is it going to be a realistic target for Arsenal at the moment? When their main priority, in my opinion, is going to be a striker, and then they're going to be looking to see what they can do afterwards. They've got to get a striker for me.
But again, last summer we missed out on Douglas Luiz that we wanted to bring in from
Luiz.
Aston Villa. Of course, it shows that for Arsenal to go last minute to go beg Aston Villa for Douglas Luiz, who was their 4th choice playing in that area.
That's because Gerrard's an idiot.
For Aston Villa, and they never wanted. They toiled with us. They told us to increase our offer from 20 to 25, from 25 to 30. Arsenal gave that amount of money to them, and they just toiled with us. And they went, they came back and gave Douglas Luiz a deal, and they signed a contract. Can you imagine the disgrace? So
Villa.
No. They toiled with us, just like what you and Andy normally do to me most times. Sometimes you guys just.
It could have been also that the problem is that the agent will be going. If the player's not going to stay, he's got the opportunity to move on. So the deal that he's on is nil and void. He needs a wage increase. That's ultimately going to happen. That's probably how they kept him.
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right. So Tony, here's the question I have for you.
Steve, I have to go, man. It's a 4-hour stream.
Yeah, he's gonna have to go to bed, man.
I have work.
All right, I'll talk. Yeah, that's fine.
But you know what? Let me finish up this stuff, man.
Yeah. You can get them in the comment section of players that Arsenal.
It's been a good stream, man. It's been a great stream.
Fantastic.
It's always nice to talk football with you and Andy. I love you guys.
Aye.
And it's always interesting. It doesn't have to be too serious, because I've seen other places that Andy has gone to and it's so serious, and I just look at him and I'm like, it's not his wheelhouse. Andy's a guy that just loves to be funny in some cases. He wants to throw 1 or 2 banter out there, but when I see him just too serious in some streams, I'm like, he's not in his wheelhouse.
I'm never too serious. I don't know what you're on.
Yeah. No, you weren't. I think you went on a show the other day, and I don't know, you guys were just too serious in the show. I don't know. I just saw you guys talking. We're just too serious, and it's not just really you. That's what I feel. Was it on Jess' show or something? I think it was on Jess' show.
You might have been drugged up.
I'm drugged up on codeine at the moment as well. So if my voice is very it's because I've just had a lady here trying to put my disc back in. So no, I'm only joking. I've got my back is so I am on codeine, so that's why my voice is a little bit lower.
Yeah, guys. Anthony Herbert says, we'll do a stream, Tony, soon. I'll be up for that. Yeah, Anthony Herbert, it'd be nice to have you, as always. Anthony Herbert says, Tomiyasu is your old-fashioned defender, good at defending. He won't attack in a wing-back position. I totally agree with you. And, of course, Anthony Herbert says, Tierney can be injured up to 2 to 3 months. That's a lot of games in that time. That's what I'm saying. And within that time, the Premiership title is already gone. And then when he comes back, he has good form. So all those things, I don't need all those type of, crap. I need players who are without, it's not their fault that they get injured anyway. but I need players that are injury free, ready to play, ready to give their
No
all for the
player is
team.
injury free, by the way. That's a myth, I think,
Do
personally.
you know a player that I think would suit Arsenal down to the ground, but obviously it's not going to be a case of this season, it'll have to be next season.
Bro, that's a myth. You're talking a myth. Granit Xhaka is always he's always injury free. He's never injured. Tell
But
me
he could no,
when last has Granit Xhaka been injured? When have you seen him injured?
Suspension is his
No.
problem.
No. When has he been
He
injured?
very rarely gets injured, though, doesn't he?
Let's be fair.
But I'm
Let's be
saying
fair.
injury. Okay, maybe there's a difference: injury free versus injury resistant. Because obviously anyone could get it. Any bad tackle is. Sorry,
Oh my God.
Would you take? Would you take Kamara Villa?
The way you just threw that stuff with vocabulary, brother. Come on, man.
Tony, would you take
Villa?
Boubacar Kamara?
Oh, Kamara, yeah, at Villa. He'd be. I think Arteta would work wonders with him.
He's sensational.
He's a player. I like him.
I've been and he was sensational for Marseille for about 3-4 years. He broke into the first team at 19. Played
the good thing is he's not going to demand a huge. I mean, if you're going to end up from the big deep, but it's not going to be.
Oh
it's not.
God.
I nearly said something else there. Big something. But yeah, I think he's the type of player that still roll him in. He's struggling a little bit in the Villa side. You stick him in an Arsenal team after 6 months, I think it'd be magic for us.
Yeah.
With Arteta's good coach.
But again, is he the type of player that?
Yes.
Arteta. See, guys. I know Arteta. Arteta is not that kind of manager that works with everybody.
No coaches.
That's the case for any manager. Yeah.
Is it really? There's some managers that can work with anyone. They can just put their arms around you and work with anyone.
I kind of agree with you. Ancelotti's one of those guys to me.
Ancelotti's one of those type of.
He's never like, no, I don't want you. I don't.
No, I don't. Yeah, he works with everyone.
And you know what? He gets the best out of everyone. Like I said with Calvert-Lewin.
I totally agree with that.
Prolific. It was under Ancelotti 2 years ago.
Yeah, because you know what? He identified that Calvert-Lewin's footwork with the ball at his feet is non-existent. So he was literally just wanting going on the balls into the box, one touch, bang, goal. Didn't want you touching at his feet. So that's where his weakness is.
And he got the best out of Calvert-Lewin. But you know what? Yeah, but look at Lampard. Look at what he's doing. He messed up everything.
Oh yeah, no, he had no idea.
That guy can't even. Lewin, that guy was worth nothing less than 70 to 80 million when Ancelotti was there. But right now, that guy with 5 million, you can buy him.
Not to wind you up, Tony, but why is he worth 60 to 70 million and Madison's not worth 60 to 70?
In fact, for free, you can buy him for free. I'm serious, man. Those guys are ready to offload him for free. Because of his salary.
Everton are in a desperate position where they need money for their assets.
Well,
because
they cannot get anything for Calvin. No one wants.
Well,
it.
They have to find some way to.
You don't understand. No one wants it.
I know no one wants him, but you got
not for the fee that they want for him. No,
it's not my problem. It's Everton's.
The biggest problem they've got is the bloke that's steering the ship.
Yeah, and they have a new stadium on the way, and they've spent more than Liverpool, and they're in FFP trouble.
Yeah,
if they get relegated. That could be Leeds.
That's why they had to consider getting rid of Gordon. Otherwise, they wouldn't have.
They should have.
Yeah,
they could have played Chelsea silly with that.
Silly when you
Lampard would talk to his uncle, you know. He'll talk to his uncle. Hey, uncle.
Go and say Nico Cronkia.
Yeah, uncle, what's up, man? Please help me talk to your guys in the FA. I need some favors.
You'd be putting him on the phone to Jimmy and Defoe. Are you busy at the minute?
Hey, Redknapp, I need a favor. And he'll talk to, just dial up those guys in the FA. Of course, Redknapp, very, very respected. Hey, I'm sorry. I need some help down here. And of course, they'll bail him out again.
That's a point. We were on a feed. I don't know whether it was with Steve. I was on a feed a few days ago, and someone actually suggested, without laughing, Harry Redknapp for the England job. Can you remember that, Steve? I think I might have been on the stream with Tony. I'm not sure.
I remember that, but I forgot that happened, and I meant to forget that happened because fuck me.
Please, can we not discuss about that issue, please?
Sorry, no, I'm just
Jesus Christ.
Because that hurts the idea of that. That's anti-football, and that hurts to think about. Even though I'm not an England fan.
Jesus Christ.
Who are we gonna give the job next to? Fucking Gerard,
England manager. Oh Jesus Christ! You guys have to be dreaming. You guys are in La La Land.
But there was an interesting stat that Rory brought up, and it's a damning one for Southgate. They've played top 10 ranked teams 24 times in Southgate's tenure, and they've won 4.
Oh, 4.
Just keep Southgate, guys. We have to go.
Everybody, thank you very much for watching. Thanks for having me.
We'll have to close up the show. Of course, Anthony Herbert says, Tillemans, player on the right, and is allowed to drift into the middle of the park. You know what? Yeah. Big ups to everyone who came to the show today. Of course, this is the 3rd episode of Gunners and Mags. Yeah. See, it's a 4-hour sitter, man. Imagine.
You can't say that we're not fucking invested.
I'm telling you, man. It's a big one,
you can say we're stupid or whatever. We can disagree with our opinions, but you can't.
I can't say anything. I'm a part-timer. Sorry, I had screaming kid and wife wanted to watch Coronation Street.
Well, you've been here for like 2 hours.
You've been here for like 2 hours, man. See, big ups to Steve McCullough, who came here today. 4 hours on the stretch at the bounce. Mostly from that World Cup yesterday. Thank God that you just kind of like shake that disappointment off. You shook it off, and you're back.
Because I know fans don't think for a lifetime, so I'm like,
exactly.
What?
And of course, Andy Bell, who I don't know how much you've slept, Andrew Bell. Probably me when I come back from work, I sleep first, so that's easier for me when I come to this stream, so I'm to stay longer a bit. So I slept a couple of hours. But Andy. I'm sorry, I keep calling you. Shit. What the fuck?
It's fine, man. It's fine.
You need to remember.
Andy,
exactly.
I know you were on a set with Chelsea Dan yesterday, quite late yesterday actually.
It's till about 12, I think. I came off and I was up at 20:07.
Yeah, exactly. And coming down to this stream again, 2 hours.
Marathon, man.
You're doing lots of stuff. Man, big ups to you, man. Enough respect to you, and of course,
thanks, honestly, despite the idea of the Arsenal in the in Newcastle, it's just a shame that at the moment we're not. I mean, I don't know because I kind of say the chat while I'm on with you, but it'd be nice to see we can get a few more Newcastle fans on and a little more comments, and you get a little bit of banter in the comments of the two fans.
Yeah, it'd be nice, man, for you guys to post it on your socials too, and tell other Newcastle fans that you're coming around.
I will. I'll be sharing it. Don't worry.
So guys, Ran Maguire wouldn't be coming tomorrow. He's still very sick. So Ran and Claude Show will be cancelled for tomorrow. But I'll be bringing in Matt for Real Talk. Matt Southern Gunner is coming down to my channel here on Wednesday.
Did he say breaking him in or bringing him in? I thought you said breaking him in there.
No, I'm bringing him
in. Chris, I heard you said breaking him in there.
I'm bringing him in. So I'm bringing in Matt from the Southern Gunner channel. So he'll be coming up here to chop it up with us. You know what? Because me and Steve have done lots of shifts together, man. He needs a rest, a little bit. Andy, you might be popping up, in that one with me. I
probably won't see us now until after Christmas. I've got all sorts on, but if I can spare an hour or so, by all means. On the Mondays, mate, I've had a chat with the wife the other day. We're going to try and make it.
It's on Wednesday. It's on Wednesday.
All right, sorry. I thought the show that you're doing now is that normally a Wednesday, is it?
No. This show is always on Mondays. It's always
Monday.
It's me and Steve's show.
This is the one I'm going to try and make sure that I'm available for you.
Okay, good. But I was thinking if you can just pop in on Wednesday.
Yeah.
That show with Matt is an Arsenal fan. We're talking everything Arsenal, but it would be nice for you to just pop in and just cause a little bit of havoc down there with him. He's a great guy anyway. But to be very, very good, he talks well. He's an American. To be good to just come cause a little bit of a havoc on the day, and
This is the thing I'm
pride your
enjoying about it.
Newcastle team, because by then Newcastle would have destroyed Bournemouth. So it's to be a big one if you can come in and just pump up your chest and
If
just
we
say
get beat, I'm blaming you for that comment.
exactly, man. But of course, if Steve is fit enough because he's injured now, if Steve is fit enough, he can still join us for that show. But I'll let you guys know Wednesday. I think what time is that show? I think it's 8. I think it's 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock UK time. But anyway, I'll send out the leaflets for that show.
Yeah, yeah.
Big ups to Miss Melina, Anthony Herbert, our friend, is back. He's back with the bang. He beat COVID and he's back, my guy. Ehis, Digigati, Craig AFC, Amy Baba, all these guys, yeah. Big ups to you guys. Look at AFC, JPT, all these guys, yeah. Thank you for coming to the show. Ladimus Prime, also to Ladimus Prime. Big ups to you, Sebastian. Big up to you, man. Thank you guys for coming, your charts, everything, man. Big up to you, Thomas
Fuck
Yosabia,
yeah.
everyone. Yeah, Andrew Bell in the charts too. BX Gunner 81. Big ups to you guys. Yeah, and catch you guys soon, man. Big ups.
Take care, everybody.
Peace.
Stay safe.
Peace.